I think I need to go back. Forgive me. And Tina, guide me as to how to do this. I need to make a motion to suspend the rules because we are operating outside of our normal agenda. Normally we have city council reports and subcommittee reports, and those are prescribed in our policies and procedures. So I need to make a motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of omitting from the December 9th, 2021 board meeting agenda, the standing items related to city reports and subcommittee reports. Is that okay to do at this point and just like that? Wonderful. So that's the motion.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none. Ms. Varela, if you'll call the roll on that, please.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 4-0.
Okay, thanks guys for allowing for that. So back to item 6 on our agenda, request for reconsideration. 3 cases, case 03021, 10121, and 122-21. Do we have any motions as related to these cases? Okay, then I'm going to take these one at a time. And we're going to start with, I will make a motion that we deny the request for reconsideration in case 030-21.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. And we're going to open this up for discussion. Is there any discussion on this request for reconsideration? Seeing none. Okay. Ms. Varela, if you will call the roll. Again, this motion is to deny the request for reconsideration in 030-21.
Member French, Member French, Member French,
Could you go to the next person, please? I'm undecided yet.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
No.
Member French,
No.
that motion fails 2-2.
Okay, so the request for reconsideration, do we then need to hold another vote, or does it by default go back to the agency for reconsideration?
A tie vote, the motion fails.
No, I know that, but I don't know if we need to affirmatively send it back for reconsideration.
Chair Galloway, I have to remember to not call you vice chair now. I think it would be prudent to see if you have a vote to grant the reconsideration, because it may be that your fellow board members have other questions or issues with the reconsideration request that haven't been vetted. So maybe another board member would like to make a motion as to how they'd like to proceed with the matter.
Okay.
I move that we reconsider this case.
And I'll second that.
Okay, opening it up for discussion.
I thought the premise of the case was strong enough to where it warrants more or more review of the case, considering this is with Chief Medina and the handling of a situation.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, Oh, sorry, Diane has her hand up.
I'll defer to you first.
Okay, so the reason that I asked that it be, we look at it again is because there was an allegation that was sustained by a preponderance of the evidence. And I didn't see anything in there other than it was sustained and by preponderance of evidence that there was misconduct. And it's incomplete as to what was done about that misconduct. Was there any discipline? What was done? I didn't see that in there. So I'm not saying it's not in there, but I'm saying after reading through it, I did not see that. So that's why I asked. I did not agree not to open the appeal or let them appeal it.
Director McDermott?
All I was going to say is, of course, the standards for reopening is not necessarily just because it involves the chief or discipline. There are the standards that are required by ordinance, which I think normally we have Ms. Gooch recite those for the board's consideration. But so just keep that in mind, I guess, is that it does have to meet those standards in order to be reopened. If there are any additional questions, I can try and answer those, but just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Tina, I think that probably would be prudent as we're considering these, if you would recite for us and for the community what those requirements are.
Of course, Vice Chair Galloway and Honorable Board, the 3 criteria that the board may use to grant a request for reconsideration are upon a showing, but I'm sorry. Sorry, Dad's home late tonight.
Totally fine.
Sorry. So 1, a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, i.e. the APD policy or policies that were considered by the board were the wrong policies or they were used in the wrong way. 2, the findings or recommendations were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, i.e. the APD policies or APD policy considered by the board were chosen randomly. They do not address the issues in the complaint, or the findings of the board had no explanation that would lead to the conclusion that the board made. Or finally, number 3, the findings and recommendations were not consistent with the record evidence, i.e. the findings were not supported by the evidence that was available to the board at the time of the investigation.
And so, of course, the board did receive, quite a bit of information regarding this case. So just ask that you consider the materials that you had reviewed and the decision that you'd already made, and then based on what we've been given by the complainant.
The issue for me is that the reasonings for, or much of the reasonings for the request for reconsideration stemmed from a belief that the findings letters were and the investigation was done prior to the complaint having been submitted, and it didn't address all of the things that this particular complainant felt like needed to be. That complaint was combined with one that had already been opened and was considered duplicative. And so it's not quite, things aren't exactly on the surface as it may appear to that particular complainant because his complaint was duplicative. So that was kind of my issue with it. I understand, but you weren't the primary complainant on this case, the way it turned out. So, any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela, if you will call the roll on a vote to reopen 030-21.
Correction, not to reopen, but to grant the
Reconsider.
reconsider the appeal.
Correct. Thank you.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
No.
Member Dr. Cass,
No,
Member Nixon,
Yes.
motion failed 2-2. Thank you.
So that's fun. This 24 hours just continues to throw me for a loop. What now?
Chair Galloway, let's move to the next few and I will look through and I will get an opinion to the board as quickly as possible on this one, since you have two more and it's going to be a long night. I recommend we move and I will let everyone know when I have an answer.
Thank you, Tina. Okay, next item on the agenda is case 101-21. It is also a request for reconsideration. Do we have a motion? Not enough of us anymore, guys. We gotta all speak up. Okay, I move that we deny the request for reconsideration in 101-21.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Opening it up for discussion. Okay, not seeing any, I will say that I don't believe that we're done with this case. But I don't believe that reconsidering it will bring any more closure to it. I think that at this point, where we're at is looking at the policies that are already in play and where changes, if any, can be made, recommendations can be made, things like that. I think that that's where we are with this case. Any other discussion? Dr. Katz?
Yes, could you clarify what the situation was with the appellant, or however it's phrased here? I believe she said she was at last month's meeting and waited for 90 minutes, and then has there been any further contact? And then she waited for 90 minutes and then left, I believe. This is what I read. I'm trying to confirm
That is a different person, I think, that you're thinking of, Dr. Kess.
We go back to.
Actually, it was the October 14th meeting is what.
Oh, okay, there was somebody in November that did wait and then wound up, but that in November, but that's not this person.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Any additional discussion on this case?
The only thing we did advise her that that it was tabled. Best as I recall, members didn't exactly remember reviewing the case, so that's why it was tabled, for the information to be reviewed by the board to refresh their memory of what the case was about. So that was resubmitted to the board for their consideration, and we did reach out to the complainant and advise them that their situation would be tabled. So that's where it was left, and that's the communication we had.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, let's go on ahead and take a vote. Ms. Varela?
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 4-0.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Moving on to item C, case 122-21, also a request for reconsideration. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
I'm sorry, a motion to grant or to
Motion to-
deny the request?
Motion to grant the request.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Great. Any discussion?
Yes. So there's a sustained on this case regarding Chief Medina. And one of the curiosities on this case would just also is to consider what happened as far as disciplinary action was on the sustained, as this was found as sustained. But I think it's considered, it should be considered based on the merit of the case.
Okay. Diane?
Just a clarification point. I know one of the concerns that the complainant raised was that it appeared that the chief disciplined himself. That is not the case. Any case involving the chief is sent to the CAO, and the CAO makes disciplinary decisions on the chief. So just so that you're aware of that issue.
And do we get follow-up from the CAO?
I honestly do not recall off the top of my head if we received a response or not in terms of what was decided. So I can't answer that right now. There might be and there might not have been.
Well, that has a lot to do with the way I'm going to vote if we know if something was done, because it was sustained and it was in the comments. So
I can't answer that question at the moment. You're welcome to either table it, I suppose, for that answer, or vote however you feel like you need to. And then it would be part of the appeal discussion. I'm not sure what the best discourse for you.
And so if we vote to grant the appeal, then it goes down the same road of review that it does normally, including if the board votes unanimously for to sustain the sustained, then we would then suggest disciplinary action at that point. Is that
Disciplinary action? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Member Nixon. Disciplinary action. If there is an appeal for disciplinary action, that goes through a different process than findings. So if the issue is the findings, that's what the board contemplates. And then if there is the request to appeal the discipline, that's a different track as laid out in the ordinance.
And Director McDermott, we make the recommendations for disciplinary action, but we don't actually have final say in that in any case, correct?
Correct. The board does not have final disciplinary authority in all personnel instances aside from the chief or the superintendent is the final disciplinarian. When it comes to the chief himself, then that would be the CAO.
we don't have the final say, but we can ask for a follow-up if something was done. You're right. I agree. We don't have the final say, but I'd like to know if anything was done or if it even made it to the CAO's desk.
I do know it made it to the CAO's desk, but as to what was done beyond that,
If there's a non-concurrence from the chief, or in this case, the CAO, are they not required to provide us with a letter of non-concurrence?
they would in terms of the discipline, and that may just be something that I'm looking in the case file right now to see if I happen to
Thank
have
you.
that real quick, if you'll give me a moment.
Sure.
But yes, that should come across to us as a non-concurrence. That would then be, of course, given to the board for discussion. And there are, I know we'll get to this later, but there are several non-concurrences that we had received, but they didn't really fulfill the criteria that we needed. So we've sent those back. I don't remember if this is one of them or not, but still, sorry, it's an extensive file. So I'm just trying to see. Yeah, I don't, right off the top, just kind of trying to skim through all the materials that are in here. I don't see it for sure. So I can't answer the question for you at the moment.
I'm not sure what we gain by reconsidering this case if we don't have concerns with the findings as they were presented and were approved at last month's meeting. If the concern is simply what was the follow on that, what happened, then I think that that's something that we can make the request of CAO Nair and ask for that information. If it's a non-concurrence, we should be given it, from my understanding, anyway. Otherwise, I would assume that they followed the disciplinary recommendations that were provided by the agency and the board last month. So just to throw that out there. Member Dr. Katz?
Yes, I'd just like to read from the findings letter that had the additional comments from the findings letter with the sustained action. The information reviewed showed clear and convincing evidence an unlawful order was not given by Chief M. The information reviewed determined by a preponderance of the evidence that Chief M did have a meeting with staff members on April 14th, 2021, and through his conduct violated policy by failing to convey a sense of pride and professionalism to subordinates. So I think it's, one question I have in my mind is what is the sanction for that offense or that infraction? So there, given the severity of the offense or the sanction level associated with it is important, I believe, in order to see whether this is, something that is worth reconsideration or the appeal.
Director McDermott, do you happen to have that sanction level in front of you?
I would have to take a look at the policy. Hold on, hold on a moment for me, please.
And this policy would be 3-14-4A8.
Does the non-concurrence come from the chief?
I think in this case, it would be CAO Nair.
Right, normally it would be, of course, in all other circumstances, but this is an exception.
3-4A8.
Okay, hold on, I have to get, I thought I had the file handy, but I don't, so I'll have to go into Power DMS.
Does the non-concurrence come from the chief?
As stated, normally it would, but in this particular case,
it would be
it would be.
CAO Nair.
Yeah.
Right, normally.
Oh, sorry, there's a lag.
We've got a open mic someplace with the GovTV stream going.
So you said the non-concurrence would come from the CAO? Is that what you said?
In this case. Dr. Cass?
Yes, I found the SOP, Director McDermott, and I can read the sanction for this this particular. It's a level 6 or 627, and I mean, and the item actually.
The non-concurrence would come from the CAO. Is that what you said?
Got an open mic again with the GovTV playback. Dr. Cass?
Yes, I found the SOP, Director.
Diane, I think that's yours.
I can read the.
Thank you. Dr. Cass. And you're muted now.
Member French is also open too. So all it just, the item just says all supervisors, well, let me be a little more complete. 3-14-4 is entitled procedures, and item A is all supervisors, regardless of the level of supervision, will. Under that, item 8 is convey a sense of pride and professionalism to all subordinates. And so that carries a level 6 to 7 sanction.
Then I say I agree with you, Chair Galloway. We don't have a final say in the discipline, but I would like to request a follow-up from the CAO. I mean, since that something was sustained and it doesn't go through the normal channel, I would like to see the procedure and process when something like this happens.
I think
So-
that's fair. Is there any additional discussion for this case? 122-21. Seeing none, the motion on the table is to grant the request for reconsideration in 122-21. And Ms. Barella, if you will call the roll.
Member French,
I'm going to say no, as long as the agreement is, and I don't know if we should make this in the motion or Eric could put in the motion, that we request a follow-up from the CAO.
Member Galloway,
No.
Member Dr. Cass,
No,
Member Nixon,
Yes.
that motion failed 0-3. Oh, sorry, 1-3.
Thank you.
So
Just a moment, Member French, Member Dr. Cass.
Chair Galloway, so was the motion, as I said, my motion was not to reconsider if a letter is going to be sent to the CAO for follow-up.
Right, we'll need to have a motion to do that. I think, Tina, can we motion that since it's not noticed on the agenda? I mean, it's a relatively low rung ladder on the bladder business, but
Chair Galloway, I think you could amend your original motion to deny the request for reconsideration, but request a letter. If that's amenable to the board member that made the original motion.
Yeah, so I amend the original motion in light of having a letter of clarification sent on the process or on getting a determination as to what the discipline is.
okay. I feel like we're in a little bit of a limbo.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Member Dr. Cass.
could I suggest that the cleaner way might be just to go with the vote that we have on this motion and then make a further motion to request a letter or an accounting from the CAO.
I would have thought so too. I don't know. That was the question to our council is, since it's not on the agenda as something that's actionable, can we do that? I'm also comfortable if everybody just says this is what we intended, drafting that letter and making that ask as well. So, but if we need to formalize that somehow, that's fine.
I think that Eric made the motion as Tina requested that we not grant the appeal with the determination that we would write the letter, and I second it.
Sort of. We already had the motion and the vote to deny the request for reconsideration as it was.
I'm sorry,
We
and
were, we were already in that vote.
I misunderstood Ms. Gooch then.
I thought we had the vote already.
We did. Now it's what to do, Tina.
Chair Galloway, honorable board, if you all would like, you could do you could either reconsider or you could just do a separate decision that you'd like to request a letter. Either way, as long as you have finished the vote that's on the table, you can proceed. Chair Galloway, you are right. It was not specifically noticed as requesting a letter, but if it's part of the request for reconsideration options, which I believe it could be, that you were within this agenda item to make that request.
Okay.
I
So
move that we
then,
request a letter.
thank you, Eric.
I'll second.
Thank you. I'm not even going to ask for discussion. Ms. Barella, if you would please call the roll.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon,
Yes.
that motion passed 4-0.
Thank you. So, yes, Ms. Gooch.
Thank you, Chair Galloway, honorable board. Before we switch to the next agenda item with regard to the request for reconsideration under item A 03021 that tied and therefore failed on granting the request and denying the request. It's my recommendation that the board take a vote to table it to your next meeting, where you will hopefully have a tiebreaker vote or enough time to reconsider your original votes. And so if anyone is so obliged, that is the recommendation for moving past that particular agenda item.
I move that we table it to the next meeting.
I'll second.
For clarification, this is a motion to table case 030-21 to the January board meeting. Have that date in front of me. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Member Friend,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass.
Yes,
Thank you, Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 4-0.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to our next item on the agenda. It's item 7, request to reopen the administratively closed case 115-21. This is kind of an interesting case because the process wasn't followed as prescribed. Normally, the request to reopen a case would go to the agency and not to the board. Unfortunately, when the request was made to the board, Chair Olivas responded to it prior to the agency being allowed to complete the process as it would normally run. And so I would say that I'd like to make a motion that we deny this request to reopen the case at this time and provide feedback to the complainant as to the appropriate way to request the case be reopened. So that's my motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela, you will call the roll, please.
Member Friend,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
yes,
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 4-0.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to item 8 on our agenda, review of cases. Item 8A is the administratively closed cases consisting of case 138-21, 131-21, and 164-21. Do we have a motion on
Chair,
this? Agenda? I'm
Sorry to interrupt, Chair Galloway. We do have somebody in the waiting room regarding case number 13121, Mr. Vasquez.
Okay,
Would you like me to admit him now?
would you please?
Oh, okay.
Hi, Mr. Vasquez. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us okay? Mr. Vasquez? Mr. Vasquez, can you hear me? See that Mr. Vasquez is connecting to audio. Let's see if that connects here. Mr. Vasquez, can you hear me? Mr. Vasquez, we can't hear you. Hey. Can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
now we can hear you. Thank you, sir. Hi, thanks for joining us this evening. You have 5 minutes to address the board, and Ms. Varela will let you know when your time has expired, okay?
Okay. So,
Thank you, sir.
okay, thank you, Mita. You want me to start talking now? Oh, okay. I don't know where to start, but I've been in business for 39 years, and I've lived my whole life here in Albuquerque. I've dealt with the police department for many, many issues in my old business, which I was on 1200 Rio Grande. And then I moved to 2029 San Mateo 9 years ago. In the 9 years I've been there, I've seen the decline of the 911 operators, the reaction from police. Like my last incident I just had, they broke in. My alarm company called me up. We showed up. I was there. The glass people were there, and we waited for almost an hour or so. We saw the people leaving with goods, but I was not going to stop them. The police finally showed up, and when they showed up, they couldn't go in there till they got the dog, and the dog had to wake up. By the time the dog got there, it was already several hours, and they went in and left. It was like, and I didn't even get a police report. It just seemed like, it just seems we lost our police, where I don't know if they don't want to do police reports. I don't know if the 911 operators have been trained right. They yell at you, they belittle you. It's really, in Vietnam, we had a saying. The saying was, don't blame the players, blame the coach. You know, I can't blame the people answering the phone. I can't blame the police officers. I can blame our mayor. He's the coach. And issues have been worse. Vandalism, drugs. I mean, I'm a small little business. I can barely survive as it is. And I have no protection. I got attacked not long ago, and I called the 242 cops, and they told me to call 911. She was asking me what the height was of the people. I said, I don't know height. So I said 4 feet, and she started yelling. She goes, that's the size of a child. And she's yelling at me. I'm being attacked by somebody with a machete and another guy with a metal, and the police never showed up. It just gotten out of control. I don't know what to do. And I hope that you guys can do something. I'm just one person. And you guys probably hear a lot of stories, and I've been, like I said, I've been in business for 39 years, and it's gotten so bad. And there's no leadership. You call for a police report, or call a police officer, and then you get somebody calling you from the police department saying, well, we're the new, what happened, this and this and this. And then I ask them, are you the police department? They say, no, we're the new part of the police department where we take your information and then we help you submit it to your insurance. Well, if I was to put every single incident through my insurance, I would not have insurance. They wouldn't want to cover me, and why would you, what happened to the police? What happened to police showing up? We have no police. I know that. I know we have no police. And I'm paying taxes for, I got a notice I need to pay for the alarm association or whatever it is, when you have bad, like when they broke into my building, and then the police show up and then they leave, and then I get cited for false alarm. Okay. How can I be charged? And then I have to go prove to them by showing them the video that they broke into my business. The officers don't, they lecture me. They call me up and say I'm a liar, and I'm going, no, do your job, do your job. I don't know what's going on, but I need your help. I need you to help me find what I need to do to help all of us. I don't know if my time's up, but I thank you guys for listening to me. I can do, if you need my help as a small business owner to try to guide or whatever, to give you information or be part of your action or whatever, just tell me what to do, because I love New Mexico. I love Albuquerque. Es mi tierra, you know?
Mr.
I just
Vasquez,
feel like I'm
sorry,
lost.
you're 5 minutes.
Okay, so I just feel like I'm lost. So, you know, I hope you heard whatever I said. You know, it's the police department and it's the 911 or a 242 cop thing, okay? And if
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Vasquez. We do appreciate you taking the time to address us. I believe Member Nixon has his hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Member Galloway. So, Mr. Vasquez, thank you, first of all, for your service to the country, and thank you for your comments. I've taken down some notes on what you said, and what I plan to do with that is, of course, come with the help of the board, is to address this with APD, and perhaps they can give us a briefing on what they're doing in their training to address these kind of deficiencies and these complaints, where it's easy, it's very simple. You know, you want better customer service, especially being a taxpayer and the fact that you serve your country. I think that it's only fair that you should get the kind of service that you deserve as far as in supporting you and your business. So that follow-up, I've taken that as a task as a board member myself, and to bring that appropriately to the other board members to see what we can do to get that addressed in that end. And you may hear an administratively closed vote on your case at this point, but that's not where it actually stops, because what you've done is started a process here where we need to address your concerns. And your concerns are probably the concerns of many people that are maybe in the city that are business owners. I've heard this before, even when I served on a CPC. So I think at this point, I just want to thank you for bringing this to our attention, and we can give this some light and perhaps get this solved, or at least get it addressed, so that customer service at APD can be better for you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez, for your time and for engaging this process. It's important to keep that dialogue open with members of the community. So I really do appreciate you taking the time, sir.
Just tell me what I can do for you guys. I'm there for you. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank
Adios.
you.
Adios.
Okay. Just so that the record can reflect, Member Jesse Crawford has joined us. It's 5:56 p.m. We are, I don't know if we actually made it to the motion in the second to, okay. So do we have a motion on what to do with any or all of these cases under the administratively closed section of item 8 on our agenda?
I move to close them. Okay.
I believe that's a motion to accept the findings of the agency, and so I will second that. Okay, Dr. Cass. Do we have any discussion, any further discussion on these cases? Not seeing any, so Ms. Varela, would you please call the roll for us?
Yes, Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
thank you. Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. All right. Next item on our agenda. Sorry, it ran away on me.
And Chair Galloway, just to let you know, for this next section, there is a Mr. Perea. So whenever you're ready to address that.
Okay. Thank you. I have lost my agenda. Give me a moment. So the next item on our agenda is item 8B. It's the exonerated case 153-21. And if you would like to go on ahead and invite Mr. Perea in. All right. Mr. Perea, good evening, sir. How are you? That was a test. You're on mute. If you would unmute, please.
I am sorry. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are getting ready to hear your case, CPC case 153-21. but you have the opportunity to address the board as a part of this process. You will have 5 minutes to do so, and Ms. Barella will alert you when your 5 minutes is up, okay? Thank you, sir.
I'm doing fine, thank you. Oh, am I still on mute?
You're not on mute, but I suspect you have a TV going in the background
No.
or another open window.
The other
Re-
open window is, let me close that.
Yeah, that will
Okay.
help because you're getting, there's a little bit of delay on GovTV. So,
Okay, yeah, it's not it wasn't a video or anything, it's just, okay. I don't know what to say or do about the case. This is all brand new to me, so I don't know what I'm presenting or showing. I turned over all the evidence to the police and to some sergeants, and they said to get it investigated by Internal Affairs.
so the way that this works is the CPOA, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency, was provided your case, and they have independently reviewed the available materials, your complaint, any evidence that may be there, and they've come to a finding. And so I think that what this is your opportunity to address the board and provide any information that you feel like would be beneficial as we review their findings and come to a decision as to whether to approve those findings.
Okay. It's just other agencies are interested in the findings because Lisa Baldwin has filed a false report with Adult Protective Services, and they're interested with the outcome of this. The bank where my money was seized, they're also interested in this. You know, if they find out there was something that wasn't right, they will be able to reimburse my money and press charges against her. Did everybody get a chance to read the report that I turned in? Or
Yeah, I read the complaint that you turned in.
okay, yeah, because Sergeant Ortiz felt that, you know, I was not included in the report. I didn't get my chance to speak out. He denied my legal counsel, and then he allowed Lisa Baldwin to testify for me. And she gave him evidence which contradicts what she put in the police report.
Okay, so if I understand that correctly, your side of the incident or the issue was not heard or was not taken into account according to, similar to like Ms. Baldwin's side?
Right.
Okay.
It wasn't even close. She turned, like I said, she turned in evidence which conflicted what she put in the police report herself. And my legal counsel said that was very odd for the detective to say when he contacted him to make a meeting, he said thanks, but no thanks. And I don't think that's standard procedure, is it?
Well, and just to clarify, sir, is this under litigation at this time?
You mean already in action?
Yeah.
No.
Like by lawyers or anything?
Well, we haven't gone forward because the minute the detective got the report, he made it inactive. I talked to a Sergeant Stockton, and he said your file has gone inactive. It's just sitting there. It didn't get pushed forward. It just sat. And every day I got to check warrants and my bank to see what else is going on. You know, I'm in fear because if I get convicted of something that's false, I'll lose my job.
Okay, Mr. Perea, is there anything else that you would like to add or you believe is important for the board to know as we hear your case?
Just that as soon as I get information, I need to let Adult Protective Services know, the bank know, because they're all on the hinge of this because they see that the conflicting of evidence, the lack of me not being allowed for legal counsel is very strange. And also Bernalillo County is investigating too. So if there's anything else you need from me, I have a huge book of evidence and compiled documents and statements from all these different agencies and other people to show that there was misconduct in taking the report.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yeah, so can I ask what for some sort of clarifying information? What are you requesting from APD? And from what I read in the complaint, it's to get APD to conduct an investigation which would exonerate you in a alleged fraud case concerning your sister and yourself.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes. Because
All
I
right.
wasn't given the chance in the initial report, and that report was used. It was taken to the bank. They seized my assets and withdrew $19,800. And the bank says, sir,
Which report was this that was used to withdraw money from your account?
the police report she gave to Detective Griego. The police report, the actual police report.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a copy of that?
So the way that this works, Mr. Perea, just so you are aware, is the complaint was filed on your behalf by a Sergeant James Ortiz. It was provided to the agency, and the agency, which consists of an investigative staff, has reviewed the information and the evidence that's available. And they have come to a finding as to whether or not any policies, standard operating procedures, have been violated as a result of what transpired. And so we don't do the investigation as the board. We review their findings, just so you're aware. Okay. You will, at the end of this process, receive a letter that explains any kind of appeal or whatever your options are once the finding has gone through and this process has happened. And so I would encourage you to read that, take note of the timelines that are in place, and make any additional decisions if there's information that was not provided that you feel like is needed to be.
There was evidence that when the detective took her statement, there was evidence she left out that was critical, and he didn't review the evidence she even gave him. Therefore, if he would have read that evidence, he would have found out her statement was completely false, and then she withheld evidence.
Okay. Mr. Perea, I thank you so much for your time and for engaging in this process. And you can expect that letter to probably get to you sometime within the next week to 2 weeks. Okay.
Well, thank you so much, because I can pass it on to these other agencies.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. So we need to move on. We've got somebody connecting to audio. And we can go on ahead and let Mr. Perea free of these Zoom confines.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So do we have a motion as to case 153-21?
I move we accept the findings of the agency.
Second.
Thank you, Member Nixon and Dr. Cass. Any discussion on this case? Dr. Cass? Okay. All right. Seeing no discussion, let's go on ahead and take the roll. Ms. Varela.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Next item on our agenda, Diane, do we have anybody in the waiting room for sustained and sustained not based on original complaint? Item C.
No, the only person so far waiting in the waiting room is going to be for item G. So just keep that in
Okay.
mind.
Thank you. All right, so sustained violation not based on original complaint. This is item 8C on our agenda, case 155-21. Do we have a motion? I move that we approve the findings of the agency in case 155-21.
I'll second it.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Not seeing any discussion. Can we have Ms. Barella call the roll, please?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
yes,
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Item 8D on our agenda is sustained not based on original complaint, exonerated, unfounded, and administratively closed, case 148-21. Do we have a motion?
I'll
Move
move
that-
with the agency's findings.
Thank you, Member French.
Second.
Thank you, Member Nixon. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
yes,
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Item 8F on our agenda is, there are two cases in this. They are sustained, not sustained and unfounded. Case number 134-21 and 149-21.
Excuse me, Member
Did I
Galloway,
skip?
did you skip E? Sustain.
Forgive me. I highlighted it and thought that I'd already done it. So item E, 8E on our agenda is case 140-21, findings of sustained violation not based on original complaint, exonerated and administratively closed. Do we have a motion?
Move that we accept the findings.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Member Nixon, second by Member French to accept the findings. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
yes,
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. All right, now moving on to item 8F. Two cases, 134-21 and 149-21, findings of sustained, not sustained, and an unfounded. We have a motion for one or both of these cases.
I move that we accept the findings.
Of both, Member Nixon?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, Member French. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
yes. And what I'd just like to comment that one of these cases has resulted in some policy action, which the policy committee is taking up. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Cass, for that update.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Galloway, if I could just briefly interject.
Yes, Member Crawford.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm working out of a hotel right now, and it's one of those days where everything has gone wrong. Yeah, I just wanted to restate what Member Dr. Cass mentioned. We have a policy recommendation related to one of these cases, which I think will hopefully be really helpful in avoiding similar incidents in the future. So I'm looking forward to hopefully having that ready for the next board meeting.
Thank you, Member Crawford. We'll look forward to seeing that. Okay, moving on to item 8G on our agenda is unfounded cases 145-21, 146-21, 154-21, 158-21, and 215-21. Director McDermott, who is joining us?
Ms. Montoya is here for 215-21.
Thank you. You'll go on ahead.
All right.
Oh. I think Ms. Montoya is already here, correct?
No, different Montoya.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Lucia Montoya. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't see you.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
My computer. There. Can you see me? I'm trying to wave.
Yeah. Hi, Ms. Montoya.
You guys are lucky you can't see me. I just got out of work. I'm a mess. Hello. Thank you so much, everyone. May I speak now, or I wasn't sure?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think
Thank
you're
you
good to
very
go.
much.
You've got 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you very much, Chantel.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you, for hearing. I'm not sure if you're hearing my case, or I've never done this before, and I didn't write anything because I wanted to speak from the heart, and I wanted to advise you all that I absolutely love law enforcement. My first job at the tender age of 17 was with the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department in training and recruiting. So I understand what officers have to go through, training, their background, psychological exams, interview after interview. Their lives are changed. Their families' lives are changed. However, this particular incident brought me down to my knees when I was asked to come out of my home for a reason I was not aware of, and I was never given a reason. And what prompted me to follow up with a complaint was when I called dispatch 911. I believe I used 242 cops, not 911, and asked them why were the police brought to my home, and they stated that it was confidential. And that brought me further confusion. And back to my conversation with the police officers, there were two in separate vehicles. I'm going to call one the lead. The other gentleman or officer never spoke a word. He just stood there. And every time I asked, why are we having this conversation? His response was, your neighbor states you don't want to be her friend anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't realize that officers answer calls that are not related to some sort of breaking of the law. And as I explained to the officer, no dispute or any issues have occurred between me and the person who called in to make this complaint. So I was further confused on the call and why I was still out there having a conversation. And again, he kept deflecting and stating that he wanted me to mediate with her and come to some sort of resolution. Again, I didn't know what the resolution or what the issue was to have a resolution because I didn't understand the nature of the call. And again, further exasperating the issue was 911 not releasing why they called, which prompted me to file this complaint with a heavy heart. I want to say that. And that's what I want to talk about today, or have you all really think about it, because we should know why we're being summoned outside our home. We should all at least have that and understand our rights. So I can give a good, valid reason. And I would have been willing to talk, and I was willing to talk, but I didn't know why I was talking. And so I asked him, am I in trouble? Do I need a lawyer? Am I under arrest? And he said, no. We just want to know why you're not friends anymore. And when I stated I did not want to have mediation, he said, well, that's how you want to live. And I just didn't understand the whole idea of the conversation, the premise of it. And so I certainly don't want to get anyone in trouble, but I think we need to look at that. Crime is up in Albuquerque. There are pressing needs that the department needs to go to. And we shouldn't be taken out of our home, especially during COVID, for reasons we don't understand. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montoya. Just so you know what to expect, the agency will issue a findings letter to you. You will likely receive that in the next week to 2 weeks. And with that, it will have the findings and any other additional action that's available to you, should you be dissatisfied with the findings of the agency, okay? All righty. Thank you so much for your time, Ms. Montoya. Okay.
Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
And to you too, ma'am. All right, so whatever we need to do to go on ahead and let Ms. Montoya go from this meeting, that would be great. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Sorry, working on it. Took it to Monday.
That's okay, not a problem. All righty, so we are at, I gotta get back to my agenda. Item G, unfounded cases 14521, 14621, 15421, 15821, 21521 again. Do we have a motion for one or all of these cases?
I move we accept the findings of the agency for all of these cases.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. I'll second. Is there any discussion as to this batch of cases?
Yeah, so for Ms. Montoya's case, I'm glad that she actually was able to participate on this call, because it really illustrates an issue, a serious issue that's happening with APD, and that is with customer service, but also there's a lot of ambiguity, and I'm hoping that APD is listening to this, because that ambiguity causes stress and it causes anxiety. I think it's unnecessary. I've heard what Ms. Montoya said as far as, you know, just wanting some sort of clarity on that. And again, I don't think that the officers always intend to either belittle or to be ambiguous as far as what it is they're doing. They're dealing with a lot, believe me, I know. But I think that this points to the necessity of APD's training and perhaps their management and leadership to take a look at these kind of cases, and or just this kind of behavior from their officers, and say, hey, there may be a better way, or you know, maybe we need to do some things to relieve the stress on officers, so that when they're in front of the public, they can serve better. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Member Nixon. Any additional conversation, discussion around these cases? Seeing none, Ms. Varela, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Final item under agenda item 8 is 8H, unfounded and exonerated cases, 13521, 13721, 14721. And Director McDermott, if I understood correctly, there's nobody else waiting this evening, correct? Okay.
No, ma'am.
So do we have a motion as to any or all of these cases? Okay, then I move that we accept the findings of the agency for unfounded and exonerated cases listed on our agenda.
I second.
Okay. We have a motion and a couple of seconds from Member Dr. Cass and Member Nixon. Do we have any discussion as to these items? Seeing none, Ms. Varela, if you will call the roll, please.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Moving on to item 9 on our agenda, non-concurrence cases. This is the response back from the deputy chief for CPC cases 06721 and 09521. There's no real action, I think, that we need to take on this. It's more of kind of a receipt be noted that we have these non-concurrence letters and a flag for the monitoring team so that it's easily accessible to them as they do their case reviews. So there any discussions as to these two cases? Seeing none, we're going to go on ahead and move on to item 10 on our agenda, serious use of force cases and officer involved shootings. Typically, we take these one at a time, and Director McDermott, I'm not sure if you sat in on the use of force for the Force Review Board for any of these cases.
No, I'm afraid these are all older. I only started doing any kind of like recommendation or review actually today. So most of what you're going to be dealing with for the next few months, I won't have any input, but the FRB minutes will reflect whatever Director Harness did review in that situation.
Thank you so much, Diane. Dr. Cass, are you in a position to feel comfortable leading the board through these cases? Oh, you're muted, sir.
Yes, there's a couple things I want to say in preface to this, and that is that we've been in active discussion with APD as to accessing the data and trying to work through the availability of the information so that we can review these in a timely way. We're getting good cooperation, and I think given that we actually, it came up as a subject of discussion at our amici meeting yesterday, I think it will improve even more from that. So having said that, there's a little bit of confusion about this, and I'll take the responsibility for contributing to the confusion. But we had requested cases for what our policy has been to request investigative files, which includes additional OBRD video for the officer involved shootings, and then not requesting all that, but rely on the PowerPoint presentation that was made to the FRB in order to review the serious use of force cases, which can still include level 3 uses of force, but they do not include an actual shooting or a fatality. So I will go through these. The first 4 cases are basically uses of force, which include level 3 uses of force, but they're all in the category of takedowns or resisted handcuffing or cases like that. So the first one is 20-001-5405, and this occurred on February 18th, 2020. And I'll leave out names here because I don't think it's necessary to have them in terms of considering this case, and I don't want to call attention to situations that bring up some painful events. So the individual called police to report that her son was not allowed to be in the house and was refusing to leave. The dispatcher, the individual told the dispatcher that he'd been recently taken to and released from a mental health facility. So the officers showed up on the scene and then attempted to arrest the individual. So you should all have had a chance to review the PowerPoint file, and essentially what I'm doing is I'm just trying to refresh your memory from of what occurred or what was visible in the PowerPoint file. So the individual was arrested and he was taken to the substation. And while in one of the holding cells, he was instructed to go into the holding cell. He did not comply, and the officer grabbed his arm, and the individual then attempted to pull away and reared back. And in my viewing of the video, he fell on his own in attempt to pull away from the officer. The findings of the FRB were that the officer had twice told the individual to walk into the holding cell, and due to his sudden actions and active resistance, they weren't able to give any further warnings, but they found that the individual had attempted to batter the officer by turning, rearing his head back to try to stop the officer. So the findings were that there were no violations of policy and no violations of, I want to get this right. There was one found violation of training, which was, or concern about training, was that officers had questioned the individual without first providing his Miranda warnings. The final issue was that in their review, the IFD sergeant noted that he coached the IAFD detective about evidence collection, missing the surveillance footage from this event, and the importance of attempting follow-up interviews with involved individuals in an interview was not conducted at the time of the incident. The reviewing lieutenant, IAFD lieutenant, identified concerns regarding the timely request and collection of video surveillance footage, and it was noted that DIVRT was just becoming operational when this incident occurred. The reviewing IFD commander noted that the on-scene sergeant improperly classified the use of force level 2 and as a level 2, and failed to interview or failed to view Officer 1's OBRD video. The IFD commander documented counseling the sergeant on these matters. So essentially, there was no violation of policy found by the FRB, or I'm sorry, no misconduct was identified by the by the PRB, the FRB, and the only concerns were raised with policy violations, and as those I just read. So I would move that we accept the findings of the FRB and leave it and open this, ask for a second and open it for discussion.
I'll second that for you, Dr. Cass, and we will move into the discussion portion of this agenda item. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela, if you would call the roll as to case 20-00154005 under item 10 of our agenda, please.
Before we vote, let me just say something. I'm a little bit annoyed on this. The link that Ms. McDermott sent, Director McDermott sent, does not work. So I do not have those PowerPoints. I was able to talk to Jim Kaplan and get the OBDR video on it, but as far as the PowerPoint, when you click the link, I don't get that. I get some old files that were PowerPoints before. So I just want to go on record. Thank you for the description, Dr. Cass, but I don't have too much to go on other than the OBDR video that I've been able to go through in that. So I don't care what needs to happen, but in the future, I need to make sure that there's a link that is working for those particular cases. I know that this is something we have been working on for the past few weeks, but there's something missing on this process, and it's something technical on that end. I don't think that Diane sent me the wrong link or a bad link on purpose or anything like that, but there's something wrong with this process. And I just want to go on record as saying that. And I
Member
know,
Dr. Katz, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Member Nixon. I thought you were finished.
no, go ahead. Dr. Cass had called me earlier in this and thinking I had it. Actually, I'm glad that Jim Kaplan was able to help me because I got a lot of video and stuff like that to sift through, but this is not cool.
Well, let me try to explain. I agree that there are problems with the process, and we are working on those. And I think we've worked through them. But there are two sets of at least there's more than one link associated, and all the PowerPoint and FRB files are found on a separate link than the investigative files that you found was not working properly and that you talked to Jim Kaplan about. So essentially, those are the files that are more protected by APD, the ones that you were able to access. The ones that you weren't able to access regarding the PowerPoint or that you didn't have access to are the link for those was provided. It's been actually provided on several occasions. It may not have been provided as recently as we needed in order to make sure that you were looking in the right place. But that I've tested that link many times, and I think it's it is available. But in the future, what we'll try to do is to get the current link for every file so that there's no ambiguity about where you go to get that.
Okay.
I understand your concern, and it's been one that I've had to live with for quite a while myself. So
the link is working for you. It's not working for me.
well,
I work in IP for the federal government. I know the difference between the link that works and doesn't. And for some reason, this isn't working. We can take this offline and talk about it.
Well,
but
let's do
it's
that.
frustrating. Let's do that.
Yeah, right. See, I think we're talking about two different links is what it is.
Could be. I'm just going on what I was saying.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to accept the findings of the FRB with regards to, and I moved away from my agenda, of course, with regards to case 20-0015-405. Any additional discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Member Crawford, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes, ma'am.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Varela. Moving on to item 10B on our agenda. It is case 20-001763. Member Dr. Cass?
Yes. So this is a case that occurred on February 24th, 2020. And it involves, the initial dispatch was that the investigative support unit was tasked with the apprehension of an individual who had an outstanding felony warrant for armed robbery. The investigative support unit detectives set up surveillance at an address, and at approximately 13:30, these detectives observed the two individuals leave the residence in a gray Dodge pickup truck. The detectives followed the two in the hopes they could apprehend the individual in a safe location. During the surveillance, a detective followed the two into a Walmart and observed that one of the individuals was possibly armed with a handgun. The detective also observed that the individuals steal items from inside the store. The detectives then followed the individuals back to the residence and observed the two enter the residence. They then made the decision to establish a perimeter around the house and use a public address system to call the individual out of the house. At approximately 16:15, the detective began PA announcements warning area residents there was an ongoing police emergency. The detective directed announcements to the individual, giving him specific exit instructions to ensure that if he followed the directions, the officers could guarantee his safety. Detectives noticed a surveillance camera mounted on the roof of the residence. An officer fired a 40mm round in an attempt to disable the camera. The round missed. After approximately 4 minutes of PA announcements, one individual, female, exited the house and was taken into custody without incident. While detectives were waiting to take the individual into custody, A large dog exited the backyard and began approaching officers. Fearing the dog would attack the arrest team, officers fired a 40-millimeter round while striking the dog in the chest. The dog then retreated into the yard. Officer 1 made another attempt at disabling the camera with his 40-millimeter sponge round, and this round also missed. Another detective took over PA announcements and reiterated a police emergency warning and direct announcements to the male individual. PA announcements directed him to exit with his hands up and empty and to follow the directions of officers. Approximately 12 minutes after the detectives initiated the PA, he exited the residence. After he exited the residence, detectives began giving him commands to face away from them and to walk backwards toward the sound of their voice. The individual complied with their orders. As the distance closed, detectives began to give him commands that IAFD determined to be ambiguous. When the distance between the individual and the detective closed to about 2 feet, Detective 1 struck Julian in the torso with the barrel of his rifle. In his report, Detective 1 said, Julian began taking his hands from his head and feared Julian was going to grab his rifle, reach for a weapon, or batter him with his hands. Although Detective 1 had the lawful objective to arrest him on the outstanding warrant, IAFD determined the force was unreasonable and not consistent with APD policy. Let's see, so that's a summary of the case. As I think this was the main finding was that this action of striking the individual in the torso with his rifle was unwarranted use of force, unreasonable use of force, and not consistent with APD policy. Within this case, of course, the use of force policies are cited, which state that officers shall use the minimum amount of force that is reasonable, necessary, and proportional based on the totality of the circumstances. So I would move that we accept the findings of the Force Review Board, IAFD, and the Force Review Board, and I ask for a second and then open this up to discussion and further questions.
Okay, I'll second that. And we will move into discussion.
And I'm sorry, on that last part, Dr. Cass, anyone on the board knows what the disciplinary action was on this officer? If there was any?
That's, I'm sorry, the disciplinary action is not within in the report. So we don't have a report on that.
Okay. Director McDermott, will we know what that is?
No, I have no access to extra materials. All the materials for the force review cases are included in the materials and in the links. So
In the PowerPoints?
extra things I don't have. And I guess as long as I have the floor a moment, I'm just gonna, something I'd put in the chat. Just for clarification, I know we'll discuss this offline, but I did want to just point out that the force review materials are coming straight from APD. Those links come, and if you have any difficulties with those, you do need to let the agency know quickly and timely so we can go ahead and figure out what's going on. And then the videos are shared. So since I hadn't heard if other members were having difficulty, I'm not sure what the situation is, and we'll figure that out for you, Member Nixon, but just pointing out that point of clarification that I didn't send links that didn't work.
Yeah, you did. And it's not your fault. They're not working. They came from your email. So it's, again, I'm not blaming you for it. It's just the links are not working. There could be a lot of technical reasons for that.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out then. I appreciate it.
So if I don't jump the line here, I would like to offer some observations about this case. I just noted that in watching this video, there was it took some amount of time for the individual to surrender and walk backwards toward the officers, and then he was given these what were determined to be the ambiguous order of looking forward while walking backwards. And he interpreted that to mean that he should turn and face the officer, which I think is a reasonable interpretation. And as a result of that, he was, in this conflicted situation. And when he did get in front of the individual, the officer with the rifle, that's when he was struck in the abdomen with the rifle. At the same time, there was a barking canine, which it seems to me would also serve to distract the individual from, both trusting that if he was complying with the orders, or wasn't going, his safety could be assured, which is one of the commands that's being given. But I think having a canine at the scene just adds chaos to the situation and makes it that much more difficult to comply. So I think while this individual he may have been slow in complying, but in general, he complied reasonably well. And I think the fact that he, I think it was appropriate that the IAFD identified these issues, and I will in fact read you the issues that were identified by IAFD, which I think is important here, because I think while disciplining the officer is one thing, I think it's also important that we get changes in the policy and changes in the training, which will improve the situation for the future. So it says the IAFD detective noted the commands given by Officer 1 were ambiguous. He told the individual to look forward instead of face away from me. He correctly ordered the individual to walk backwards, but when the individual stepped within 1 or 2 feet of the detective, the officer again told him, look forward. The individual apparently took this to mean he should face toward the officers. The reviewing IAFD lieutenant recognized the muzzle strike was potentially out of policy and ordered the investigating detective to analyze it further. He further commented that the strike was not necessary, proportional, and reasonable. The IAFD lieutenant contacted the IASU lieutenant and voiced his concerns about the tactics employed by Officer number 1. The IASU lieutenant addressed the concerns with the IASU sergeant and detectives and memorialized his action and memo forward to the IAFD lieutenant. So I think another message I get from this is that the process is improving. This is an incident that occurred. It's been over a year ago, but it was early. It was early in the new use of force policies. But I think the fact that they did identify these actions and more accurately, I think shows that there's progress being made. The other thing I wanted to point out is that in some of these investigations, they give a timeline which gives some perspective to the actions of the officer and the investigation. So, or the officers. So the incident occurred, as I mentioned earlier, on February 20th, February 24th of 2020. The detective investigation was complete in 6th of April, 2020. The sergeant investigation was complete on the 19th of May. The command review investigation was complete on the 21st of May, all of these in 2020. Then they point out that sometime after this and before the Force Review Board presentation in October of 2020, they're looking at opening internal affairs I think that's recommendations on all potential policy violations. On November 4th, 2020, they issued an order that commands and orders will no longer be considered as de-escalation efforts, which is relevant in this situation, I believe. So, but occurring well after the incident. On the 24th of November, detectives will make reasonable follow-up efforts to contact civilian witnesses if a witness was not available during the initial on-scene investigation. On February 25th, 2021, a full year after the incident, IAFD follow-up interviews with officers will be conducted in person. These are all changes in practice. And then a week later, on March 3rd, March 2nd, 2021, IAFD will interview all involved witnesses and officers. So you can see that the process evolving, and I think that's it's important to have that perspective on these cases as we get into more frequent review of these cases. I think this gives us gives us more information as to what's being brought to bear from APD in the review and investigation of these cases. So that's all I have to say about it. I'd like to turn the floor back over to anyone who has other comments.
No,
Are there any additional sorry.
Just saying that's a good summation. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Okay, then we have a motion and a second to accept the findings of the FRB 20-0017623. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
thank you. Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Moving on to item 10C, case 20-0037586. Member Dr. Cass. Dr. Cass, you're muted. I'm sorry.
I have to say this all again. So thank you. I got carried away. Let me find my place. All right, so this incident still getting, all right. This incident occurred on May 9th, 2020. It involved empty hand strikes while handcuffed and resisted handcuffing. The investigation, I'll go through this in a little bit different order. The investigation was completed on July 9th, 2020. The detective investigation. The sergeant review was completed on August 3rd, 2020, and the IAFD commander review was completed in August 4th, 2020. So we're talking about getting the investigation to be complete at the first level, the detective investigation approximately 2 months after the incident occurred, which is an important change in the timeline. They also go through the same process of identifying changes which were made in their policies up to this point. So the event occurred when officers observed a male chasing a female on foot in front of an address, and they stopped their patrol car in front of the male and female. The male stopped running, but the female continued. The individual was approached by the male and by the officer and with his laser at low ready. He told the individual to get on the ground and get on the ground now. The individual complied, but told officers he had done nothing wrong. After he sat on the curb, the officer grabbed his right wrist. He moved to a position behind him and ordered, "Give me your hand." He did not comply and instead spun around so the officer could not get behind him. The officer told the individual 5 times to give him his hand. He did not comply, put his hand on his shoulder and moved his right hand behind his back. The individual attempted to the individual resisted the officer's attempt to handcuff him by pulling his hand back to the front of his body. The officer grabbed his left wrist and told him to put his hands behind his back. He moved his hand behind his back and forced him onto his right side. the individual briefly pulled his hand away from the officer's grasp, and the officer regained control and helped to move the individual onto his abdomen. So he was, the officers had a lawful objective to detain the individual in order to further their investigation. The empty hand techniques used to overcome his resistance were found to be reasonable and within APD policy. He was then secured in handcuffs, and the officers left to find the female. The individual continued to ask why he was being arrested. The officer told him, "You're being detained, not arrested." The individual then repeatedly asked why he was being detained. He was allowed to move into a more upright position while the officer double locked the handcuffs, and the officer kept his hand on the top of the individual's shoulder. While the officer completed the double locking of the handcuffs, the individual was in a semi-seated position, began to move his upper body backward toward the officer, and his intention was for this movement was not known. As the individual made the backward movement, the officer grabbed his jacket at the shoulder and pulled him forward onto the sidewalk. The individual landed on his abdomen and chest. The IFD determined that Officer 2 had no lawful objective for this use of force. This force was found to be unreasonable and not within APD policy. A misconduct investigation was initiated into this use of force. After the officer pulled the individual onto the sidewalk, onto his abdomen, he initially refused to stand up when told. After more commands to stand, the individual became somewhat compliant and was assisted to his feet by Officer 2 and 3. The officers then walked the individual toward the patrol car. Officer 3 held onto his left hand in the handcuffs while they were walking as they approached the patrol car. The officer let go of the individual's arm to unlock the vehicle. Officer continued escorting the individual to the vehicle. OBRD video shows the individual's foot come off the curb, and he is seen suddenly impacting the rear quarter panel of the patrol vehicle. IAFD determined evidence showed Officer 2 lost contact with the individual immediately prior to the individual striking the patrol car. IAFD noted the individual conducted the patrol car with momentum consistent with being pushed. IAFD determined Officer 2 had no lawful objective for this use of force. This force was found to be unreasonable, not within APD policy. A misconduct investigation was initiated into this use of force. Based upon the totality of the circumstances, was the force used the minimum amount necessary to effect the arrest? Aside from the 2 out of policy uses of force that I just described, the force utilized to place the individual in the handcuffs and subsequently into the patrol car was the minimum amount of force necessary to effect his arrest. The force used at MDC to move the individual move the handcuffs behind his back was the minimum amount of force necessary to control his movements. Was the use of force proportional? Aside from the 2 uses of force found to be out of policy, the force used to move and control Justin were proportional to his level of resistance. After each use of force, officers stopped using force and allowed Justin to comply based on the totality of the circumstances. Was the force, I should have paused there. Based on the totality of the circumstances, was the force used reasonable? Yes. SOP 252 2B1 states force is reasonable when it is minimum amount of force necessary to effect an arrest or protect an officer or individual under the circumstances. So I've tried to go through this in some more detail than we have in the past, and with the idea that the actual policy that deals with these, proportionate uses of force, unnecessary or necessary, reasonable, are identified by the policy that governs it, so that we can become a little bit more familiar with that policy. So there was a misconduct found, a policy violation, which I've described. There was also a constitutional violation found, which was that Officer 3 removed property from the individual's pockets on 2 separate occasions prior to establishing probable cause for an arrest. Let's see, and that is all of the violations. So there were also some other findings about activating OBRD. There were several policies that describe the lack of operation, or that describe the required operation of the OBRD, as well as the use of force, applicable use of force policies.
You mean those are violations found out?
They were just policy citations of which policies applied in each of these cases. So, for example, Officer 2 was the policy that was appropriate was SOP 252-6A1, where officers shall identify themselves as peace officers and announce their intent to detail, search, or arrest before using force. So there's a policy listing for these findings. One other comment, there's an issue identified by IAFD, which is the IAFD commander noted Officer 3 was an OJT on-job training at the time of this incident. The IAFD commander forwarded the case to the academy as a potential training case, highlighting officers need to intervene when they see a fellow officer becoming too emotionally attached to a situation. So that's the summary of the case. I will relinquish the floor.
At the beginning of your summation, you use a term, just for clarification for everybody on the call, including maybe some citizens that are listening. Can you clarify what I think you said low laser or low light or something like that at the beginning?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Let's see. I'm trying to see where this was referred to.
Okay, it was right at the beginning.
I believe what this is that you have your I believe this was a taser.
Okay.
Reference to a taser, and I believe it's your taser is drawn, and but it's pointed down in a downward direction and not directed at an individual.
Okay, so I think maybe you said low taser. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the actual language. I can't.
Okay.
I don't.
I hadn't heard that term before, but it sounded like an interesting term. So.
Let me see if I can. At low ready, it was.
Low ready. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So Officer 2 approached the individual, later identified so-and-so with his taser at low ready. So that's.
Thank you.
And I believe all these terms are defined in the definitions of, in the use of force policies. And in fact, there is one policy that is essentially, devoted to definitions. So these can be, if you have questions about this, that's another place to look. So, is any other comments about this case?
Not seeing anything. Dr. Cass, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, if I hadn't, I would move that we accept the findings of the FRB or the IAFD and FRB in this case.
I'll second that. And I think we've already asked for any discussion, but if there is none, I still see none. Then Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass, Member Dr. Cass.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barella. We are going to move on to, oh gosh, I'm on the wrong thing, to item 10D, I believe is where we are, case 20-00436667. Member Dr. Cass. Dr. Cass, you're on mute again.
That's good. I was just mumbling to myself. So, all right. So this is a case that occurred on the 31st of May, 2020. And it involves a resisted handcuffing. And the initial call came at 10:22 in the morning. The caller stated someone was shooting out of a window from an unknown apartment in building 20 and advised the shooting had been going on since midnight. While officers were en route, the 911 operator heard multiple shots fired. Additional callers stated they heard shots from the building. With a force array in place, field officers began to approach building 20 and heard another shot being fired. Officers began attempting to locate where the shot came from. Field officers saw an individual holding a rifle and made announcements to put your hands up. The male walked away from officers and entered an unknown apartment in building 20. While officers were establishing a perimeter around the building, there were approximately 25 more shots which came from within an unknown apartment. The 25 additional shots occurred over a span of approximately 22 minutes. Due to officers taking cover, they were unable to identify the apartment number where the shots were coming from. Officers were able to identify that the individual was shooting at the upper portion of a barrier wall that was bordering the apartment complex parking lot in Interstate 25. So there were several deployments of chemical munitions in order to get the individual to exit the apartment. And in fact, there's quite a bit of OBRD video showing the officers firing chemical munitions at the window or at the windows of this apartment in order to, first of all, to get chemical munitions in there to get him to leave, get the individual to leave. And then at a later time, they wanted to make a hole in the window large enough to fly a drone through. And the OBRD, there's some OBRD footage of a drone, within the department, photographing the individual there. But during this, the process, the individual will go to the after some chemical munitions were deployed, the individual exited the apartment or a particular apartment and began walking toward the stairs. The individual was holding an AK-47 rifle and pulled back on the charging handle. The officers were in precision rifle observer positions to the south of the building. Two officers independently fired one shot at the individual. It was unknown at the time whether either officer hit Roy. However, the individual retreated back into his apartment. The officers had the lawful objective to defend an officer or person from physical acts of another and to effect the arrest of the individual. The individual was holding a firearm, made the firearm ready for operation while closing distance toward officers. The use of deadly force by officers was deemed lawful, objectively reasonable, and within APD policy. After the officers engaged the individual, they observed him re-enter the apartment, and a chemical munitions plan was authorized and deployed to prevent him from being able to track and engage officers. So they fired some more rounds into the apartment, and this was deemed to be lawful and objectively reasonable. They then issued tactical command authorized more chemical munitions plan in an attempt to create a portal large enough for the drone to enter the apartment. They deployed 5 volleys of OCCS. Let's see, this is pepper spray, I think is a common name. they had the lawful objective to do this. They deployed a drone, and they actually deployed a second drone when the first drone overheated. There was two noise flash diversionary devices which were also deployed. And after approximately 2 minutes, they deployed two more noise flash devices into the courtyard in front of the apartment, and it appeared that from the drone observations that the individuals appeared to sleep through all this noise. After the final use of the chemical munitions, the individual exited the department and submitted to arrest. The officer utilized a show of force with his rifle until the individual was placed into handcuffs. After being placed into handcuffs, he became passively resistant and refused to follow verbal commands of roll over. The officer utilized the handcuffs to pull him upward away from the ground. Two officers had the lawful objective to effect the arrest of the individual. The individual was passively resisting arrest by refusing to obey commands. The show of force by Officer 6 and the use of force empty hand technique by Officer 5 were deemed lawful, objectively reasonable within APD policy. There was another view given of this from the MATF interview, which I will summarize here, and that is that the officer discussed handcuffing the individual. He mentioned that the individual told him he couldn't hear what he was saying, yet he was talking on the phone with someone. The officer said that the individual was not helping him get to his feet, so he had to pull him up. As was the IAFD practice at the time, an administrative follow-up interview with Officer 5 was not completed. IAFD has since adopted a policy to interview all officers involved with witnessing force. Had this incident occurred today, an interview would have been completed to further investigate Officer 5 pulling the individual up by the handcuffs. I think this is a significant event here too. That's my comment. IAFD policy now also requires an IAFD supervisor to respond to all tactical activations involving level 2 or level 3 force. This will help ensure that the responding IAFD detective identifies all uses of force and more likely identifies any potential training needs and or misconduct. An officer perception was also given in the FRB presentation. Officer 1 told the MATF investigator, this is the multi-agency task force investigator, that he saw the individual walk out of the apartment holding the AK-47 style rifle. He saw the individual holding it near his waistline, parallel to the ground. He felt the individual was going to start shooting at officers. An officer told the investigator, in order to protect the other officers, he aimed center mass and fired one round at the individual. Officer 2 told the MATF investigator he watched the individual walk in the direction of the officers near the Bearcat and watched as the individual pulled the charging handle on the rifle. Officer 2 identified this as a deadly threat to the officers and citizens in the area. He stated, "I felt he was going to start shooting either at the citizens or at the police officers that were on scene. I made the decision that deadly force needed to be used to stop his actions." Regarding de-escalation, the field officers arrived on the scene and heard shots being fired. They utilized buildings and vehicles as cover and stayed a reasonable distance away from the location they believed the shots were being fired from. Once officers arrived on the scene, it was determined that the suspect was in a particular apartment. They contacted him by telephone and attempted to de-escalate him and persuade him to come outside. However, these attempts were not successful prior to force being utilized. One of the initial responding officers told Roy, "Put your hands up." This was given, this was in regard to orders that were given. In regard to verbal persuasion, they attempted to persuade by advising the individual that they could guarantee his safety if he complied with commands. Regarding warnings and feasibility of warnings, no warnings were given prior to utilization of chemical munitions. This was due to the exigency of the individual firing a rifle from his residence. So again, I'm just trying to point out that, you know, this is a particular policy regarding de-escalation, and this synopsis of the event deals with, you know, multiple aspects of this de-escalation policy. And I think this is another important milestone in the investigation and in the review of these events. But not only but in the conduct of the event itself, it's clear that there, you know, more attention is being given to de-escalation as is appropriate from the policies. The other factors considered here, which are the Graham factors, which have to do with the justification for force, which include the severity of the crime, which in this case was aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the immediacy of the threat, which is the individual was actively shooting a high-powered rifle from inside his apartment. Initially, officers did not know the location of the individual. During the incident, the individual exited his apartment with a rifle, pulling the charging handle, and began walking toward the stairs outside of the apartment. And then the level of resistance, which is active resistance, which in this case was firing his rifle and barricading himself. So regarding the reasonable, necessary, and proportional use of force, the officers, the SOP 252-2 states officers who use force shall use the minimum amount of force that is reasonable, necessary, and proportional based on the totality of the circumstances confronting the officers in order to bring about a lawful objective. So based on the totality of the circumstances, was the force used the minimum amount necessary to effect the arrest? And the IAFD answer is yes. Officers attempted to gain compliance through the use of chemical munitions. The individual then exited his residence with a rifle and was making the rifle ready for fire. This prompted tactical officers to utilize lethal force, which was ineffective. Once the individual returned to his residence, tactical officers returned the chemical munitions, which eventually led to a peaceful surrender. Based on the totality of the circumstances, was the force used proportional? Yes. Officers responded to the level of resistance given by the individual with proportional force. This resulted in varying levels of force throughout the encounter. Based on the totality of the circumstances, was the force used reasonable? Yes. SOP 252-2B1 states force is reasonable when it is minimum necessary force, or minimum amount of force necessary to effect an arrest or protect an individual or other individuals under the circumstances. So the conclusions were that the findings were predicated for the use of force were predicated on the use of force policies with a specific attention to the following SOPs, which include SOP 6-8-3, the barricaded subjects, SOP 253 regarding a level 3 uses of force, and SOP 253 regarding a level 1 use of force. Regarding after the use of force, the individual was compliant after being taken into custody. No officers were injured during the incident. The individual was not injured during the incident. The individual was booked on several counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. His case is being federally prosecuted and he awaits trial. An uninvolved tactical sergeant completed the initial on-scene investigation. MATF and IAFD responded to the scene to conduct the use of force investigation. There's some further issues identified with by IAFD. I won't go through all of these. I don't believe they're all quite equally important, but I'm trying to find a way to summarize these. There was a essentially it was a typographical error in reporting in that, and one officer had stated in his report that he had deployed a round successfully into an opening. And when they reviewed his report, when they reviewed the OBRD, they noticed that that had not occurred. And when they followed up with an interview with this officer, he stated that he uses the same use of force narrative form that he saved on his computer and edits them after every call out. He stated that the call out he previously participated in is when he deployed a tri-chamber, a round, and must not have taken that sentence out of his written narrative for his incident. So there's been warnings about using boilerplate language in these reports, and I think this is a case where it probably got a little bit overboard by duplicating language from previous reports. And this is another area where I believe there's been some significant improvement. There was some question from the commander review that the officers who had their rifles were in the protective positions did not have OBRD, and it's not solely based on them not being directed to fire their rifles. In a most recent FRB, this was discussed to satisfy the requirements of the New Mexico Senate bill for having OBRD requirements. The discussion is to provide high ground officers with an attachment to their helmet in order to accommodate their equipment and positioning. The investigating IAFD detective determined that, so this is a new subject. So one is on OBRD for high ground officers. And then this last finding is that the investigating IAFD determined that Officer 5 pulling the individual up from the ground was a level 1 use of force. The reviewing IAFD chain concurred with the finding. So that's the end of the findings. And I'll open this back up. I'll move that we accept the findings of the Force Review Board. And I would like to mention that when I first put this on the agenda, I didn't realize that it was technically classified as an officer involved shooting. As it turned out, officers did fire their rifles, but it became apparent that the individual was not struck, so there was no actual physical harm done to the individual. But I believe this technically comes under the category of officer involved shootings, and so I guess we could have requested more video, but I don't believe it would have added anything more to the investigation or to the review of this file. So I believe I've made my motion to accept the findings of the FRB, and I'll stop there.
I will second it and open this up for discussion. Not seeing anything. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll, please?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. We will move on to item 10E, case 20-0044826. Dr. Cass.
Yes, so thank you. So this was an officer involved shooting, and I would just like to poll the board to see if they were able to view the investigative files and the videos for this, because if not, I believe this is a case that we should table until the until a future meeting if it hasn't been able to be reviewed. And I want to be sure that that's the case before I present the case. So I guess I would like to ask if anyone was not able to review this case.
Member Crawford?
Dr. Cass, for my own part, unfortunately, I haven't been able to since I've been out of town.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Member Nixon, I'm just curious, were you able to access the videos in this case?
Yeah, I was able to access the videos in this case and all the cases. I wasn't able to access the PowerPoints, but I did access the videos.
Okay, so
That's what Mr. Kaplan had sent me.
thank you.
Yep.
So,
Member French, I saw you had your mic off. Did you want to chime in?
No, I just, if one member did not have a chance to review it, I'll leave it up to Dr. Cass if he wants to table it or not. I was able to retrieve to view the files too.
well, I would say that if there's no objection, I will present the case and we can, go forward, as we planned. So this is a case, all right, so this is a case that occurred June 4th, 2020. It involved an officer-involved shooting, and the individual was fatally wounded. This began with a caller. The initial dispatch came when the individual had, the caller had reported that the individual had previously cut himself during a different mental health episode. And the caller stated that the individual threatens violence and has not taken his medication since Friday. There's a note from during the FRB presentation that these statements were not followed up on by officers. So the individual walked inside the residence. I think I got, let me back up here. I think I skipped a little bit of, let me start over. So the call was made that by a caller requested that he get crisis intervention or mental health unit or MCT units to respond, and two enhanced or ECIT officers were dispatched to this scene. That's enhanced crisis intervention training, or and there's also a note in here that the real-time crime center did not locate any reports or crisis intervention team records regarding this individual. So the officers who were dispatched to the scene contacted the callers outside of their residence, and one of the callers told the individual told the officer that the individual wanted to go to UNM hospital. The officer told the individual there had been a long wait at the hospital, and the officer requested to speak to the individual and entered the courtyard to speak with him after introducing herself. The officer also told the individual about the wait times at UNMH and suggested trying another hospital. During the initial contact, the individual stated he feels like he's going to hurt us. No follow-up questions were asked by the officers. The individual walked toward the officers with his hands out to his side and stated, "Then please take me." The officer asked the individual to turn around so she could check him for weapons, and the individual complied. The individual was facing away from Officer 2. Officer 2 mouthed for Officer 1 to place handcuffs on the individual. Officer 1 then put a handcuff on the individual's left wrist. No warning was given to the individual that the handcuffs were going to be applied. The individual began to pull his arms away from the officer and Officer 2 held onto his arms. Officer 1 told the individual he was not under arrest and the handcuffs were just for the transport to UNMH. Officer 1 explained, to get into our cars, you have to be handcuffed or have to be in handcuffs. And Officer 2 explained it's an APD rule. The individual then stated that he would go with his parents to the hospital, and Officer 1 took the handcuffs off. A pat-down was not conducted. The SOP that deals with is SOP 282, which is the restraint of individuals. Once out of handcuffs, the individual was then paced around the front yard, and the officers discussed the call and their options. Officers comment that it was not a suicide call and only a disturbance call. The officers determined that they cannot force the individual to go to the hospital because there was no threat of self-harm and that it was a voluntary transport. The procedures for mental health evaluation are also given in this, mentioned in this review. The individual eventually agrees to be transported by officers to the hospital, to UNMH. He asked to have the handcuffs placed in the front of him, and officers agree but do not place him in handcuffs. The officer again reminds the individual about a long wait at UNMH and that he will not be able to use the bathroom while waiting in the police vehicle. While discussing who is going to transport the individual, he begins to walk around the front yard and courtyard. The Officer 2 told Officer 1 she was concerned the individual was wandering around since he had not been patted down yet. After approximately 6 minutes, the individual tells officers he is ready to go and stated, "Let's do the handcuffs." Officer 1 was able to place him into handcuffs in front, handcuffed in front. Officers walked him to their vehicle, but he stopped and stated he no longer wanted to be transported. The individual's parents tried to convince him to go to the hospital, as Officer 1 told Max he would take off the handcuffs. Officer 2 asked for everyone to take a step backward because it appeared the individual was getting overwhelmed. Officer 1 removed the individual's handcuffs and explained to the parent that the individual is an adult and they are unable to force him to go to the hospital for a transport. Parent stated that the individual threatens violence and has not taken his medication since Friday. These statements were not followed up on by officers. The individual walked inside the residence with the parent following behind. Officer 1 continued speaking with the individual while Officer 2 requested a mobile crisis team unit. Approximately 1 minute after the parent and the individual walked in the house, a scream was heard. The parent yelled, "Michael, help." The parent and Officer 2 ran to the house. Officer 2 remained outside and requested additional units with an immediate response. The parent tells Officer 1, "Come in, come in." Officer 1 walked into the residence. The parent pointed to the bathroom. The individual had locked himself in. Officer 1 knocked on the door and stated the individual's name with no response. The parent approached with a key. Officer 1 told the parent, no, let him open it. Did you see anything? The parent told Officer 1, yes, he has a knife in his hand and he's jabbing at his neck. Officer 1 then said, okay. The parent opened the door and stepped to the side. The individual exited the bathroom door, walked toward Officer 1 and stated, I'm going to suffer a lot if I don't kill myself. Will you please kill me, sir? Kill me. The individual was holding a knife that was pointed at Officer 1. Officer 1 backed away from the individual into the bedroom behind him, drew his firearm and covered the individual. The individual continued to walk toward Officer 1 while holding the knife pointed toward Officer 1. The individual entered the bedroom Officer 1 had backed into. Officer 1 discharged his firearm twice. So this is the summary of the scene of the events that occurred. The perception of lethal threat by Officer 1 was once inside the house, Officer 1 discovered that the bathroom door was locked. As soon as the parent told Officer 1 the individual was hurting himself with a knife, he thought about waiting for the crisis team unit, but worried that the individual was bleeding out in the bathroom. Officer 1 felt he had to tell the parent to open the door. When the door opened, it was very dark and Officer 1 could not see anything at first. As the door opened further, Officer 1 saw that the individual had a little bit of blood on him and he had a knife. Officer 1 was standing in the threshold of a bedroom across from the bathroom. Officer 1 felt frozen and thought he was going to be stabbed because the individual moved the knife away from his neck to pointing it at him. The individual began walking toward him and Officer 1 moved further back into the bedroom. Officer 1 did not know what was behind him, causing him worry about tripping. Regarding the use of force procedures and use of deadly force, the IAFD findings regarding use of deadly force against an individual, IAFD determined that the use of force by Officer 1 was objectively reasonable and within department policy. Officer 1 entered the home after the parent yelled for help. Officer 1's initial decision was to stop the parent from opening the door and allow the individual to open it himself. Officer 1 changed his mind when he was informed that the individual stabbed himself in the neck. Officer 1 stated that he wanted to render aid to the individual. The individual approached Officer 1 with a knife and closed the distance. The IAFD finding is that Officer 1 had a reasonable fear of death or serious injury. Also mentioned here are the procedures for the emergency mental health evaluation. In accordance with New Mexico statute 43-1-10, an officer may detain a person for an emergency evaluation and care at a hospital mental health facility or an evaluation facility in the absence of a valid court order, only if the person is otherwise subject to arrest. The officer has reasonable grounds to believe that the person has just attempted suicide, or the officer, based on personal observation and investigation, has reasonable grounds to believe the person as a result of the mental disorder presents a serious threat of harming themselves or others, including through grave passive neglect, and that has immediate detention is necessary to prevent such harm. Other important points in this FRB presentation. Did officers identify themselves? Yes, they identified themselves. Did officers tell subject he was under arrest or being detained? No. Officer 1 did not feel he had time after the individual exited the bathroom with a knife and was closing distance. De-escalation. No, de-escalation was not feasible. Officer 1 felt he had less than a second to act. Other actions prior to force. Orders were not used, verbal persuasion was not used, and warnings were not provided. The Graham factors, the severity of the crime, the individual committed aggravated assault on a police officer. Immediacy of the threat, the individual was an immediate threat. He was armed with a knife, walking toward Officer 1 and asking the officer to kill him. Level of resistance, the individual actively resisted by pointing his knife at Officer 1 and walking toward him. Reasonable, necessary, and proportional use of force based on the totality of the circumstances. Was the force used the minimum amount necessary to effect the arrest? Yes, the individual was approaching Officer 1 with a knife. Officer 1 felt that his handgun was the minimum amount of force he could use to protect himself. Was the force used proportional? Yes, Officer 1 was in a confined space when Max approached him, giving limited time to react. Officer 1 used lethal force in response to a lethal threat. Based on the totality of the circumstances, was the force used reasonable? Yes, policy states force is reasonable when it is the minimum amount necessary to effect an arrest or protect an officer or other individual. Potential policy violations. There were some policy violations which were observed. SOP 252 -5B, use of force prohibition. Officers shall not engage in actions or tactics or make statements that escalate a situation such that the use of force becomes necessary. and SOP 2-19-7A6, where possible, officers should gather information from acquaintances or family members. Attempts to find out the nature of the crisis the individual is experiencing, requests for professional experience available and appropriate, if available and appropriate, to assist in communicating with and calming the person. There were no deficiencies or concerns identified. I'm sorry, there was a training deficiency identified, no other deficiencies in tactics, policy, equipment, or supervision. The training deficiency identified that both officers failed to properly control the scene or situation. Officers 1 and 2 never asked the individual or his parents if he felt like hurting himself, despite comments on the CAD and the computer-aided dispatch. And a mandatory training request was completed for both officers. There was some failures to identify, it looks like, an evidence marker. Both officers, this is another issue identified by IAFD, both officers are ECIT trained, but their first response to the individual and his parents was regarding the long waits at UNMH. Officers gave up control of the scene when they did not take the individual into custody. The mental crisis team can be heard on the radio advising they will be on the way to the call as the individual is locked in the bathroom and prior to the officer involved shooting. So that's essentially that's a summary of the case and the findings by the IAFD and the Force Review Board. So I move that we accept the findings of the Force Review Board and the IAFD.
I will second and open this up for discussion. Member Nixon?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was calling on you. I saw your mic go off.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming based on this case that this is a tough one. This is sad because this young man is not, well, I guess he shot. I couldn't tell if it was a fatality or if he was just injured in the shooting at the very end. When I saw the shooting on the video. But Dr. Cass, can you clarify that?
Yes, this was a fatality.
It was a fatality. So yeah, it's I saw several things go wrong in the video, especially when the young man was in the front yard and he was handcuffed. And you had made point to that when you had Member Cass, when you had described in the summation when the individual was out in the yard, but he should have been taken. When the decision was made to take him to UNMH, he'd probably still be alive at this point. And when you talk about minimum force, I guess when I think about minimum force necessary, I would think of using like a taser or some other use of force as opposed to just pulling a gun. And what I find kind of boggling about this is that it's still considered within policy. So the policy is written that way, and it is, I think that the officer acted within policy, but you gotta, I guess as a parent and as a member of the community, you wonder about that. If there's more that can be done, even though he was trained, if there's more that could be done to avoid these kind of mental health catastrophes. This has happened in a lot of different ways within Albuquerque over the past few years, including when the CASA was in place and the monitors in place. So, very sad.
Member Crawford?
Yes, and I'll apologize first for keeping my video off. I've had a lot of frustration with my internet connection, so I'm hoping that'll keep my audio stable. This case, I've been looking through the presentation as well as member Dr. Cass presented it to us. Is definitely a really sort of upsetting case as far as it, I would really like to be able to find opportunities to prevent something like this happening again. One thing that stood out to me is the sort of confusion that seems to have happened over the nature of the call. It sort of seems like it was fairly clear to the dispatcher that this was a suicide concern and that a note to that effect was made in CAD, but it seems like that didn't get through to the officers somehow. And without having gone into this in a lot of depth, I wonder if that's something that we can perhaps look into as a board or perhaps consider a possible policy recommendation on. I just wonder if something like this could be prevented by having a little robust measures in place just to make sure that in situations like this, officers are aware that there, is this kind of threat of violence to self or others.
Thank you, Member Crawford. Any additional discussion?
No, just real quick, and this is just for the board, if anybody, because we look at these all the time. I cannot remember. Have we looked at these kind of cases, any use of force case where they've let us know that it was a fatality in the actual like PowerPoint presentation where it says whether the person was deceased or not, as opposed to being injured or something like that? And if that's not in there, I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I think I mean, I've had trouble at times trying to determine that as well. I mean, but I think that generally there's lethal use of force, meaning that when they actually use the force, it resulted in a fatality. So
okay, would they describe it differently at that moment, Member Cass? If it was not lethal or if it was not a fatality, they'd say something else, use of force maybe?
Well, right. I mean, I agree. There seems to be it's not crystal clear when I see it, and so I think it's a little bit of being familiar with the language they do use, but I think that could be made clearer, and I think that's something that ought to be front and center on all these cases. So. I don't have a good answer other than I think it's something that we can do to request that these be made clear as to how this happens, or as to the outcome of a case like this. I would I hope that answers your question. I don't know what else to say about it other than I've had problems too with finding the right answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Member Crawford?
Yeah, I was going to offer that, I'm not yet familiar with APD's specific use of force training, but I am familiar with defensive firearms training in general, having a bit of a background in that area. Generally speaking, in a situation like this, a person would not attempt a non-lethal injury with a firearm, mostly because of the short time frame. So I still think it's probably a good idea for APD to convey that information about whether it was a fatality. But I think one aspect is that even if the individual who was fired at survives, it should probably still be investigated the same way as if it were a fatality, since that was presumably the intent and kind of the most likely outcome.
Just to jump in here with my own, I guess my question would be, while I recognize that there's a nice little bit of closure for us if we know whether or not the suspect in an officer-involved shooting died as a result of the injuries or was simply, severely injured. I don't know how that affects the actual use of force that we're supposed to be reviewing. It's nice to close the loop, I suppose, and I can see the value in that, but the outcome is not so much, I think, where the focus should be as what led up to the use of force. Was it in policy? Was it appropriate? That's kind of my 2 cents. I don't know. Yeah, Dr. Cass.
Yeah, so to jump back in a little bit, I just wanted to say, I think that, there is some, ambiguity about who's going to handle these calls. And I think the fact that APD has a mental health or crisis unit that can respond to these calls. And we as a city are now moving toward, trying to, provide a police presence to some of these calls. And I think this, I think this is a case that certainly encourages that we try to, vet these calls so that the appropriate response is given without endangering the victim or the responder either way. And I realize that's a difficult case, difficult to discern sometime, and you can't always make the right call. And so you're going to probably protect yourself in terms of responding with a police force. But I think, we have to get better at making that distinction. And then I think, given that, officers do receive some crisis training, there also needs to be some thought for how this can evolve into a crisis. I mean, in the case of the officer, first of all, deciding that he would like to get to the individual by, he wants to render aid. I think that's a good thought, but not thinking a few seconds ahead to think when the individual comes out of the bathroom and he's got a knife, and we know he does, what's my position going to be here? And the mental health team is on the way, so he knows all those things. So this is a case where in a perfect world, a different decision would have been made. It's hard to fault the intentions of this officer, even though the outcome is tragic. So, I think it just reiterates, the tragedy of the situation for everyone.
Any additional discussion? Not seeing any member, or I'm sorry. Valerie, you're an honorary now. Will you please call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
thank you. Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay.
Member French, you do have your mic on. All righty. And then moving on to our last item under serious use of force and officer involved shootings, item 10 on our agenda, 10F, case number 19-0077270, another officer involved shooting, and Dr. Cass.
Yeah, so this is actually the case that we reviewed in a couple of months ago, and we had a report from Commander Evans about this a couple of months ago as well. So we tabled it, saying we accepted the report from APD, and then we tabled it to be returned at a future meeting for further discussion. And so at this point, there is, I don't have anything to add to this, and so I would recommend that we table this case again, unless someone has additional information. But there is some, I think there's been some renewed public interest in this case, and I expect that we will, in the process of opening up our contact around use of force cases with IAFD, that we will get further, information about this case and have it on a later agenda. So that's my recommendation, is that I move that we table this case.
I'll second and open up for discussion.
I think that this, no matter who this person is, this case was pretty disturbing. I know that there are a lot of things that were said about it, but what I would wish, even in all the Rambo movies we've seen and everything, is I hope that no one ever has to see what we saw on that film, because, and I'll just be honest with you, I think that could have been avoided. I think it was unnecessary. And this was a human being, but there were so many things that could have been done differently to avoid that fatality again. So whatever the findings are, I don't even know what the disciplinary actions were on this or whatever happened, but this one, ever since I saw it, and I even saw it before it came to us at the board because someone put it on YouTube, and I was that kind of in disbelief of the treatment. The thing that gets me is the treatment of this man's body after he had been shot. Now, I've seen what cops do after they've had to shoot someone in the line of duty, is that they'll immediately call for an ambulance, they'll immediately check the vitals, they'll do something, because the sanctity of life is probably most important there. So the life-saving measures kick in right away. Not on this one. That definitely didn't happen. So I think more should be done. I don't know if more has been done, because again, like I said, I don't know what the outcome was for those officers, but this looked pretty bad on the face of APD on what they're doing. And with the monitor being here and Department of Justice being here, with a CASA being in place for something like this to be able to happen, is baffling as a tax-paying citizen. So call it event, call it whatever you want, but yeah.
Any additional discussion on tabling this case? Not seeing any. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, what are we voting on now?
Tabling this case?
Yes.
That motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cass, it wasn't explicit. Is this going to be one that you would like on next month's agenda, or is that too soon, given the cogs that are turning?
I think it's too soon to tell at this point. I definitely will be back, but I think we need, we're in the process of, talking more to IAFD and getting more information. And so we, we'll bring it back. I just, I think it's something that's, it certainly upset me, and so I'm, I don't want to, it's not going to go away. Yeah. So it's just a question of when we can arrange this.
I'll follow up with you before next month and just see if there's any progress on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Alrighty, next item on our agenda are file requests. It's item 10G for case 18-0058242, an officer involved shooting investigative file, and case 21-0013-737, also an officer involved shooting investigative file.
Yes, I would like to move that we request these files from IAFD, and I think that I'd like to just say a few words about the rest of these. There's some other cases that were, that are on the next couple of items, but there's, as it turns out, we have about 5 officer involved shooting case files that we have received that we requested back in September, and we received those in October, and they were not scheduled for a meeting. We had other cases that we reviewed. So we have about 5 OIS cases that are potentially available or ready for review. And, you know, and with the, given that we can get the appropriate links to work. So I think that if we request these files, then we would have a complete set of what has been presented to us by the through the FRB. So we're as caught up as we can be until we get more cases that have been processed by the FRB. And this is again another thing that we're going to be discussing with the IAFD, the deputy chief. So, so I would move that we request these files, and we'll, you know, that'll get it in the pipeline.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Cass and Member Nixon. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. And then the list for proposed cases for the January board meeting are listed as item 10H on our agenda. I don't believe we need to approve those. I think they're just informational. Is that correct, Dr. Cass? Thank you. All
Yes.
right.
That's correct.
That said, it is 8 o'clock and this is later than we've gone in the past before holding a break. So with the board's approval, I would suggest that we break until 8:20. Seeing no objection, we are in recess. Thank you for joining us again. This is the Board for the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. We are returning from break. We are going to move on to item 11 of our agenda, discussion and possible action items. And per the vote held at the beginning of the board meeting, we are going to start with item O on our agenda, 11O, which is CPOA Board Subcommittee assignment. So yeah, we don't have a whole lot of members right now. And I am, as always, just confident in Chris Sylvan's abilities. And while we do have a significant loss of board members, I do believe that that will be rectified in the very near future. I would expect no later than February, but possibly even sooner. We do have Andre with us, where we did, I'm not seeing him right now. Joining us, he and I will be meeting with Diane and with member Nixon tomorrow to start the onboarding process. I would like to poll the board and see how we feel about, thank you, Andre. Andre just sent to everybody that he's still here. See how you all feel about kind of putting a pin in the subcommittee meetings for the remainder of the month of December, get us through the holidays, give Mr. Sylvan an opportunity to fill some vacancies and start that process, and then see where things shake out come our January meeting. We do have a couple of things that are pressing. Obviously, the biggest one is filling the vacancy of the executive director position within the agency. But that's not a decision that I feel like, or a task, to be truthful, that I feel like two people can take on, which is where we are right now. Subcommittee membership due to quorum issues can be limited to, or will be limited to, 2 people. And we don't currently have anybody from the personnel subcommittee left on the board. So we're going to need the time to work with Counselor Gooch and with Director McDermott to kind of find out where things stand anyway. I had a conversation with Tina prior to our meeting, and we think that even that will hold. But that's kind of where we are. The other pressing issue is the ordinance amendments. And so we have the option of calling a special meeting so that we do have the voice of the board and more than just 2 people that can kind of take on this responsibility for both of those things. So that's my thought right now. And I would like to see what you all think of just kind of putting a pin in things. We're going to go with member French and then member Dr. Cass.
I agree that we should put it off, and I agree Chris Sylvan will get us new board members. Absolutely, I think by February. What you said about the policy or the ordinance, the case review committee, all 3 of us are still here on the board. And we have set our next meeting for January because, as you know, next week we will be at NACO, and then after that is the holidays. So with that being said, I do agree that we need to put it off for a month, and I'm sure Chris Sylvan can get us those.
Sorry, 1 second. Dev TV, your mic is on. Thank you. Thank you.
So I agree.
Thank you, member French. Member Dr. Cass?
Yes, I mean, we're in a state of paralysis right now, given that with 5 members, as you pointed out, a quorum is 3, and that means our subcommittees are limited to 2. And we can't move at all with what we've got. I mean, we have functional subcommittees, like the policy subcommittee has 3 members that are, remain, and I would like them all to remain, And so if we get, I can't remember, I don't want to call you the new guy, but if we get the new guy on, why then we're back to a membership of 6, which means our quorum is 4 and our subcommittee count can be 3. and we're, you know, then we can maintain the status quo essentially. So I think, I guess I agree that, yeah, if we get to that point, then we're in pretty good shape, with the exception of dealing with the personnel subcommittee, which needs several members and is an important thing, you know, to get going, because we need a new executive director. So I'm amenable to this, but I sure hope we can immediately get a sixth member onto the board so that we're not paralyzed.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. And I do believe that, assuming we haven't scared Mr. Williams off tonight, I think that his appointment is slated for December 20th. What's rolling around my head? So, you know, it would be difficult anyway to handle. Thanks, Chris. It would be difficult to handle any kind of business between the 20th and the 1st anyway. So I think that makes sense as far as a break goes. I saw in the chat from Member Nixon that he's in agreement that this is an okay plan. Member Crawford, are you agreeable to this?
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. And honestly, I'm not sure we have a lot of other great options.
Okay, so then CPOA staff, just know that we're going to suspend all subcommittee meetings that may be remaining for the month of December. And we'll pick these back up in December. And if there is anything that comes up, board members, that needs to be addressed, I would ask for some flexibility, some willingness to try and make a probably pretty rapidly scheduled special meeting, if at all possible. So, Dr. Cass, is there anything else? I know that you had some desire to move this up ahead of the agenda. Does that kind of make your concerns moot, or?
Well, no, I think that addresses my concerns. I mean, I think it's all we can do, but I wanted to get it on the table because when we come up for a personnel discussion, there's not going to be much to be said, given that there's virtually no personnel committee at the moment. So we'll
Agreed.
live with that, but I mean, at least we recognize it now. So I'm happy with where we are.
Okay, thank you so much. If there's no other discussion on that, we're going to move on to what was formerly item A on our agenda, now item 11B, consideration of PPRB policies with no recommendation. Dr. Cass. You're muted, sir.
These are the policies that the Policy and Procedure Subcommittee recommends that we forward to Mr. Abbasi for his further forwarding to the Policy Review Unit of APD that says we have no recommendation at this time. And those are harassment, sexual harassment in the workplace, that's SOP 15, SOP 167, which is the multi-agency task force, SOP 182, which is property crimes reporting technician, which is, by the way, it's been archived, so there's not much to be said about it. SOP 185, which is the recruiting unit, SOP 193, which is the telephone reporting unit, SOP 287, which is the graffiti unit, which is also being archived, and then SOP 290, which is the background investigation unit. So given that we're not making a recommendation at this time, doesn't mean we won't have one in the future. And I think it's worth pointing out that there's the 167, for example, the multi-agency task force is an important policy in terms of serious use of force investigation. And I think it's something that, you know, it's been in advance recently, which is the reason we're, you know, considering it for no recommendation. But it's also one that, and you know, we, I think, given its, you know, important role in investigating use of force cases, it's something that we should continually be aware of. The recruiting unit is SOP 185, I think, is another policy where it deals with finding you know, recruits for APD, And this has been something that, has been in terms of changing the culture of any police force. It depends upon the nature of the people that you recruit into that force. So that's another policy that I think, given the state of affairs that changes in policing are being considered, then I think it's also a policy that we should continue to look at. So that being said, I move that we advance, or we send these policies to Mr. Abbasi for sending a no recommendation at this time letter to the policy review unit of APD. That's my motion.
I'll second and open up for discussion. Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Item now C, 11C on our agenda, traffic stop data request. Again, Dr. Cass.
Yes, so this is an issue that came up at the most recent policy and procedure review meeting. We recognized that we'd made a request for data from APD regarding traffic stops. It's several months old. I don't remember the exact date, but the subcommittee recommends that we, as a board, make a formal request to APD to get the information that we requested some time ago and haven't heard anything about. So I have a motion that I've written that's fairly short, and I'll read it. It's in a letter to Chief Harold Medina dated June 7th, 2021. The CPOA board requested data regarding traffic stops. To date, these data have not been provided. The CPOA board authorizes the policy and procedures review unit review subcommittee to pursue following up on this request. So that would be my motion. I just also want to add that in the amici meeting, we had a conversation with Acting Commander Jason Sanchez, who I believe was here earlier. I'm not sure he still is, but we brought up the issue of getting data. Director McDermott especially brought this up. And the APD representative indicated that they were particularly interested in improving that process and recognized that the process was somewhat broken. So I think this motion may be unnecessary, but since it's on the agenda, I think it's simple enough to make it, and we'll proceed from there. But I think we have the promise that in general, getting data from APD will be an easier process than it has been up to date. So anyway, this is my motion. So do I need to read it again?
I don't think so. I'll second your motion. I think we have it as part of our packet. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes, ma'am.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Moving on to item 11D, consideration of proposed changes to SOP 341 complaints involving department personnel. Member French.
This is something that I have been working on, or we finally got it through the policy committee, and now we're bringing it to the board, where the department can refer certain complaints, lower complaints back to the commander. My question is, I'm not sure, at the policy meeting, we said that we should send a letter to the chief, and then after that, look at it. But I guess I'm going to refer this question to Tina and to Attorney Martinez. Since this is part of CASA about what cases get investigated, all citizen complaints get investigated. And also my second question, how do we have to get it approved by the DOJ before we implement it? And my second question is, we're putting it as 3-41 as a SOP for APD. And I don't know if our procedures and what we do belong in APD's SOP. It may belong in our ordinance or in our policy and procedures, but I don't think that is the correct location for it. So I guess I'm looking more for Tina, the correct process, and from Attorney Martinez is something like this, since it's mandated in the CASA that he look at all citizen complaints or whatever. This is part of the agreement. Is this the correct process to follow?
Chair Galloway, Member French, this meaning the proposed letter, or this how you got to the letter? What
I'm talking about, is this the correct way to implement this, where that the director has the authority? And I don't know if you have a copy of it. It pretty much copied 3-41 for APD, that that he has the discretion to refer complaints involving minor policy violations to a commander division head for investigation and recommended findings. And then he would review them. Of course, we're not passing his responsibility, but staff wouldn't have to investigate them. So what I'm asking is, at the policy and procedure, they said the first way to get this done is to send a letter to the chief. I'm saying, is that the correct way to get this done? And also they're making it part of the SOP, and I'm not sure that's the correct location for it.
Chair Galloway, Member French, I'm sorry, I don't have enough background or information to give you an answer tonight, but I'm absolutely happy to look into the details of the request. Generally speaking, SOP recommendations do go through the chief, and it looks like Director McDermott has her hand raised. She might be helpful, but happy to look into details. I just need a little more notice if I am going to get substantive requests. So let's see if Director McDermott can shed light, and then we can go from there.
Yes, thank you. I can answer some of what you're asking. And the reason why it needs to be in SOP, for one, is because there is a duty for APD personnel to follow the policy. And so just as an example, if you're referring something to an area commander to do, SOP has to tell that area commander they have a responsibility to do it. If you were to just have it in, say, your process, the APD wouldn't necessarily have to comply with it. So having it in policy is something that would be required to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. The reason why it would go to the chief would be because there is laid out in the ordinance, when you make a policy recommendation for something that is not currently in a policy revision process with APD, you can always, as a board, make a recommendation, and there's a process laid out in the ordinance of how to do that. So that's why you would be sending it to the chief for that.
Understood. If it belongs in their SOP, then yeah, that's the correct procedure. Okay, thanks. And then go ahead to my second question. You said you could answer a couple.
That was kind of all tied there. The second question, I'm sorry, clarify, you're talking about that going through the DOJ, is that correct?
Yes, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Cass, in our policy meeting, it was stated that this is part of the CASA agreement.
Yes, it's called a CASA policy. There's about
policy.
There's
Okay.
about 30 SOPs which are identified as CASA policies, meaning that they need to be reviewed when changes to those policies. When those policies are reviewed, they included in that review is the monitor team. So that's just there by definition. That's part of the process, and the whole process is laid out in SOP 352, which is the policy development process, and that includes not only the process of reviewing by the monitor team if it is a CASA related policy, And it includes, you know, making recommendations to the chief. I mean, that's our normal way of modifying or making policy modifications, is by sending a letter to the chief. I mean, that's our avenue. So that.
I understand that, but
Right,
what,
okay.
maybe my question is this. Are we doing it in the correct order?
I
Should
think Ms.
we,
Martinez does have something to say about that. I see
Okay.
her hand raised, so.
oh, do you? I can't see her. Okay.
Okay. The
Ms. Martinez?
policy, yes, the policy review process on any CASA-related policy does require that a policy be approved by DOJ and the monitor. That's sort of the last stage before the chief can approve it for publication. And DOJ only reviews it to ensure that the policy complies with the consent decree, the CASA, and comports with the Constitution and applicable federal law. We do not dictate how APD conducts its business. We just make sure that its operations comply with the consent decree, comply with applicable federal law and the Constitution. And then the monitor conducts his own review. And once we are satisfied with that, then it is able to go to the chief for his final approval and publication and implementation for the department. Does that answer your question?
Wait, I think it does. And maybe what I'm hearing is we're not proceeding in the correct order. Maybe we should send it to the monitor and the DOJ before we send it to the chief.
No, you do not send it to the chief. You all actually get to see it early on, and it continues through the process. I don't know, have you recently had Patricia Cerna review the flow chart with you all? Because you all are supposed to see it immediately before DOJ and the monitor conduct the review under paragraphs 147 and 148 of the CASA. That was something we wanted to make sure that you all had one last look at it before before DOJ and the monitor had their final review.
Diane, did you?
Yeah, I wanted to just clarify, yes, that does happen for any policies that are initiated by APD. But if this policy, which I believe is not currently in a review process by APD, because I think they already passed it at some point not too long ago, this is something where we have a mechanism to recommend a policy change via ordinance when it's not in the normal APD process. So yes, Ms. Martinez, we do follow that chain and follow that flow. But when the board, I should say, has a recommendation that they wish to make that's outside of that flow, outside of that process, because it's something they see or wish to initiate, it's laid out in ordinances as to how we can initiate that. So we don't have to wait until APD gets around to it again, basically.
But if it is CASA related,
Correct.
we
It's
would
still-
see it before it goes to the chief. But you certainly would
fine.
have the opportunity before we see it. And you would be the last stakeholder, the last critical stakeholder before DOJ and the monitor review it. You get the last look.
Well, I'm a little more confused than I was to begin with. So,
I'll bet Dr. Cass can help. He's pretty well versed on this stuff.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm a little more confused.
So
Okay.
I think that, you know, I think that what would actually happen is we would write a letter to the chief saying, we would like to see these changes made in, and because it's a CASA policy, the first thing the chief would do would be to send it to the DOJ and the monitor for their review and approval. And then it would come back and before, to the chief for his final approval. At some point, I mean, he gets to look at it. He can look at it, I guess, as many times as he would like. But in the end, it has to be finally approved by the monitor and the DOJ in order to be compliant with the CASA agreement. But given that we're initiating the policy change, then it seems to me that, we have to send it to somebody, and that somebody can be the chief, and the chief will get it to the right place because he knows that it can't, nothing can change unless, in this case, the DOJ approves it and the monitor.
Okay, well, Ollie's already did the letter for us. And so, okay, that clears it up for me. So let's see. So I know that Ollie sent the policy review committee a copy of the letter. Do I need the board's approval? Does the board need to review it and then the board's approval? Do I ask for a motion for board's approval? I don't think all of you have had a chance to read it, or what is the next step, Chair Galloway, for me?
Well, what I'm wondering, I think that we do have it as part of our packet.
Okay.
And so I have reviewed this letter, and I guess I would see if there's anybody who does not feel as though we're at a place where we can have a discussion about this. But I think that in order to hold that discussion, we would need to go on ahead and make the motion to approve the letter as drafted, get the second, and then open it up for additional discussion. I think that's the point that we're at. So
moved.
I'll second that.
okay, sounds good. Then we're going to go on ahead and open this up for discussion. And let's go back to the thing that worked so well, which was utilizing like the round robin thing for comments and discussion on this. So we start with Member French. That's who's up first alphabetically.
Did we lose Member French?
I don't see her anymore. She ran away. I'm sure she'll come back. So I'll go on ahead and recognize myself. The only thing that I made a note on is that we might want to consider adding the sanction level of 6 or 7 in the actual recommended policy language change. I didn't actually see that. It was referenced in the letter, but it's not noted anywhere in the actual policy recommendation. Yes, ma'am, Diane.
The reason why originally there was the discussion about 6 or 7, but the reason why it wasn't added to 6 or 7, because there is the whole thing about progressive discipline. So if somebody has, if the policy itself is a 7, but yet the officer has multiple infractions, then we would not be utilizing this method. So that's why it was left the way it is, so that if an officer has multiple things or layers of discipline, that it would not go to the area command, if that makes sense.
Isn't there, is there nothing that kind of regulates how that happens if you have, I'm not going to word this well at all, and I apologize in advance, but isn't there some kind of mechanism in place that was recently passed to kind of handle those things within APD anyway?
Yeah, that basically, well, there is, but what am I trying to say? So again, the reason why it's worded as it is with lower level is so that we don't have any officers with multiple. Yes, the whole review process, basically to decide, and internal affairs uses this mechanism already, I guess is what I'm trying to inartfully describe. So in intake, when you receive a complaint and you see, okay, it's a on its face, a low level situation, but then you see that the officer, when you review their record, has multiple infractions, then you're going to realize, okay, even though this normally would satisfy that requirement, in this instance, it will not, and therefore it would not be sent to the area command. It would be retained in the example of what's currently happening as IA. We would do the same, that it would stay with the investigator here at the CPOA, because we wouldn't send it to an area command if this officer has a history or patterns or, you know, multiple infractions or things like that. So that's why it was not that 6 or 7. It's worded instead of minor or lower, I forget exactly the wording, but minor or lower level, so that we can separate the two between the truly minor officer has no history, no repeat issues, versus, again, an officer who is committing perhaps a low level violation, but if sustained would have been a much higher level of discipline because they have multiple infractions. I hope that
Sure.
is clear.
It does. In and of itself, it does. Someday, apart from this conversation, I would really like somebody to come in and explain to us how, if those minor policy violations are not recorded because they're minor policy violations, how on earth a pattern of behavior can ever be established.
They are
That
still,
has-
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No.
they are recorded. They are all, whenever a case is created and investigated, whether it's one way or another, it's entered into IA Pro. And so IA Pro tracks that information. So even if the discipline was, like, say, a verbal reprimand, okay, that would be tracked. And then so anybody looking at their discipline history would see, oh, they already got a, you know, like, say, failure to record something. They already had that infraction. So that would up, if it was within a certain period of time based on the collective bargaining agreement, that would up the discipline level because they had 2 infractions of this particular issue in this particular amount of time. So
Sure.
that stuff is tracked within IA Pro.
What if, though, it's not a sustained policy violation, so there is no discipline attached to it because it was deemed to be a low-level offense that would not result in anything more than a verbal warning, so we're not going to worry about it. And I say that because, and it's been an eternity and multiple iterations of the board, but it was a conversation that we had frequently around OBRD policy violations when I first joined the board. We weren't recording a sustained policy violation. We were just kind of letting it slide in the beginning. Do you know what I mean? Because it was minor. And then policies changed and whatnot. So
I'm sorry, again, not to interrupt you at all.
Okay.
But my understanding, and I can't exactly remember some of the back, but all I can say is the way it works now is whatever the finding is, if it's sustained, not sustained, exonerated, unfounded, all of those different things are attached to an SOP, and those SOPs are attached to a particular officer for a particular case. So we can go back and look, this officer had 5 complaints and these were exonerated and these 2 were sustained, or, you know, whatever it is, for all the same policy. I mean, I'm kind of giving you an exaggerated example, but
sure.
I hope that makes it sense.
It does. It's still about clear as mud. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't understand how, if you have 12 not sustained policy violations because they were all deemed too minor to sustain, how then you ever establish a pattern of sustaining. But I think that that's getting past the conversation that we need to have. So I'm willing to kind of park that issue.
Yeah, I'd be happy to explain it a little bit, but, and I'm sure there's other parties that could be much better at explaining it, but, you know, we can
Thank
certainly
you.
discuss that further.
Okay. That was my only consideration. I'm gonna go on ahead and keep going with the next person on the list would be Dr. Cass, if you've got any.
Yeah, I'm familiar with these changes, you know, the 2 members of the board who are yourself and member Nixon, and I want to be sure that you have your questions answered, but I support this letter and this process that we're engaging in. So I rest my case there, so.
Okay, next up would be member Nixon. Do you have any questions or
Nope.
discussion?
Nope.
No? Good.
Nope.
Okay, then we would go back to member French. If there's any discussion you would like to add to this?
I think Dr. Cass has his hand up.
I just wanted to say, where did Member Crawford go?
I don't have him on my list. I accidentally crossed you off, Jesse. Please don't take that personal. I didn't mean it. Yeah, Member Crawford.
Oh, that's all right. Similar, I think, to Dr. Cass. I've previously looked at these changes in the policy subcommittee. I wouldn't say that I, think that they're completely perfect, but I think it's very important that we move forward here, and I'm pretty happy with these changes. I think we've kind of reached a point where we need to do something, and we can kind of inform what we do in the future based on, what we actually see once this is hopefully implemented.
Okay, Member French?
Well, I'd like to know from Jesse what he meant or what he says. He says he doesn't think it's perfect. Do you have any changes or recommendations or edits that you'd like to see before we move it forward?
No, and I think that's the trick. I think there's a bit of a discomfort, maybe with sort of the agency and the board maybe losing a certain degree of its vision as a result of these changes. But I think, this is something that's kind of been kicked around for a long time, and including before I was a member of this board. I think there's been a lot of struggle to try to find kind of the perfect balance between the sort of competing interests here. And I guess I think the reality is that there probably is no such thing as a perfect balance. So we need to sort of do the best that we can. And I think this is it. So there's not really anything that I would change. I just do think that we should kind of go down this path with the knowledge that, we should check up in the future on how this is going. And, there might be further things that we'll recommend going forward.
Okay, and I just want to say I was concerned about that too. But when I first started proposing this, I did talk to Director Harness, and he said it's not, his staff will not be doing the investigation, but it will still come to the director for review or whatever. It's not like he's just saying, we're going to give it to the commander, we're going to wipe our hands of it. So that was the most important thing for me. So with that, do I need a motion that we move forward and send this letter as written by Ollie to the chief?
I think we have that.
Do
We
we?
have the motion in the second. We were in the middle of discussion. Unless
Okay,
there's
I'm
any.
sorry, I lost the internet, and so I dropped the meeting for a couple of minutes.
That's okay. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this a second time? Not seeing any. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll, please?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Okay, moving on to item 11E, now 11E on our agenda. Consideration of proposed MOU between the City of Albuquerque, CPOA, CPOAB, APOA on the officer-involved shooting, serious use of force materials. Councilor Gooch.
Thank you, Chair Galloway and Honorable Board. I have positive news, and you have in your board packet the proposed finalized memorandum of understanding that has been negotiated between Dr. Cass, myself, and the city. We've also sought input from the Department of Justice as well as the monitor team, and I believe that we are at a point where the board can consider it, vote to approve it, and then we take the next step, which is presenting it to the APOA and everyone that needs to presumably sign it. But I think that it's important that the board take action to that we have that baseline that the board would like this signed. Happy to answer any questions about the content or the process, but generally speaking, I hope everyone had a chance to look at it and is prepared to take action on it. Thank you.
Member Cass, do you have anything that you'd like to add? I know you were working on this. Councilor Gooch.
Yes, what I would add is that this is essentially reflects the process that we've been following. And it sort of, makes it official. And and of course, the main hurdle that needs to be crossed is to get the approval of the APOA, because they've been the primary entity that's objected to the way, to access to investigative information. So I think this is a good compromise. It's actually not very much of a compromise. I think it's just a good path forward. And so I'm pleased with what's out there now.
All right, so with that, I'll go on ahead and make the motion that we approve this MOU as drafted to be sent to APOA, I guess.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Was getting a little uncomfortable over here. All righty, do we have any further discussion?
I would like to ask Dr. Cass, I know that you said we've had a lot of pushback from APOA. Could you tell me, I've read it, but I'm not familiar. I haven't been on the board long enough to know what the pushback was. And what changes have you made in this MOU that you think will eliminate or lessen the pushback from APOA?
I'm going to defer to Council Gooch on that, because I think she understands that she's been talking to APOA attorneys, and so I'm going to put it back on her, please.
Chair Galloway, member Dr. Cass, member French. Pushback is a fair term, but I think it's more APD resources and the redactions of the OBRD videos that really precipitated the need for this. And the particular item that probably will be an issue, I don't want to speak for the APOA until they've seen it, is under the confidentiality provision B4. And it talks about that the board will not download, record, copy, or retain access to the OBRD videos. But the idea there is the compromise that if the board doesn't download them, that APD will not have to redact, because it couldn't be presented to the public. You could look at it, but you would no longer need to worry about having those redactions before you get it. The hope is that it's a reasonable compromise that allows the preservation of the APD resources while getting the CPOA board what it's entitled to under the cost.
So my question is this, how come, if that's such a concern, how come they haven't asked that we sign a letter of confidentiality, or, why haven't they created or why can't the agency create a drive where we're able to view, but we're not able to edit, make copies, forward, whatever. So that's my question. If that's their major concern, I don't understand why that hasn't been done. Is that a possibility?
Chair Galloway, member French, it's the idea that you could see the officers' faces. Whether you can download or edit it, I don't believe is their problem. It is that in unredacted form, it's their position that having that in front of the board impacts the CBA in some way, shape, or form. The idea of signing a non-disclosure had been floated a long time ago, but because the board has its own ethical duties, it seemed that really wasn't necessary, because the board does have its ethics policy it's bound by. And also it wasn't going to remedy the problem as best we could tell. So now where we are is trying to weigh those issues while really helping hopefully get you all the documents, information you need more timely without utilizing those APD resources.
Okay.
Any additional discussion? Not seeing any. Ms. Varela, will you call the roll, please?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Tina and Dr. Cass, thank you so much for your work on that. I know it's been quite the road. I appreciate you both. Moving on to now item 11F on our agenda, non-concurrence letter to APD, an update from Member Nixon. Member Nixon, your mic is muted.
Yeah, I found it. Okay. The non-concurrence letter was sent to Eric Olivas, the former chair, on October 22nd. And it looks like November 1st was when Commander Cottrell sent back a response that was sent back to, I believe everybody on the board got this response. And he was it said regarding the Superintendent Stanley is currently out of PEM status due to high risk exposure to an employee tested positive for COVID. I am respectfully asking for an extension of a couple of days for these letters to be written and submitted to the cases. I will stay on top of this and ensure that they are done. I am also working on internal processes to ensure that the cases being returned to CPOA from APD, we ensure that they are complete from our end to make sure that this does not happen again. So that was November 1st. Chairman Olivas, I believe, was taking the helm on this. I had provided the drafts, and other than that, I didn't hear anything back. Did anybody else on the board hear anything on the non-concurrence letters or the letter that I did?
Have not heard anything, but Director McDermott, excuse me.
Yeah, I do have some updates. So in terms of the letter that was sent, of course, the board, and as you received an acknowledgement. So at that time, then we had received some non-concurrence memos back. However, they did not meet the standard that needed to be done. So we had another conversation with Commander Cottrell. There was some misunderstanding of some of the content that needed to be in there. And so the APD has requested that those be sent back to them for correction. So that's what's been done. I want to say there was 5, I'm not 100% sure on the number, but 5 or 6, both ones that were included in that letter and then a couple that had been received. And so, we acknowledged or, looked at them and we said, this isn't going to be satisfactory for the board. So we had that conversation with APD and they're working on correcting that. And that is supposedly going to be back to us certainly before the end of the monitoring period, but, hopefully much sooner, hopefully by the next board meeting for sure. So that's what I know about the situation.
I have a question.
Yes, Member French.
Diane, who is we?
I'm sorry, we, in terms of, as soon as we get it back, meaning the agency.
But we had meetings with APD about this and
I talked to the commander. I talked to the commander about when we, the agency, received the memos back. I discussed it with Commander Cottrell that these didn't meet the standard that needed to be done for the board's benefit. So sorry, I wasn't clear. So the agency and mostly myself and Commander Cottrell.
Okay. So we're in a hold until they get those back to us. Is basically the punchline on that item.
Yeah, and you may, want to just change it as to probably not Member Nixon, because I think he's provided his part and we're taking the helm on it. So
I have a note that it's being kicked back to Diane. Thank you for that. Okay. So moving on to what is now item 11G in our agenda. It's the IMR 14 letter to the court. IMR 14 and letter to the court. Tina, I'm gonna let you take the lead on this, if that's all right.
Sure. Chair Galloway, Honorable Board, in your board packet, you have a initial draft of a notice letter for the board's consideration. It is very much a draft. It is open for input and editing. with the caveat that I have to have it finalized into the Department of Justice tomorrow morning because it needs to get in front of the judge prior to the hearing next week. So you have it, it's in Word form. I'm happy to make any edits that the board would like. It was authored by former Chair Olivas with my assistants. I have no pride of authorship, happy to make any changes, but we do need to get this finalized this evening. And with that, the topics were basically from your former chair with the idea of what previously the board had talked about. Again, since we're on a short timeline here, we want to make sure that I want to make sure that it reflects what the board would like it to say, but I did want to make sure we had something for you tonight to work from.
So I guess I'm going to start this by offering up a motion to the board that we accept the draft as written for the purposes of being able to get into discussion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Member French. And we are now open to discussion. Since I skipped over Member Crawford the last time, we'll start with Member Crawford.
I appreciate the draft and I do not have any concerns about it.
Okay. Next would be Member French.
I reviewed the draft too, and I'm good with it so far.
Okay. Then it would go to me, so I'll recognize myself. I mean, I think that the content is there. It's a little strong, I think, but I don't know that I have looked at it with enough time to feel as though I have anything substantial to offer to maybe tone it down a little bit, but I think that the content for sure all needs to be said. That would move on to Member Dr. Katz.
Yes, I have some serious objection to it. I think that it is way over the top, and I think it reflects, the former chair's views primarily. I think there's a number of unsupported allegations here, which I would be embarrassed to present to the court without more support. And I don't see how there's time to fix this and get it to the court by their deadline. And I think we just gotta, tomorrow, it has to be in, I believe the DOJ has to make these submissions tomorrow. So, I mean, I don't know where I would start in terms of changing it, because I think there's so many things in here which need to be changed. And, I think toning down is a mild description of it, but, I really think that there's just things that are not supportable. So I'm in disagreement. I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna move to Member Nixon and then Ms. Martinez. I will jump over to you.
No comment. Like it. I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Martinez.
The board has obviously had some significant shakeup. And given just the comments made by the chair and by Member Cass, I'm wondering whether it would be helpful to the board if the United States could approach the parties first thing in the morning, or maybe even send an email tonight about us approaching chambers in the morning about having the court indulge us to give you until Monday morning, just given what has occurred with the board in the last 24 hours. I don't know what the reaction would be from Chambers, but I certainly could check with my colleagues because I cannot make that representation on behalf of DOJ. I have to consult with my team. But, and then I would of course have to consult with the other parties. But I'm certainly concerned by what I heard from the chair and from Member Cass. Would that be helpful?
Tina?
Thank you, Chair Galloway. Thank you, Elizabeth, Ms. Martinez, sorry. I don't, well, I think that the sentiment is there. I don't know that the board could actually do anything outside of this meeting tonight to take action on having another meeting between now and Monday in order to spend time to discuss or change however the board would like. I will offer just to board members the idea that I'm already seeing the maybe you want to consider delegation some of this to a member. For example, there's a discussion about filling board member positions that is out of date as of this morning that probably would be good to update given the current events, but as drafted, obviously it's not in there. So there's some things there in the staffing that obviously is out of date. With regard to the board morale items, it may be that less could be more, that simply mentioning it and then adding a paragraph about the recent resignations will satisfy what the board would like to convey to the court, while at the same time addressing Member Cass and Member Galloway's concerns. But I fully recognize for you guys that it's been a crazy couple of days, in addition to the fact that this is the first opportunity the board's had to even talk about the issues. But I can update however anyone would like. I just don't know that if we give it till Monday, it will help you all given our OMA obligations.
Director McDermott and then Member French.
Yes, I mean, just in the spirit of transparency, of course, I was sent this draft as well. And as I had already conveyed to Chair Levis and Council Gooch, the agency would not be able to sign off or be part of a joint letter in this case. So the intention would be that the agency would be writing a separate letter, because there are 2 paragraphs basically in this letter that I personally either don't have the knowledge of enough to substantiate or back or support. And the board has its own assessment and feeling, and that's fine. That is completely up to the board. But again, the agency can't really support that fully, because it's not, I just can't, for lack of a better description, I just can't necessarily support it. If the board does choose to address that, then of course there would be some necessity for us to just provide some perspective or context on it. So I'm just letting that out to be known that that's the situation, at least for the agency, is that we would not be able to go in a joint letter as this current draft stands. So.
Thank you, Director McDermott. Member French.
Could you be more specific on what it is in this letter that you couldn't go along with?
Specifically the board morale and the training, because again, I don't know, I don't have the facts of the training to say, yes, everybody's in compliance or not. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that discussion because it's previous to my knowledge, to be fair. And then again, the board morale part, not to invalidate what anyone is feeling, that is completely your, if the board chooses to go with this, that is your feeling. I have no desire nor need to invalidate that. But there would have to be some contextual information probably with that information. So that's what I can add to that.
Okay. I guess my question is, Ms. Martinez had said that she had some concerns due to what Dr. Cass had said. Are you talking about what he said in today? Or has there been other conversations about this letter?
Member French, I am talking about what he voiced right now. I have not
Okay.
seen the letter.
Okay.
I am talking about the reservations he expressed about the letter during this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McDermott. Director
I'm
McDermott.
sorry. I meant to just tell you, the things that I would be focusing on in the letter that I have sort of, decided or kicked around, I guess would be focusing on the mediation program, focusing in on the funding, focusing in on the staffing of the agency and the staffing of the board. Those are my topics that I was going to cover. And then again, if the board morale aspect was going to be discussed, then putting context and board and agency relationship. So sorry, I wanted to just let you know that so you would know the topics of.
Okay, so I guess somebody very wise told me shortly before this meeting, if we don't ask for what we would like, there's no chance of getting it. And I certainly think that I would appreciate the time to take a stab at this. I think that I might appreciate Dr. Cass joining me if he doesn't feel overly committed in working to kind of finesse this draft a little bit more with Tina before it gets presented to the court. And Ms. Martinez, I think that as far as I'm concerned, and assuming there's no objection from other members of the board, if you guys could buy us an extension until Monday, I would appreciate it.
I would like to ask that if you and Dr. Cass decide to change the letter, that it comes back to the board, because I'm not sure. I mean, I don't disagree with the letter. I haven't read it. I've read it, but I don't totally disagree with it. I think there's some very good points in this letter. So if you two decide to say, and like Dr. Cass said, he doesn't agree, well, some of us do. So I would like to make sure that we all agree before something is sent that maybe I disagree with his opinion.
Sure. The only way to do that, I believe, is to do that right here, right now, and draft this letter together. There's no way for us, given the OMA constraints, to be able to do that. I mean, I'm happy. We can hunker down and get this thing drafted and walk away this evening with something that we're all comfortable with. I'm happy to do that.
Yes, just in the chat, just for extra, Ms. Martinez, it did say that DOJ needs to file tomorrow, so.
I think that she had said that before she offered the extension, and then
Sorry.
Mr. Pacheco, that's okay. That's okay, because it is there and there's no timestamp or anything on it, so. We have a motion and a second on the table to approve this letter as drafted. So I think that the first thing that we need to do, yeah, Member Nixon, sorry.
Just a quick question. Didn't Chair Olivas send out a draft of this letter beforehand, before it reached this point for people to weigh in on and focus on?
He sent it out, I believe, Monday, maybe even Tuesday, with apologies for the delay.
Tuesday afternoon, I think I got it.
Tuesday afternoon.
If I may, just to clarify for OMA, he sent it out for the board packet, but no, Member Nixon, he was not soliciting input at that point. He was getting it so you all had a time to review it in anticipation of the meeting tonight, where the input would be solicited.
Okay. Yep, gave my input. I'm good. Okay, thank you.
So we're at a point, I'm going to make a call, and I'm going to because of what was said. I'm going to ask Dr. Cass if there is anything specific in here that you feel like needs to be removed as a part of this discussion. Otherwise, we're at a point where I'm going to call for a vote to move this forward or not.
Yes, and going through this, just as we're talking about it, I've been looking at it, and my primary, I think what I would do is significantly shorten and remove a lot of language from the CPOA board morale. I think that's a hard thing to quantify. I think that, it's, it varies, depending on, which board member you talk to. And it may end up being a collective feeling, but on the other hand, it's also held individually. So I think it's really, to make a few general statements about board morale would be what I would recommend, which means essentially taking out very much, almost all of that. Just say it's at a low and describe, briefly what that means. I can't do that at the moment, but that would be my major change. I would also then update the part about the process of getting the serious use of force material, because I think we've made great progress in that. I don't believe this letter reflects the state of our access to serious use of force material, and it doesn't reflect the cooperation that we are getting, although it may be, not complete on the part of the APD. It may, we get lots of cooperation from IAFD, but we've had these hurdles with getting doing the redactions at the request of the APOA. So I would just update that, and I don't think that's a serious, I don't think that's a controversial thing. Likewise with board staffing, I think that only requires a very minor update just to get the positions filled, the number of positions that we have, and then some other minor edits. And then that was as far as I got. I hadn't gotten to the training part yet. But my primary objection, I think, is the board morale paragraph.
We're going to go with Member Crawford and then Member French.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think obviously my ability to provide input on this is somewhat limited because I'm so new to the board. But maybe that also gives me a unique distinction or a unique qualification to make the observation that from the very beginning of my experience as a member of the board, the dominant theme seems to have been morale problems. So I agree that it's, that's kind of a subjective and human factors thing that's difficult to encode and can quickly turn into a lot of accusations. I guess my concern is that from my kind of partial outsider perspective right now, it almost feels like the morale situation, not just in the board, but within the agency, and the relationship between the two is one of the greatest problems facing the agency right now. So I guess I just want to say I feel like it's important to communicate that, but I also understand Member Dr. Cass's concerns about that being difficult to do.
Member French?
Well, I'm not aware of any problems with the board members, currently the ones that are here in the agency. But I will say, with Dr. Cass, when he says the morale, I don't like the first two sentences because it says we're scapegoating, et cetera, et cetera. But the statements that were made, the inaccurate statements that were made, those are truthful. I heard some of those myself. So to take that out, why? They were said. But, as far as saying scapegoat and that sort of thing, I probably would take that out too. Let's just stick to the facts. And if the morale is bad, that's not something that the judge can take care of. That's internal, and we all have to work on that ourselves. So, I agree that the first two sentences, or let's see, is it two or three? Two sentences maybe would come out, but not the rest of it, because those are correct. And I don't think that anybody can say that they weren't said. I mean, because I believe they were. Maybe the claims are ill-informed or deliberate attempts to scapegoat the board. All the while undermining, maybe I would take that one out because I don't like the word scapegoat, saying that they're using us as a scapegoat. But I do like the points that he's making on things that were said that were inaccurate and that pretty much prove that some people are not aware of the process or what we're doing as a board. So I don't think we should remove facts just because somebody doesn't particularly care about those facts. They're the facts. But saying that somebody's trying to use us as a scapegoat, yeah, I definitely would take that out. That's personal. And that's not for a judge, just to hear or know about. So I agree with that, but I don't agree with Dr. Cass about taking out facts because those were said.
I agree with you, Member French. As I'm sitting here just kind of marking up my draft, I've taken out the second sentence under CPOA board morale completely. I've left the first one because I do think that that's an accurate statement as well.
Okay.
I think that we're a little low and I think tonight deservedly so, it is what it is. I also took out the piece in that sentence you were just talking about. And just left it as these claims are these claims are ill-informed and undermine an already weak process.
Okay.
We took off that chunk.
Okay.
I think probably getting rid of everything after that sentence is probably a good idea. I don't think we need to touch. I hope everybody has this document up in front of you. There's really no way to do this without looking at it. So
Okay, so wait a minute. Did we vote to wordsmith this then? Is that what we're doing now?
that's essentially that's what we're doing. We are having discussion about what to include. We just don't have any option to be able to, it either comes down to 2 members at most reworking this and nobody else gets to have input, or we do it here and now. That's where we're at because of OMA and quorum issues. So I would suggest getting rid of everything after the weak oversight process.
You know what? I think they're important facts, but not to the letter to the judge. That's my concern. I want to stick to what actually he's overseeing, and that wouldn't be something he would have control over, or say is true or not true.
I agree. Dr. Cass, what are you thinking about all of this as we're going?
Yes, I can go along with what I think I hear the sentiment is. I think at some point we need to get more specific, but and get get the same markups, and so I'm not sure. Maybe it. I don't know if we're ready to read what we would leave in, and then start debating about what we want to take out. But if you start at the beginning.
I thought we already had done that.
Okay, but I just want to be clear on this so that we can make some progress through there and we don't backtrack through it. That's all. I mean, the first paragraph, I presume we can leave alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even.
Okay, so then, and then the second paragraph under the first paragraph under CPOA board morale, what is it that you what's the first sentence that you would leave?
I would leave the first one, but delete the second one. I think Member French was talking about deleting both. The first and the second.
I think leaving the first one in is good. As you say, obviously that's true.
And I think it's true of the majority of the board, even if it's not all of the board. I think it is true of the majority.
How about if we take out some of the qualifiers, such as make the sentence read, the CPOA board's morale is at a recent low.
I can get behind that.
And
Any
then-
objections?
And so then so the next sentence, the CPOA board views efforts to undermine the reform process, which includes scapegoating the CPOA and the CPOA board are largely successful. The CPOA board views efforts as largely successful. So you want to remove that sentence.
I would recommend doing so.
Okay, and I mean, I'll continue with this. Is there an objection to that?
I mean, it
I
might
thought-
be,
Chantel, I thought you were leading this.
Well,
So-
that's fine. I'm happy to, I'm happy to turn the floor back over. I just, I was just asked my opinion.
I don't know, it may be better to do, it may be better to do a share screen. If we're gonna read it out loud anyway, we'll share the screen, I think, so that everybody can at least
Good
see
idea.
what we're looking at doing.
Great idea.
Tina, does that give you any consternation from a legal perspective?
Chair Galloway, no. I mean, it's already a public record in the draft form once it was part of the board packet. If it helps facilitate getting this finalized, it should be fine as long as everyone's clear that this is a draft that is not done until it's done. I think it's been pretty clear in your discussion.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up because I have this in a binder for all of my stuff for board meeting. That's where I've been making it. So let me pull up a clean copy of just this document. Gosh, you guys keep my inbox busy. We said Tuesday afternoon, is that correct?
Chair Galloway, if you'd like, I have been following along. I will forward you the red line as of the second ago and you can share.
Thank you. That would be easier. So. Thank you, Tina. And then do I have the ability already to share my screen, Diane?
Yes, you should.
Thank you. Just waiting for it to pop up. Okay. Okay, can everybody see that? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, so this is where we are. Let everybody get familiar with that. Will it help if I make it a little larger? I'm seeing a yes from Dr. Cass, so bear with me.
If I can have the floor a second, I would.
Please.
I would also take out the sentence, nothing could be further from the truth, given that in its current form, the oversight board is actually a public safety advisory board. I don't really, I think that's a matter of opinion. I don't believe that's a matter of fact. And I think that it's not, doesn't weaken the statement. I mean, the following statement, I think, takes care of it. The CPOA board has no power to affect officer discipline or APD policy beyond advisory recommendations. I think that makes the case for the previous statement.
I would agree. Any objections from any other members of the board on removing this sentence? Patty, I don't know if you're trying to talk to us, but you're on mute.
Sorry. So you're saying when you said this board is actually a public safety advisory board, you're saying that's incorrect?
Well, yes, I mean, I think we are an oversight board.
Mhm.
I mean, that's us by definition. So I don't know what it means to be a public safety advisory board. We're a police oversight board.
I think the message that was intended to be
Yes.
communicated is that we just have
We have
no
advisory
teeth.
power, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's conveyed in the next sentence.
That is true. It is conveyed in the next sentence.
Here's my strike through. Like it just disappeared on me. Just not gone. Tina, I'm gonna underline it and change it to red.
I'm following along at home.
Thank you. So are we good with this paragraph? Or at least more comfortable? Okay. Moving on to the second one. And I think at the very least, I might consider removing this one.
I would recommend that we remove that entire paragraph.
I'm like 60% of the way with you there. It's just, it's not inaccurate. Again, it's not, it's just what we've been experiencing and have had several conversations about with the parties that be.
I agree. It is accurate.
Would it help to just sort of slightly soften the language by saying that the board feels that the CASA party's actions have undermined?
So like taking this out, Jesse, and replacing that with the board. I'm trying to learn, so this is totally me. I'm trying to learn not to use the word feels. I made a commitment to try not to use that word whenever possible. So I'm going to say believes and throw that out there. It's, you know, not an extreme change, but.
Yeah, I feel like that's maybe a good solution. I mean, I don't know how much I can speak to other people's concerns, but it does feel like there's facts in this paragraph that should probably be in here, but there's also, you know, maybe CASA party's actions have undermined is not quite a fact, so we can soften it a little.
Yeah, I think so too.
When you use the term, perception, it that speaks more to a group, because a group can have a perception per se based on conversations they've had, as opposed to feelings or things like that. Please.
The CPOA board has perceived.
Yeah, that's good, in my opinion.
CPOA board has perceived the actions of the CASA parties. Something to that effect?
Sounds good to me.
The CPOA. I'm gonna change it just a little bit. CPOA board's perception is that actions.
I can't see where you're typing. I don't.
Sorry, it doesn't show you.
Okay, never mind. It was my screen.
So the actions of the CASA party have undermined its independence by offering, have undermined its independence.
Can I offer this as a way? I'm trying to relate these actions and what's cited here, and I'm wondering if I would suggest saying that for example, the city attorney produced and presented a disputed report on CPOA board member training to the city council. In that there were there was more than one version presented, and the city attorney's version was presented to the council, and that undermined the process. But I think the fact that it's in dispute, doesn't, assign who's, makes it, softens it a little bit, in that I don't think we can prove one way or the other who's got the inaccurate report. But I know that we can show that the reports disagree.
I don't think that's necessarily true, Dr. Cass. Because, and let me tell you why. When we were talking about board training, there were several Excel spreadsheets, one that said was inaccurate, one that the chair said he sent to the city attorney's office that had the accurate information, but he still went ahead and gave city council the other one. So I believe that's what he's talking about. And we all saw those different spreadsheets and which one they said was correct. So I don't think disputed, I think inaccurate is the correct word for that.
And I will just offer that with the documentation that former Chair Olivas sent was the string of email communications between members that alerted the former executive director to what trainings were completed when. And they were the dates. They weren't a compilation of, oh, I did this training on whatever. They were the actual emails that were sent. So I tend to agree with Member French on this one. It was inaccurate and the documentation was there to support it.
I have a slight concern, and I apologize for speaking without recognized, but it sort of seems expedient with what we're doing. I have a slight concern just that, maybe in the perception of at least city council, maybe also the court, it's not, I'm just a little bit worried about saying the city's report was inaccurate when the city attorney feels it to be accurate. So I'm wondering if we could be a little more to the point by saying that, the city attorney produced a report which was inconsistent with records that the CPOA held and, didn't seem to address that inconsistency. I guess what I'm saying is I feel like if we state that the city attorney's report was inaccurate, we should give just a tiny summary of why it is that we think it was inaccurate.
Nope, that's not right. Consistent. Why doesn't it like that?
I'm okay with that language, inconsistent with the information he was provided. Or information that was provided to him. That I'm good with that too.
Tina, is it appropriate to, because I know that you were part of this, inconsistent with records provided by the CPOA board and legal counsel?
Sorry, I was typing and I forgot to unmute. It's not entirely accurate. It came directly from the chair, not me, but I will say that I know there's a lot of issues with training. One of the things that the city attorney's report had that I think we clearly know is inaccurate is it listed every one of you that had done NACOL last year being non-compliant with your annual training because it failed to recognize NACOL as a substitute / adequate training to fulfill the annual training requirement, despite the fact the monitor for years has accepted that. So without getting into the weeds about veracity of other trainings, I do know that the report failed to recognize NACOL as constituting annual training. Do I think the court cares about that detail? Probably not. But if it matters to the discussion, I'll add that.
I'm kind of with you. I feel like that's going to be one of those things that's an agreement with the monitoring team. It's not a CASA prescribed training or anything.
I'm sorry. I thought that we had heard that I had heard that this was court ordered training. I think I heard that during our discussion with the DOJ that this is something that is court ordered. So is that incorrect, our training?
There is court-ordered training that is in there, and the monitoring team has allowed for NACOL to be the vehicle with which that training is accomplished. You can select to do something else as long as they approve it, I believe. Like, I think that there are Daigle seminars that have previously been accepted.
No, the only
Uh,
reason I'm saying that is because Ms. Gooch said she doesn't think the judge, really cares about that. And my concern is, I thought this was court ordered. And if it's not, then yeah, the judge is not concerned. So, I
Not-
mean,
You
concerned.
mean, is this I think what we're referring to is it's language in the CASA that says this is the training we have to have. So if you view that, how do you view that, as court ordered or not? I mean, the judge is there to, to enforce the CASA basically.
Sort of. It doesn't say in the CASA that NACOL is required training. And I think that's
No.
Tina's point, is that NACOL was not allowed in the records that were provided to City Council as accepted training, when it is accepted training per the monitoring team and has been historically. So we all who attended NACOL, because that's an accepted training to meet that requirement, were deemed out of compliance for that I think it's 24 hours, right? 24 hours of ongoing training that's required.
I think it's 8 hours of ongoing training, 24 hours of initial training.
Was that the only
8
inaccurate?
hours.
Was that the only inaccurate information, is the NACOL? I think not. I think there was some other emails that were going back and forth where I know Eric had sent one saying, and he presented the email that he had given to the director a year before or something like that. Not saying that's the city attorney's issue, but I believe he corrected his spreadsheet and was given city attorney correct information that wasn't portrayed or wasn't documented in the email that was sent to City Council. So I think that's what he's referring to, but let's not belabor this. Let's move on. It's getting late. So
Okay. So we're left with, for example, despite providing evidence to the contrary, city attorney produced and presented a report inconsistent with records provided by the CPOA, with the records provided by the CPOAB. Yay? Okay, in IMR 14.
I don't like that last. It is also highly insulting. I don't think that's something that we need to say. I think that definitely needs to come out,
It's funny. I wish that I felt like that. But I hear you. I'm happy to remove it, but I do feel that way.
I mean, you can leave it in there. I'm just saying,
It probably needs to come out. But
well,
it's unnecessary, I suppose, doesn't help. This probably seemed,
I agree that needs to come out, but something needs to complete the sentence, so.
yeah, let me.
It's a, not a very important point, I think.
What about if you said it's a form over substance position, period?
Instead of all of this, the given,
Or
no, I wouldn't take that.
you're working on the last sentence, or you could just take out the last two sentences of this paragraph entirely.
I thought so too, but then it kind of leaves this one hanging. I kind of think it needs to stay, given that in some cases it had been over 2 years since board members completed the initial training. Records maintained by CPOA training were incomplete. Seems to be a form over substance position.
That's good. Seems to be a form over substance position. I'm good with that.
Okay. Before I move on, any objections to where we are? Can we live with this? Okay. Mm.
Sorry, I would change the CPOA board recognizes and embraces its role in the reform process. It acknowledges, rather than put it in the past tense, it acknowledges its shortcomings and proposes meaningful solutions to address real issues.
Yeah, okay. Probably the easiest way to do that. And I'm not even gonna say proposed because we've actually implemented meaningful solutions.
That's fine. That's a good, I like that.
Okay.
And I have, if you're ready for the next sentence, I've got.
Bring it on.
Okay, to ensure that the CPOA board can recruit and retain high quality members, we ask that the parties offer their help and encouragement. Or we request the parties offer their help and encouragement and scratch out rather than blame and shame.
Yeah, for sure. What if we even like just took out that whole thing? We talk about and kind of hammer home that point of the need for a transparent what's the right? I don't want to say recruitment process, but maybe it's recruitment and vetting process through the city. I mean, that's something that we've been talking about quite a bit. We don't really know what that looks like. You know what I mean?
Are we going to deal with that at the end though?
Oh, maybe. There's been a lot of letters that have come out in the last 24 hours. So if I blur them, please forgive me. So you're saying the parties request help and encouragement?
We request the parties offer their help and encouragement.
I'm gonna take this out for sure.
So to ensure that the CPOA board can recruit and retain high quality members, we request that the parties, we're talking about the
Right.
offer and take out the must, we request the parties offer help and encouragement.
Okay. Come on. Sorry.
And then I think the next sentence, I think we just set up in the earlier in the paragraph. We propose meaningful solutions to address real issues. So I think we could take out the CPOA board is committed to improving and addressing areas of weakness, because I think that's what we said earlier.
Yeah.
Chantel, I don't understand the second. Go ahead and do that. And after you do that,
Okay.
could you read that second
Go back.
sentence?
To ensure that the CPOA board can recruit and retain. We don't recruit, number one. So to ensure that the CPOA board can recruit and retain high quality members, we request the parties offer help and encouragement. I'm not sold on that. I think that there's probably another way to communicate that that's not.
Well, however you do it, you should use the term on board.
Thank you.
On board.
Maybe to ensure the successful recruitment and retention of high quality members. We are engaging in ongoing dialogue with city council and city council staff to best to determine how best to accomplish that goal.
But isn't, once again, when we get to the last page of this, we're talking, or next to the last page, we're talking about CPOA board staffing. And so it seems to me that would be the place to address recruiting and retaining. It's about board staffing, right?
Yeah. So maybe we just don't need this at all to ensure the CPOA board can achieve, how about we just get rid of this recruit and retain high quality members and just say, to ensure the CPOA board can achieve this goal, we encourage and welcome the advice of the parties. Or we, to ensure the CPOA board can achieve this goal, I think that's it. I think you're onto something, Dr. Cass, that the recruitment and retention piece right here is what's tripping it up a little bit. So let's get rid of all of you. To ensure the CPO board can successfully, dang it.
Perform its role in the reform. Well, it's that we can perform in our role in the reform process. It gets a little redundant, but.
What about if you all consider getting rid of the to ensure sentence and the everything between to ensure and just leave the CPOA board recognizes and what follows, because that talks about the review process and imploring assistance for success.
Okay, so it would then read the CPOA board recognizes and embraces its role in the reform process. It acknowledges its shortcomings and has implemented solutions to address real issues with its performance and compliance. The CPOA board recognizes that it must be in a position to function as the monitor when the cost is complete. Yes, and the CPOA board is, there's a lot of, and the CPOA board and the CPO board. So I'm gonna get rid of this and say, we are committed. We are committed to growth.
Achieve this goal.
I'm sorry?
We are committed to achieve this goal. The goal of functioning as the monitor.
I think I like this goal, if that's okay, just because we just said the monitor like a few words before.
Yeah,
no, achieving this goal. How about?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, achieving this. Wow. There we get. To achieving this goal. It implores those involved in the process to work with. And we are committed to personalize this a little bit. Or fix this, one or the other. Recognizes that it must be in a position of power to function as the monitor and the cost complete. And that, and yes, it's this, huh? And it is committed to achieving this goal. Those are not. I'm gonna get rid of this.
Yes.
That comma has to go, Tina, just so you know. Doesn't like that. Yay, nay?
Yeah, I vote yes for that. I don't know that the very last sentence, this is imperative for community policing to succeed. I think that could be left out without any loss of clarity. I think we've already said it, but
I'm okay with that. Any objections from anybody else? Okay. All right.
so I'm good with the next paragraph as it is.
Okay. Like just the paragraph or this section?
The paragraph, I think there's some changes that need to be in this next one, in the second paragraph. So I would say in the second paragraph, I would say while the technology issues that originally arose with CPOA board review of the FRB presentations and especially SUOF investigations have largely been remedied, the editing of the OBRD videos has resulted in a significant effort on the part of APD to provide this information.
What did you say, Cass? What did you say about that?
That the editing, the redacting of the OBRD videos has added significantly to the efforts, of APD to deliver the investigative files. And I mean, it hasn't resulted in a delay, or it no longer results in a delay. We've got cases that we have all the information necessary for review. So I'm just trying to get rid of the line that says it's posing significant delays, but recognize that it takes a lot of time on the part of APD to do this, and that what we're trying to do is achieve a solution that reduces the amount of effort that APD puts in and gets us the information. It continues to get us the information.
So what you're saying, the way that they redact these videos has no impact on the timing of these cases. It doesn't cause any type of.
No, at this point, we have, they've done enough redactions and furnished enough information that we're not waiting for them to, in order to review cases. At some point in the future, if they don't deliver us any more cases, that won't be true. But at this point, they're delivering cases. They've delivered enough cases so that we have a couple or 3 months of reviews before we run out of information. So it's not accurate to say that it's posing a significant delay. It is posing a load on APD.
Okay, so Chantel, I would say take out that sentence if he says it's not true. But the APOA has demanded that the city redact these videos, which takes a tremendous amount of time on APD time and resources. Is that incorrect also?
No,
No.
no, it's not.
Okay. I would
So-
leave that in.
So what if we ended it right here and just remove this
Right.
chunk?
Yeah,
I
that would work for me.
Yeah, I think that communicates what you're intending to, Dr. Cass, I think.
Right.
Okay. Okay,
So this, I mean, as they were during, I'm trying to decide what to do with this sentence. As they were during IMR 13, the city are still in the process of working toward acceptable solutions for this issue that is contributing to the CPOA board's backlog of the SU. Blah, blah. See, I don't think that's necessary.
I
Dr.
think,
Cass?
I think that working towards acceptable solution for this issue, I think that is true.
Yes.
So I don't think that we should take that out. I think maybe that is contributing to the backlog we should take out. But I think what we saw today, by what you and Tina did with the MOU, that is true, that you are still working for an acceptable solution.
and I just, kind of on principle disagree that the backlog is ours. I mean,
Yeah.
we couldn't
Yeah,
do
that's,
anything with it.
well, okay, but so what can we can take out the as they were during IMR 13, let's see. I mean, how about just say the city APOA and CPOA board continue to work on refining the process, refining this process of,
I don't think that's what it is. I don't think it's refining the process. I think it's exactly what he said, acceptable solution on both sides.
I kind of think just getting rid of this piece right here. And maybe even it be for the review of serious use of force cases. For the board's review.
Yes, I'm good with that.
how about, but I still would like to just remove that first clause. It says, as they were during IMR 13. You can just start the sentence. The city, APOA, and CPOA board are still in process of working toward acceptable solutions.
Is that not true? That it's been going on since the IMR 13? Is that not?
Well, why not IMR 12 or 11 or 10 or 9?
Tina?
I just note that for context, this was a topic in the last letter during IMR 13 that was presented to the board. And so to help the court, it might be useful to say as prior to IMR 13 and I don't know, but for context, the topic was something that he saw last time. So I can't speak for the court, but I know it would help me to get context as to how long, or at least that it's an ongoing thing. And I read about it last letter and it's still happening, but progress is being made. Also just a little
I
nitpick.
yield, I give up. I give up.
I'm sorry, what?
I say I give up. It's fine.
He's
These
crying
videos,
uncle.
for these videos, I would say OBRD videos, just so it's clear when you're deleting the OBRD videos from the paragraph, the sentence before.
This one?
Yeah, so delete it, it's fine, but where it says the APOA has demanded the city redact these videos, I would say OBRD videos. Because your pronouns are a little.
Got it.
Yeah.
Just had to find it. Okay. Good with timely access of use of force materials. Going once,
Yeah.
going twice. Okay. Board staffing. Ah!
I took it upon myself to put those red lines in the draft. I just realized that was what I sent you. Sorry.
That's okay. It was corrections that needed to be made, obviously. I know that there is a message that needs to be communicated here that we have had a problem and there is not a solution that has been codified anywhere. But I am a little concerned at raising a red flag of like critical when I don't believe that we're in that position today. I think that acknowledging that we have been there and restating the need for that transparent process to actually be developed are different from this is an emergency, court, please help kind of thing. Just kind of the feel that I get for this.
Well, I agree that I think I would leave everything as it is until you get to the city has committed on multiple occasions to codify the city council appointment process. How about, I'm not sure, it's a matter of making it public, developing the process and making it public. I think that's, so that it's there for improvement purposes, but I guess I'm just trying to wordsmith something other than codify, because it requires more than just, having a process. It also requires that they make that process public.
I agree. I don't disagree. I feel like my concern, I think, begins at this point. The perpetual shortage of CPOA board members is challenging. I think softening this a bit would be good so it doesn't come across as though it's right now immediately. As long as Chris doesn't go anywhere, I think that this is not as concerning as it has been as far as actually filling board positions. I think that the bigger area of concern is actually getting something in place that everybody knows about. It can be.
Also, do we have 4? Or I thought we had a new member tonight, so shouldn't that be 3?
Not yet. He's not been appointed yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. He has to go before city council. That's right.
Right. Maybe this is even as simple as something like whenever a shortage of CPOA board members exists,
how about the shortage of CPOA board members, or the perpetual shortage indicates there are systemic problems with the appointment process. Leave out that challenging.
okay. Let me see if I can undo.
Are we truly having a problem with the appointment process since we have Chris? I mean, he's been getting them right on. I don't know if that's necessarily true anymore.
Yeah, no, it's hard. It's hard for Dr. Cass and I to look at this, I think, with any sense of short-term view, because it has been.
How about the chronic shortage of CPOA board members?
What about the historic?
Okay, that's good too. I like that.
Yeah, and that way it does take it out of the present a little bit, because I agree with you, Patty. So, okay, let's try this. Historic or historical? Or does it matter?
Historical.
Thank you. Shortage of CPOA board members. Or how about historical? Indicates what did you say, Dr. Cass?
Well, I hadn't said much yet. Let's see, I was gonna say, I was looking for a way to say it's challenging to the to the, function of the board.
You said, yes, yeah, I think we need to put that in there, but you said something about systemic or
Yeah,
chronic issues.
I said chronic. I was, this is the words that you've got where you were going to use historic or historical. I was going to use chronic, but I'm happy with historical.
Okay, maybe it wasn't you. Did somebody say something about pointing it back to flaws in the processes within city council staff for filling these vacancies? Or are we moving away from that?
I thought we were moving away from that since Chris
Okay.
is now part of city council and he's doing a great job for us. So let's say we're moving away from that.
But
Except-
I won't argue with the fact that Chris is doing a great job, but I think what we're looking for is a process that, lasts, beyond Chris. And so there's a process outside of what Chris is doing. And I think that's important. It doesn't take away from what Chris is doing, but it just makes it a more, long-term enduring process.
So what are we doing here? Because I'm not sure. What are we putting here?
Give me just a second. I'm hearing two different things. And so right now I'm just throwing stuff in for us to be able to look at it and figure out what we want to keep and don't.
Well, if Dr. Cass is saying there's a problem with the appointment process, and he's not saying that it's Chris, then be specific. What is it? If it's not, then pinpoint where it is, where the problem lies, or, I don't know if that's the way to go or not. That's all I'm saying.
We don't know where the problem lies because we don't know what the process is. There is no kind of delineated roadmap for bringing a new member on. And it's certainly not anything that's been shared with us. Tina, I'm sorry, I saw you go like that.
Member French, I'm not sure if it's something that's come up in the ordinance amendment, another item, but I will note that I think it's still in the most updated draft where they are proposing city council in addition that staff shall establish written policies and procedures for its administration of the board appointment process.
Yes, it's still in there.
Okay, so maybe in a way to address this, I echo what Member Cass is talking about with the historic and systemic and need for sustainability that's longer than any one of us, any particular board member, Mr. Sylvan, whoever, but maybe tying back to the fact that the city has committed and that we encourage that city council adopt this proposal in the ordinance amendments to send a signal to all the parties that you guys are paying attention and you appreciate it and you want to see that and you want to see those policies and procedures.
I agree because, we don't know how long Chris will be there. Maybe he'll get promoted and then we're back in the same position again or something could happen. So I agree. We need
He
it
needs-
documented.
He needs to stay for 3 more years. Beyond that's not my concern, I think. Okay, so these are the 2 things that I'm hearing. It's a challenge for board members when we don't have a full complement of the board. And the fact that we've had vacancies for as long as we have and as many as we have, point 2, issues within city council staff process for appointment of board members, I guess. Now, those 2 ideas are there. How do we fix it?
Didn't Tina say we need a documented process for city council for the board appointment? That I think that's it in the recommendations for the new ordinance. And I think that would clear it up.
So how about getting rid of all that? I'm starting over with, I'm not saying that the language that I have typed in the comments is where it needs to be, but it gives us some place to start. And then the appointment process for CPUA board members needs to be clearly defined and published. Maybe.
Yes, actually, I think you can take out that sentence and it has everything in it. I mean, the paragraph still has what we want.
Get rid of what's highlighted.
Yes, I mean, yes.
I agree. The next sentence says it all.
Cool. So getting rid of this too. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All righty. I like it. Did we want to insert here and published or no? Or some, just leave it? Okay.
Well, for the benefit of the public, I think implies that it's available to the public, it's published.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So,
What about getting rid of this and just saying this board requires a full complement to operate effectively and efficiently?
yes, I agree.
Yes.
So I think the next, if Director McDermott wants to weigh in here, is this, so does she plan to cover this next paragraph? And should we do anything more than just support what you're proposing to do?
I'm sorry, Member Cass, you're referring to the CPOA board training. Is that the paragraph you're talking about, or the one
No, this
previously?
one, yeah, right.
This one right here.
Sorry, I was distracted by something else. Let's see. So it is similar, certainly, my concern. Let me pull it up here real quick. My specifically that I was bringing up is about staffing of the agency. And talking about the city HR process and how slow it is in terms of getting positions filled. That we as the, agency and the board have made, well, not so much the board because you guys don't have the direct role in that, but we've talked about positions, we've been asking for positions, the board has made requests for positions. Unfortunately, that's all been honored and budgeted. And we've made some selections, but that the actual positions, when we provided the people that we finally selected, it just has taken months and months to actually get filled. So, I mean, yes, what you're saying here is essentially similar to,
So would it be just as well if we just left it out, or what would you prefer? I guess that's my question.
I think because I think there's still going to be these two letters, because it's good to have the two similar messages, because there is a lot of agreement, but there's just a few things that we're divergent on. So, or just I can't speak to. So I think having it in there is still relevant because you're echoing the same thing. So where we appear unified is a good thing. That's just my recommendation.
Thanks.
Can we get rid of highly?
Wait, why not just say the monitor has expressed the need to fill these positions during IMR 15?
I agree.
Okay.
Take it as highly unlikely this will occur out of it.
I'll just note, to the extent it matters to the board, I can't say 100% it's unlikely it's going to occur, but I'm pretty sure that during IMR 15, which will close in January, that those positions still will not be filled given the delay in the city HR processes.
And let's take highly out and leave the rest in.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. All right.
I would take out, let's see, I would have it read as, it is clear from IMR 14 that the board training reporting process was lacking, and that deficiency, let's see, maybe that's necessary, okay. And that training deficiencies cannot continue to occur. So I would take out that clause that some required training was not completed, and then put in training before deficiencies.
I'm sure there's a, right there, is that it?
Yeah.
Look at that, I learned something new.
Oh, you're not talking about me. Okay.
Cannot continue to occur.
And she.
Go away, move. Okay.
And then I think that sentence regarding particular members could be omitted now.
Yeah, I think so. What about like current board members?
How about, what do we lose if we take out starting with still? And all, yeah, keep going.
This one?
Yeah, right.
Not really. Let's see. Okay, so what if we deleted all that?
Yeah, that's good.
Patty?
The last sentence, despite repeated attempts by the board to clarify that these issues were with training reporting, none of the parties have accepted or its attempt to remedy these issues.
The only reason I say is because we already addressed it earlier in the letter.
Okay, then I'm good.
And I'd get rid of help to ensure this is not an issue. I don't like that.
I declare victory.
Yay! All right, for Jesse and Andre, please don't let this terrify you. This does not typically occur where we rewrite a document in the middle of a board meeting. So, Tina, do you have all this or do you need me to send it to you?
I have it all. I would appreciate for the minutes and record keeping, if you guys could take a formal vote to get this finalized and then delegate to me, the chair, and Director McDermott getting it out the door in the morning.
Okay, so I move that we accept well, I think we actually have a motion on the table to accept the draft. So do we need?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Make an amendment. I guess I would amend the motion or just withdraw it. What's cleaner?
You could just amend to accept as drafted or edited by the board.
I would have then amend the motion to accept the edited draft before us, and delegate to legal counsel and myself perhaps any minor changes that may come as a result of a hurried reformatting of this letter.
I'll second that before it gets any longer.
Thank you. All right. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, Ms. Varela.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Wonderful. All right. I'll stop sharing. Minimize. Okay. Moving back onto our agenda. Whew, okay, we would then be at item 11H, now 11H, CPOA ordinance changes and CRC ordinance recommendations. Member French.
Yes. We as a committee, and it's Member Nixon, for Dr. Cass and myself, we have met 4 or 5 times. We're working diligently on this. We do not have a document that we can move forward or that is prepared. We're still waiting on a previous ordinance that our interim director will also provide to us. Plus, there's other issues that we need to address. The other issue is that as a board member, as the chair, I asked for administrative help, and I was told that's not the process, that I would need to ask one of the board members to keep a working document while we're working on this. I want them engaged. The ordinance is very, very important. So I've been trying to keep a document that changes and keep a working document and chair the meeting and stay engaged. So I do not have anything to move forward. And quite frankly, with the suggestions and recommendations we need that previous ordinance. And also I might add that there are some things in there, I think it's APD forward, and also board members had made recommendations for changes. What we've done so far, and we have completed with the help of interim Director McDermott, 'cause she had some great suggestions also, is that we also review all those recommendations. So far, we've reviewed all the recommendations that were presented to City Council by whoever did it for City Council. But the board's recommendations and APD forward, we have not gone through those. We have scheduled our next meeting for January, and we will continue to work for it. Hopefully after that, we can have something soon in February, maybe to present to the board. But right now, we have nothing that I could bring forward as a complete document or even accurate document. So all I can say is we're working hard. We're having meetings almost every couple of weeks. But as you know, next week, Dr. Cass and I will be at NACO. The following week, I believe, is holidays. So our next meeting is scheduled for January. That's the end of my report.
Okay, thank you, Member French. I think that the only concern is the email from Chris Sylvan that he provided to us included a note that the Public Safety Committee was going to be meeting on the 14th and that the CPOA ordinance is on their agenda. Chris, are you still with us?
I did not get a memo from Chris that I'm aware of.
Yeah, it came to us, I believe it came to everybody. Diane, you can correct me if that's inaccurate. Today with a written report from CPO or from City Council staff.
There was a report from Chris Sylvan that was sent today that he sent to me. It was his written report. And then the previous email that I had sent out as soon as I heard from, I believe it was Paul Hadel, that the CPOA ordinance was going to be on the public safety board. So I had sent that email out as soon as I had heard that to the members.
That is true. And I have put in a call or a text to the chair of that committee. And also I will be talking with Chris to see what we can do about that, because we're not going to be here. Dr. Cass, I mean, I don't know if Member Nixon will be here, but I know that the interim director, myself and Dr. Cass will not be in town on the 14th. So there's really nothing we can do about it at this point. I mean, and I will be contacting Chris tomorrow.
So when I said, I alluded earlier to the conversation I had with people smarter than me, if we don't ask, the answer is going to be no. I think that it might be worth an appeal to City Council, given the situation that we're in, to see if they might be willing to allow us another month and defer this item on the Public Safety Committee's agenda, as well as any anticipated action at council coming up. It seems counterintuitive to me that the group that this ordinance and any revisions would affect the most would not be a party to that conversation. And given our constraints with OMA and just where we are, there's no way that we can pull together comment in 5 days and have a meeting and be able to do that. So thoughts, recommendations, opinions?
The only thing we can do at this point is talk to the city councilors. I think that's all we can do. And just explain, we don't want to present you with a document that is not from the board, or we haven't given a lot of thought, discussion, vetted with the board before we present to you,
Tina?
My suggestion or recommendation would be to delegate to Member French as the chair of the committee that is tasked with this to put together a written communication that's very factual, that just says, it's our understanding it's happening on the 14th. NACOL is scheduled. We are going to be gone despite diligent efforts by the subcommittee. We're not in a position to provide or have board action on this prior to the meeting on the 14th, and ask that the subcommittee and the council take that into consideration and defer. This way you all have board action as a whole, if that's the will of the board, as to what you want to convey, and that you give Member French the latitude then to convey it.
You comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with it, but I'd like help by staff or Ms. Gooch on the verbiage in the letter. I can put the thoughts down, but to make sure that it's correct and accurate, yes.
So then I would move that a letter be drafted by Member French and Counselor Gooch to send to both the Public Safety Committee Chair, I believe that's Lansana, and City Council, asking for deferment of any action regarding the CPOA ordinance for a period of, what do you need, 60 days?
Fine.
Okay, that way it gives them an idea. So that's the motion.
Second,
Okay, thanks. I really didn't want to second giving myself more work, okay?
I don't mind.
All right. Okay, so any further discussion on that? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford, Member Crawford,
Sorry, yes.
thank you. Member French,
Yes.
thank you. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Moving on, new item 11I on our agenda is consideration of an executive director resignation acceptance letter. This was advised by city legal or city HR to Cheryl Levis. And so the short little acceptance letter is provided to the board. And I move that we issue this letter to the former executive director, Harness.
second,
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
yes,
Member Nixon,
No.
that motion passed 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
4-1, sorry. Doing that. 4-1.
Okay. Next item on our agenda is item 11, now J. Where am I? Yeah. Consideration of supplemental questions for the CPOA executive director. Applicants, sorry, executive director applicants. These would be issued to anybody who has applied as part of their application packet and would be required to be returned to us for consideration. I know next to nothing about this, so Tina, I don't know if you know anything, or Director McDermott. I don't know if either of you participated in that last meeting, but.
Chair Galloway, I was there. I'm just looking at the agenda items so I can get some context, but I believe the idea was to emulate what the prior process was. And I believe that when the Director Harness position was open, that the board opted to send written questions to applicants as part of the process for vetting.
Okay. So, yes, Diane.
I was just gonna kind of supplement on that. So yes, there was a couple of different ways that it was done previously. But the idea is that these are the questions, some of which you would be approving to ask in your interview, and some of which you would be approving or deciding to send to the candidate. And I think former Chair Levis had them broken down. One was like a written response thing, and one was the verbal. And then the written were the questions that you would send to the prospective candidates to, you know, get some read on their writing skills and philosophies and things like that, so that it would help narrow down your applicant pool, assuming that you had a, you know, large enough pool that you needed to narrow it down from.
And the very brief conversation that I had with Eric was that the supplemental questions, the ones that are titled supplemental questions, and kind of indicate that they would be sent out with the applications, or required with the applications, are stuff for action. And the draft interview questions are just for our consideration as we are preparing to actually interview candidates. This is not an actionable item. This portion of it is not actionable. It's just kind of to get things started.
And as long as I kind of have the attention for the quick moment. So I know, and it might have been a little out of order. It might have been better to put this other part first, but there's consideration about having like the CPCs involved and having some of the staff involved. So the question there is, would these supplemental questions be what the board is wanting to know? And then would the CPCs and staff have the opportunity to have additional questions? I think that the idea was to have sort of some preliminary interviewing that goes on with some candidates. It's all, you know, everybody agrees, but interviewing with some candidates prior to. So again, to help make that selection, this is all based on if we have a large enough applicant pool. But that was the understanding that I don't have my notes in front of me, but kind of the idea is that there was some narrowing it down, and the board would be, you know, then of course making the final, yeah, we're interviewing these people and making their choices.
I have a question.
Yeah, Member French.
I have several things that I want to ask. This is new to me. I have never seen interview questions sent to the applicant and published in a public meeting like this before the interview process even begins. I mean, if I knew all the questions that were going to be on an interview, I would have the best answers in the world. Doesn't mean I'm the best candidate, but I would do my research. So this is totally new to me. I've never seen this before, where everybody being interviewed knows all the questions before they even enter the interview process. And then the second question I have, as far as Diane Keith, she said this at the last meeting about staff and CPC being part of the interview process. I'm not sure what she means. I think that didn't Chair Levis said he wanted input from them on questions, that sort of thing. And I definitely think that we should get their input on what type of questions and that. So, but I'm not sure what is meant by the included in the interview process, other than recommendations on questions, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, I would value their input on that, but he is the CPC's supervisor. But like I said, that's not really as important to me as publishing the questions that they ask. I'm not sure, is that the process? I wasn't part of the personnel committee, so could somebody explain to me exactly what was discussed, and are all the questions going to be available to the candidates or the people we interview, or how's that going to work?
So again, I will just tell you that the intention of former Chair Olivas was that the supplemental questions will be an item that we review and vote on to be able to distribute to applicants. And that the draft interview questions, no action, just for our records, just for consideration of members, that we will finalize and discuss what interview questions we may have at a later time. That's just to get things started.
Okay, okay.
I feel
I'm
like a parting gift to us, actually, is what I kind of feel like it was.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Remember, Dr. Cass?
At this point, though, what are we going to do with this information? I mean, we don't have a personnel committee and we won't have one for a month. So whatever information, whatever we're considering tonight, it seems to me it's just going to go into limbo for a month.
Well, I think the supplemental interview I don't want to say interview questions. So member French, strike interview from what I just said. The supplemental questions that are presented to the board would go out to applicants as part of the application process. So, I mean, I don't really know how else to say that. It would be a part of their application, would be a requirement to answer these questions if we approve them. If we say that's what we want to have done.
But we already have applicants, do we not?
We have some.
Yes.
I wish we had
right.
more.
So, and we expect to have more. So we're somewhere in the middle of this process where at this point, it seems to me, we can't sort of send out supplemental, we can't send out questions to the applicants we have without having a full board, a full slate of applicants, without the applications having been closed. I mean, otherwise we're giving an unfair advantage to the current applicants as opposed to the future applicants. And we're not in any position to take any action on it, given that we don't have a personnel committee.
I think that this came out of the personnel committee before it resigned.
Yeah, well, right. But I mean, it resigned. And so now, I mean, that's put us into this, into this hole, it seems.
But I think that we can still make a decision as a board as to whether we want to do this. I think that the supplemental questions could be emailed to any applicants that we already have, and let them know that this is something that the board is requiring as part of the application. If they're still interested in the position, please fill these out, answer these questions, and submit them back to, I believe he has it set to go to Ian, but I'm not positive on that. And then it would just be included with any future applicants that come. So.
Okay, and following up on that, then who would do that?
I think city HR, whoever's been handling the application stuff, I would think. Tina, do you have any insight on that? Or I know I saw Ian, no, maybe that's not who I'm thinking of.
Chair Galloway,
Sorry.
Mr. Stoker is available. I would defer to him, but my understanding is there's a process through city HR that can allow to request supplemental information.
Hi, this is Ian. I remember from our discussion of the subcommittee, there is a process, I don't know it, but HR does, for requesting supplemental information from the applicants, and presumably, yes, this would be handled by the woman from Central HR who's been handling all of these things. So that's what I know. We hadn't really discussed the nuts and bolts, but I think that there's a way it can be made to work.
I have a question then. So how do we proceed? I mean, are you collecting these? Who's collecting the supplemental questions that will be then sent to the candidates or the applicants?
Well, I don't think.
If there's, so yeah, let me get an answer first, please.
Who is collecting what, the questions to be sent out?
Yes.
I believe that would be Lonnie Ben with Human Resources for the city. But again, we didn't discuss the nuts and bolts, so we would still have to clarify that.
So do we have to do that? I mean, how can that occur? I mean, I've just, so that we can go forward with this.
All I know at this point is that HR has a way of doing this. That's what they told me. I don't know exactly what it is. So if the board approves these questions, we can figure that out. But I don't have the answers right now.
Okay, thank you.
Member French.
I agree with what Dr. Cass said at the beginning. That's why I was trying to cut off this conversation, because I don't agree that we should give anybody the unfair advantage. I think we should set a date for the final date to accept applicants. And at that time, we send out all these questions to everybody at the same time. You know, we can't continue to leave this, wait, I know you have timelines. I haven't looked at them specifically, but I think that's the way the city does things mostly. They give you a date, final date, submit your application, and then everybody's treated the same. I don't think that we should start sending questions out to different people at different times. I think this should be equitable across the board. Everybody gets the questions at the same time. So I can't say that I agree with this process that's being proposed. So I don't see how we can, as Dr. Cass said, move forward. I disagree with this. I don't disagree with the questions. I disagree with dwindling them out one or two at a time to different people at it.
Tina?
Chair Galloway and Member French, I think that you just answered what my question was, which is fundamentally, does the board want to have questions that are provided as part of the process or not? And if the answer is no, then that seems like that stops the question or this issue. And if the answer is yes, then what are the questions going to be and what is their content is separate and uncoupled from when is it that people get them. So it seems like there's a bit of a decision tree, and it's unfortunate that the subcommittee that was doing this is gone, but I was there. And so at least, you know, I believe that if you guys can take action on, do you want to send questions? And if so, do you want to send these questions? And if so, when do you want to send them? Or you can table this to a later date. There's a lot of options here, but I think you guys need a baseline understanding. Do you even want to go down this path?
Dr. Katz?
Yes, I at this point, I don't think we're prepared to go down the road. I mean, that's, you know, and I think Member French and I are in, substantial agreement on almost all of this. I'm just trying to explore what the path is, the decision tree that you're talking about. But I think we have to stop and wait until we have either a personnel committee or we have, further information about, when we're going to end the application process.
I think it's fair to table this. It sounds like there's just too many unknowns. We haven't been given the benefit of the time to really think about this, and those that did have it aren't here. So do we need a motion to table? Do we need to actually do that? Or can we just?
I move we table this item.
Okay. Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barela. New item 11K on our agenda is consideration of changes to the proposed timeline and process for the CPOA director appointment. I don't know if everybody had the opportunity to look at it. I don't really see anything wrong with it, but I also think that right now we're not the masters of our own destiny with this one either.
I move we table this item.
Okay. Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to new agenda item 11L, consideration of communications to stakeholder groups on CPOA executive director appointment. As part of our packet, there were draft letters to the stakeholder groups, including CPOA staff, that talks about the process as envisioned. I'm thinking maybe we should just table this one as well.
I can be the executioner if you like. I can do them all.
Go for it.
I move we table this item.
Second. Any discussion? No, seeing none. Ms. Barella.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes, ma'am.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Whew. Okay, moving on. Item 11M, item 11M, budget process and requests. Director McDermott, this is your item.
Yes, the reason why this was put on the agenda is just to make aware the board that the budget process is upcoming and that there are some things that I, as the director and the agency, will need to do that may or may not be able to be timed with, board meetings and things like that. So I wanted to bring up these possibilities. So the budget, I don't have like hard numbers to give to you. Everything is pretty much a fixed kind of item. There's not a lot that's changed. We are going to probably increase the budget line item for closed captioning because that is exceeding the normal line that we currently have. So we'll be shifting some funds there. But one of the biggest things that I think I'd like to bring to the board's attention and sort of ask for your advocacy is the CPOA, when we are fully staffed, will have 15 individuals. We physically only have space for 8 in the area that we are currently in. There are some options, or at least we think there are options to expand in a fairly economical way in the same space that we're in. There's some area that we could potentially expand into, and it would be a relatively low cost. I've raised this as a kind of general information for the CAO to alert her to that fact that we will have in a very near future more bodies than we have space for, basically. I hadn't received a response as of yet, and so what I would sort of ask the board would be to draft a letter, or at least authorize a letter be drafted to the council so that council would have an opportunity to then have the CAO during their administration answer period to address the concern that there is this issue. And it's something that I will be raising in the budget requests that we need the space. And if we don't go this more economical route, then we would have to request significantly larger funds for furniture and equipment and security and all these different things if we need to move to a different building or something like that. So I wanted to just raise this. The timeline is that there are some budget instructions that were just given to us, that things that we have to fill out. January 12th, we're required to submit some papers and things like that. There are some technical review meetings that we're not a part of, at least I don't think so. I'm still learning this process myself. But January 24th through the February 4th. Then the actual budget hearings are occurring February 5th through the 12th. And then the proposed budget document is due to council by April 1st. And then the City Council Committee of the Whole considers the budget proposal in April and May. May 31st is the council's deadline for the adoption of the budget, and then July is the approved. So just to kind of give you the outline so that you all are aware. And the big, I guess you'd say, expensive thing that we're kind of needing and looking for is the ability to have space, physical space for our employees.
Dr. Cass.
Yeah, what is the cheap option, just to expand on the same floor within the building?
Yeah, there are some openings that are occurring in this building because The county, of course, has moved out of City Hall, and so some departments, basically, there's going to be a lot of shifting around of the departments between City Hall and our area, the Plaza del Sol. And we can't be in City Hall due to a few different reasons, but ordinance being the primary one. So there are some spaces, though, that are opening up in this building, and there is a, like I say, a fairly affordable, at least we view it to be a fairly affordable option based on what we've kind of researched, that would be on the same floor, expanding basically into the same floor, if that would work with a lot of different things. There's a lot of factors, but that's what we would sort of wish list go for, because we already have security cameras that we need here. We already have security doors and security windows and different things that would be more expensive to have to install in a whole new space. And as far as I understand it, there's probably adequate space like right next door to us that we could potentially utilize. So that's our thought anyway.
Thank you.
Do you have a date by which this letter needs to be drafted?
No, I don't have a hard and fast, but again, budget forms are due by January 12th. So I will have to make some certain requirements, which I think is the day before your meeting. And not to say that the request to the CAO has to be, before that point, but I guess if I understood that the board was interested in supporting that, then I could kind of move forward with that idea. And then again, if the board would, whether it be now or in the very near future, decide to write a letter to the council with the request that they basically get a response from the CAO, since I hadn't received one as of yet. That's why I just want to put it on your radar.
Dr. Cass?
I would like to just express our support for the option that you think is the most effective, and it sounds like that's the easiest thing to sell to city council or to the CAO. And what it sounds to me like you're asking for is just a way of getting this on the a response on the from the CAO, or at least getting it on her radar to be aware that this is a need that we support.
Yeah, I as an individual have raised it, but certainly if I had board backing that then was able to approach the council and say, hey, this is a need that we see, council then has the ability to request some dialogue with the CAO, basically. So it just kind of puts that this is more, it's not just one person asking for it, it's a bigger need from many parties.
Could we do this in the form of a resolution tonight and just to say we support the proposed changes or proposed needs for space that have been identified by you, the interim director, and that a letter to council will follow, or a letter to the appropriate, whoever you think is appropriate will follow. I mean, I would like to give you the ability to say wherever you go that we support this notion.
Tina might have a commentary about the specific mechanics that would be the best, but that's.
I feel like what I'm hearing is if the board is in support of this request to the city to appropriate the space within the Plaza del Sol building, we draft a letter to city council and perhaps with a CC to Sarita, expressing our support of this and encouragement of making that a reality.
I think that's the mechanism that would be the best, yes.
Tina, does that make sense?
Yeah, Chair Galloway and Director McDermott, it does. I think mechanically, probably what would be the most succinct and efficient way to do it is to ask Director McDermott for her wish list for the letter, and the board delegate to whomever would like to raise their hand to finalize that letter. And I'm happy to be of assistance in that process.
So I'm happy to take that on and get that letter drafted and out by next Friday. I think I can reasonably make that commitment if that's the direction the board wants to go.
I
Chair
move,
Galloway, we could, I'm sorry, Dr. Cass, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, I was just gonna say, I move for what Chair Galloway has offered to, has volunteered to do.
I'll second. Any other discussion? All right. Ms. Varela,
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Alrighty. Getting a little punch drunk here. Bear with me, guys. Let's try and move through these last few items. Item 11N, update on board requested training. This is on Robert's Rules, City Legal Board Training, CPOA investigative training. Dr. McDermott.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief too. So in terms of the Robert's Rules of Order training, I've spoken with Mr. Aguilar, the city attorney. He is working on the contract with the parliamentarian that has presented to the board before. There was some hiccup on that, so he should get that fairly resolved, though he said fairly easily. So I don't have a date, I don't have a projection, but it should be soon. In terms of the city legal board training, in discussing with, again, Mr. Aguilar, his proposal is January 8th. That's a Saturday as a date. He has a newborn on the way, and so with holidays and that and everything, that seems to be the most logical date. So hopefully that would be enough time for everyone to be available. So that is the proposed date, unless there's strong, no one can make it kind of thing. The CPOA investigative training. So I've developed a 3-part kind of process that I think will be instructive to the board and give you some good perspective. So the first stage of that I will provide to you here, well, with Nicole, but hopefully either just before the holiday or after. And then that stage will allow you to take about 30 days or 45 days, whatever the board thinks it needs. And what that is going to entail is sort of giving you a mock investigation to go through, something simple, of course, but to really give you a flavor, to get it used to, utilizing Power DMS. What does that entail? Looking at policies, things like that. And then there'll be a lecture, if you want to call it a lecture or a Q&A or whatever, on a scheduled appointment. And then sort of a follow-up of, what did you learn, or what did you need, or, what would you change, or, things like that. So that's my proposal. And we can have that first stage to you here fairly soon on that. I think that was it. Yeah.
I'm excited about that, Diane. Thank you. Member French.
This CPLA investigative training was on the agenda, I believe, in June, that we would have this training by the end of December. And seeing that we're going to do a mock investigation, and then we have 30 or 40 days, and then Q&A upon appointment, or whatever you're saying, that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for, just like it said, staff would put on a training. You would walk us through an investigation. I think all of us know about Power DMS and that sort of, making this a 3-part prong. And it's been on there for over 6 months. I just don't agree with that. I think that it should have been done like they said. We should have had this training by the end of December. I mean, we're being held accountable. The board is for training. I mean, we've been looked through a microscope on our training, and this has been on there since June, but nobody's held accountable but us. And so that's an issue for me, a huge issue. We should have this training before the end of the month, just like it was requested in June. So I disagree with the 3-pronged training just to go over investigative training. And it's been a request for months. So I will not support that at all.
Diane.
Member French, unfortunately, the previous director, the directive was to the previous director, so I can't speak for everything that was with the previous director. What I can tell you, and I don't recall if it was done by or scheduled by, but the idea is to provide you with the most information. This is not CASA required training or ordinance required training. This is extra training that the board had wanted. So in terms of accountability, you have to get it done or anything like that. This is trying to make it the most useful to the board.
Yes, the board did request it. Absolutely. And I don't think saying because it's not CASA related that it can just be, kicked down the road. I don't agree with that. And I have gone through investigative training before. I've done IA cases and I know it doesn't necessarily take a 3-prong to get this done. And the board is required to do enough training as it is, then making this long and drawn out like you're proposing. I think we need to get the training done. I think all of us have looked through investigation, maybe with the exception of the couple of new members. We're all familiar with investigations, and I don't think we really need to be spoon-fed like this. We need for you to go over the process that you and your investigators use when you train your investigators, sum it up in a PowerPoint and present it to us. I don't see how that would be so difficult and why, we're making this such a long, drawn-out thing. I'm sure what they were wanting to know is how you do it, but that's just my point of view. The other board members may not agree, but like I said, our training, we have been held to a very high standard. We're not giving any reasons, not even if you don't even have a computer so you can access the drives. There's no excuses for us not doing our training. So if the board requested this training back in June, here it is December, and saying that we're still not going to get it until after the holidays, and it's going to be 40, 60, 90 days till this is completed, is just unacceptable to me. But that's just my personal opinion on that. And I'm not saying you're responsible, Diane, because you weren't the director at the time, but you're currently the interim.
Diane?
I just wanted to say, nobody is suggesting 90 days. I am suggesting that there was the portion that would give you some practical experience, and then the lecture, and then the wrap up would be shorter. So again, not suggesting 90 days. It can be shorter if you want it to be, in terms of if the board wants to take less time to do the first stage of it. I was just being generous, given that you have a lot of different responsibilities and are, volunteer. So that is my proposal. And if you are not satisfied with it, then I can try and come up with something else, but.
So I would like to tone down a little bit, just
don't get me wrong. I'm not holding Diane accountable because she
Sure.
was the director.
Sure.
So don't get me wrong, Diane. I'm just saying that, it just seems that we're just not getting it, and it's very important.
And I agree with that last piece right there for sure. I think that this is very important. And so I, for one, would welcome, I have absolutely no investigative training whatsoever. And so everything that I know, or that I think I know, dangerously so, I would appreciate, and I know I would benefit from somebody who does this for a living, and can show me where, we're often criticized about spending too much time on certain aspects of cases and not enough time on others. And I think that I would benefit from that type of training personally. I'm not particularly concerned. I know that this has been on the agenda since June. It's really been a topic of conversation for more than 2 years now. So the idea of spending another 3 months a drop in the bucket as far as I'm concerned, and that's coming from that length of time going through it. You know better than we will, I think, what we would need as far as training goes, and I'm more concerned with the quality of the education that we will receive so that we can do a better job. Again, the monitoring team has the benefit of having investigators on their team. They know how to do this. We don't. And ultimately, that's the role. That's the gig. That's the job. So I, for one, am in favor of this proposal. Dr. Cass?
Yes, I propose that we accept this as a proposal that made in good faith to get before the board so that we can move forward on this. I don't think there's any question that this is going to be completed before the end of the year, given that we're halfway through December and the rest of the month is well taken up. So I think this is a good faith proposal. I think it's something we should consider, and I thank you for making that, because I think we welcome the idea, and I think the details of whether over what the duration is needs to can be decided at a later time. So I would like to move on. Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that an actual motion to accept
If a
this?
motion is required, yes, I would move that we accept Director McDermott's report, and I believe that was the spirit that was intended, and that we finish this item.
The report or the proposal for training, training provided to the board?
That we accept that she's made a proposal, that a draft proposal for the training that the board has requested. And the details of this are clearly, not finished. So I will accept it as it is, as presented as a draft. That's my motion, to accept this as a draft proposal.
And this training is it's optional?
I suppose it's not required by the DOJ and it's not required by the ordinance, but it is training that we as a board voted on and asked for. And so I think that we as a board bear some responsibility in completing that training.
So this isn't final, this is just a draft?
I think that's Dr. Cass's proposal. I think Diane's ready to pull the trigger from the way it sounded. So Diane, were you ready to move forward with this?
Yes, there's some fine tuning aspects of it, but that is my plan, and I have, worked towards it already. So that, I was going to send you that first stage soonish. So
that was what I got from it. Member Crawford?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, I think I'm interested in this training. It sounds useful to me as someone without any background in this kind of investigation. And given that apparently this has been something that has been kind of a protracted process, if we want to avoid protracting it anymore, since Director McDermott has a proposal, I think we should authorize her to go ahead with getting it all set up.
Can I make a friendly amendment or offer of an amendment and see if we can move forward? Diane, can you present us with something finalized for January? Written down the plan, what you expect to cover at our January meeting, because I say that because we are getting ready to have 4 new board members, and I think that the timing will work out well.
yeah, certainly I would encourage, again, I was trying to accommodate the board's request to have it something in the process by the end of the month. Again, I did recently start this to be where it's my responsibility. So that was my attempt to honor that request. If it makes sense to the board to delay a bit because we will have new members, certainly it's a lot of time intensive work to do the proposal, and I've put quite a bit of some effort into it already. The lecture, whatever you want to call it, Q&A. My point is to try and avoid the whole death by PowerPoint idea. I'd like to have some engagement and some real um, I don't know, learning experience from it and not just a bunch of hands-on, I guess. Yeah, as Chantal was miming, kind of hands-on idea. Instead of just going through some, droning on for a couple of hours or 3 hours about all this process. So that's my goal, is to make it engaging, to make it impactful. Whether I accomplish that or not, I guess you'll see, but that's the idea. But if the board wishes to basically wait and I can provide you with a specific thing and you want to have it for more of the new board members as well, I'm happy to oblige whichever direction.
I have a question. Since you said this has been going on for 2 years, and I'm talking to you, Chair Galloway, what's the intent of the training? I'm not sure I even know the intent. If it's been going on for 2 years and you still.
So the history behind it was, it kind of stemmed from conversations about the board not knowing what goes into the case review, to the case investigation process from the agency side. And so requests that we make oftentimes are overly burdensome. So it helps us to understand the workload of the investigative team, as well as the work that they do that we may not be privy to, that might give the board a better sense of security and confidence in what's being presented to us, because we don't always get everything. So it was kind of a twofold thing, is my recollection of years worth of discussion.
Okay.
So, I think that if we're okay with getting a, not a draft, not an oral summary, but the plan in writing in January for us to approve and move forward with, I think that would be good. Right now, it's kind of theoretical. But are we comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with just moving forward with this. However, and I'm trusting that, the interim director has a plan, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. So I'll withdraw my motion if that's what's required, or I'll modify it to just support this idea.
I don't think we had a second yet, so I'm comfortable with withdrawing, and Diane, if you just don't mind getting that to us next month, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for taking action on that. I really do appreciate it. Okay. Changes to initial training. Can we table this item? Can I make a motion that we table this item? It's late.
I'd like to second that motion.
And it's, there's a lot. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Returning back to our regularly ordered agenda items is 11P draft of the January through June 2021 semi-annual report. Diane?
Yes. So again, brief. Our data analyst, Ali Abbasi, has completed the draft for January to June of 2021 that has been uploaded. I believe that you were sent the information how to access that. So that draft is for your review, to be then put onto the January agenda for your approval. And then once, assuming it's approved, it would then go to the city council as it needs to. And just happy to report that there are no backlogs of reports at this point. Ali has worked very diligently to get us up to speed, caught up. And so moving forward, the reports should be timely as they're supposed to be.
Thank you so much. Any questions or discussion from the board? Seeing none. Item 11Q, board member responsibilities, new board member training requirements. I will just say that I haven't looked at this. It's 24 hours. Haven't had an opportunity to look to see where everybody is with things, but I understand from our legal counsel. And yes, Diane?
Well, you can finish your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
Okay. My understanding is that both Member French and Member Crawford are up to date with where they are expected to be at this point. Member Crawford and I sat down last month, and as of last month, everything was on track for the first month's training requirements, and we will be meeting again to go over where things are with the second month's requirements. But as you know, as I get into gear chairing this thing again, I'll hopefully have more to say on that. Just real quick, the eight-hour annual training requirements will be due by the end of the year. That is either NACOL or some other approved training that sorry, I'm getting tired, that will meet that 8-hour training requirement. Needs to be conducted, the appropriate reporting mechanism back to the monitoring team and to the agency will be required. And now that Cheryl Levis is not there, if you will please send me any training documentation that you have, as well as CC Director McDermott and Tina, that would be great. I would appreciate that. Just know that we are rapidly approaching the end of your deadline for that. Annual board member review meeting. Something that we've got to do. I'll probably be having a conversation with Dr. Cass to kind of figure out where we need to be with that, as he is the only one who's actually conducted one of those. So I'll probably rely on your experience and guidance there, Dr. Cass. And so that is it on this item. And yes, Director McDermott.
sorry. So I'll touch base on the one thing that I wanted to mention is yes, the end of the reporting period is the end of January. However, do keep in mind for those of you that signed up for the virtual NACOL that the NACOL classes will be expiring on December 31st. So if you're utilizing those or whatever, you just need to have, because those won't be accessible after that date. So just please keep that in mind. And then because the proposal that we are to send to the monitoring team for that initial 24 hours, there was a proposal draft sent to the members. I do believe that you've tabled that, but if there is input, because that was just based on one member's input at that point. So if you have input as members, it would be preferred, obviously, if you provide that input, and then Council Gooch and I can incorporate it, or if you're wanting to wait, although the indication from the monitoring team I understood was kind of sooner rather than later. But I just wanted to throw that out there that, please, this is your initial training. So if there are things that you've felt are missing that are important or, not really needed and not beneficial, then we'd like to know that. Ultimately, the IMT, you'll have to approve it. But if there's things you want to see changes on, we'd like to know.
Thank you. Any questions or discussions on this item?
I have a question. On the training, some of the trainings, they say that we received a waiver because of COVID, correct? Like do we have that in writing, or we're just going word of mouth that it's, there's a couple of trainings on here too that, and I won't, it's so late, I won't bring it up, but there's a couple of trainings that are unavailable, or I don't even know what they are. So that was my question. We're told that we're given a waiver because of COVID, but it's just been verbal, and I'm not a verbal person. I like to see it.
The one I think from the monitoring team that they've waived is the requirements for ride-alongs.
Mhm.
And then if APD is not offering it, they're not offering it. But Diane?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just going to tail on. So yes, there's CASA trainings and then there's ordinance trainings. And so CASA wise, most of those are available. The ride-alongs, as you said, that the monitoring team has given a pass. As to whether that is documented in writing, I don't know if the IMR specifically said it. I kind of think it did, but I don't know off the top of my head right now. So, because they didn't find you out of compliance for that aspect of it. So I think that's your version of writing, if you will. And then the ordinance things, yes, if things aren't offered, obviously, then there's those paths, if you will. But the monitoring team is only concerned with the CASA aspects that are required.
Okay, because there was something about a simulator or something like that, and I've asked APD, nobody knows what it is, so, okay. I'll talk.
Probably the firearm simulation training.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that machine was down forever, and then as soon as it was available to us, COVID hit, so.
Okay, because I asked APD and they have no idea what I'm talking about, so.
Yeah.
I'll discuss that with Diane later, or whoever can steer me in the right direction to get that done.
Yeah, I think that that's a board-wide requirement. So Diane, if you hear anything, it's going to affect all of us, not just member French. So, all
I can
right.
look into that.
Thank you. Moving on, item 12, meeting with counsel pending litigation or personnel issues. I'm getting a shake of the head from Tina. Looks like we don't need this item. Okay. Item 13 on our agenda, other business, home stretch, guys.
I just had one thing that I was going to bring up on their other business. Member Nixon had brought up before that he didn't have access to some of the documents. And so, you know, it's an issue for us when we're doing looking through these investigations, because we have to go to 4 or 5 different places. Evidence.com, SharePoint, this place, that place. You know, I just don't understand why it's such a complicated issue to put all the information in one place. And I understand, Diane, it's not you. You say APD is sharing this information with us, but I don't understand why the agency or somebody couldn't just download it, create an X drive or something for us, because this is really a complicated process when you have to go to 3 different places just to complete one investigation. I mean, it's not a help, it's a huge hindrance. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. So I just wanted to bring that up. And this is something that's been going on since I got on the board and probably before that, but it's just utterly ridiculous, the different places that we have to go. And like Dr. Cass was saying, well, it may not be there, but if you go there, it's somewhere else. Why do we have to do that? I think that we should try to make this an easier process and a simple task for the board. It's enough we have to review and read those and go through all the documentation, but the amount of places we have to go to do a complete review is ridiculous to me. And so I'd like for the staff to look at what we can do to consolidate the places.
I think Dr. Cass had us all let him talk first, because he'll probably be talking about the force data, I'm assuming.
Yes, yes, so actually there are 2 places that are required to go for an officer involved shooting case. And that is the share-based site, in which all of the Force Review Board minutes and PowerPoint files reside. And then if it's an officer involved shooting, we ask for the investigation files, which are a link provided by APD to an evidence.com related link. So there's only 2 places, but there's been confusion. Sometimes those links work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's the right link, sometimes it's the wrong link. Those are the problems that we're addressing. But essentially the answer is that it's complicated because it's not in our control. APD controls the information in both cases. The PowerPoint files and FRB files are much easier to access because they've been redacted and they're made available. The evidence.com files are in a different category, and they're more protected, and they're kept in closer control by APD. So that's the world we live in. As far as other sites to access, those relate to other kinds of cases, to complaint cases, citizen complaint cases, and that's in a different category, and they're accessed in a different place. So you know, I agree that it's been a problem, but I think we're getting there. And there isn't a large number of places to go. There's a small number of places to go, but we have to get, you know, we have to do access to the right place. So, and that's the part where I'll admit that we've not been able to get, we've not been able to go to the right place immediately every time. But now there are two.
There's more.
Director
And just
Go
to
ahead.
tack on a little bit about that. So, I basically, like this month, you may have noticed that instead of getting attachments on some things and I've tried to upload all the case type things to the share link. So your non-concurrences went that way, your appeals went that way, your regular cases went that way. So again, not so you would get things in your packets and your emails and your, so trying to make as much as we can do that. Now, like I say, the force, as Dr. Cash just described, is sort of a different animal. But when it comes to the citizen complaint aspect of it, trying to make sure that you have those things in the one place is what I think I accomplished this month, and will continue moving forward.
If it's helpful, one of the things that I have done for the share-based links and for the Axon video site is I actually have them saved up on my toolbar right next to one another, so that when it's time to review those, they're already there. I don't have to go searching for it and figure out where it's at. And then I have just the third link that comes from the agency with the actual cases that are CPC cases, not force cases. So that's an option that may be helpful. But I just throw that out there because it's successful for me. Any other business?
Yes, regarding member Gioni or former member Gioni's tentative resignation,
Yes, sir.
I think that's going to have to be. In my opinion, I think that should be reconsidered for a number of reasons to consider. I think that she should have a little bit more of a voice as far as that's going on, and I think she'd be willing to just have a discussion about that, her resignation and the conditions for which she was asked to resign.
Okay. For what it's worth, I attempted that and was shut down very, very decisively, actually. And so I don't know that that's the experience that I would feel, confident saying would happen. But I mean, to be honest, I think I have a little bit of a different perspective when it comes to that, because I was the mechanism used to attempt to gain compliance with trainings and having those conversations. And I met with member Ralph at Starbucks to go over how to do case review and answer any questions that she may have had. There was ample text messages and emails and phone calls back and forth. And it just wasn't successful. And in the month that's occurred since the request was made for resignations, there is no attempt to complete those trainings again. So I think that if there was the desire to do so and to meet the requirements of being a board member, I think that would have been a good step to demonstrate a commitment, I guess, to this work. The other issue that we face is a lack of attendance. There's a requirement for a 75% meeting attendance between subcommittees and board meetings, and attendance was at 50% over the 6 months that she was serving on the board. I mean, I suppose if the board wanted to go down that path, we could reach out. I will tell you, I won't support it because I've done it. And I've spent a lot of time attempting to do it. So I am unwilling to do it again at this point, and I'm unwilling to do it. I'm just unwilling to do that. But if the board chooses to do that and somebody wants to take that task on, I suppose that's an option.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take the task on.
Well, it's gonna have to be a board decision because the resignation has been.
So if I have to take the task on for it to be a board decision, then let's make the decision because that's what I'm recommending.
What was
Dr.
your,
Cat-
recommendation? I'm sorry, what was his recommendation?
My recommendation is to reach out to Member Gioni again. I think that there's some circumstances that need to be considered as far as this is concerned, and I just to get some clarity on her perspective from that side and from that side. But I'm willing to reach out to talk to her.
So I'm sorry, just for clarification, Member Nixon, are you
Mhm.
requesting that we allow Member Ralph to come to a board meeting and explain or give her perspective of what happened? Is that what you're requesting?
I am.
Okay.
You know, we've had 3 resignations in 48 hours. And we've seen letters come across regarding these resignations. And it's kind of really concerning to me when people resign under those circumstances, when not the entire board doesn't necessarily get to hear those grievances, but we each get to read the letter and to resign in a letter like that, especially given some of the folks' tenure on this board doing that. And I understand we won't reach out to everyone, but with Member Gioni considering and her role in this community, she's one that said, yeah, she would consider, you know, talking about it. And even if it's just a talk about it and it's sustained where she stays out and she doesn't want to do it, I think there has to be some sort of clarity to this because none of the resignations feel right to me as a board member. There's something going on. Yeah, so.
Dr. Cass?
Yes, so I'm curious, what is there a process for reversing a resignation? It seems to me since she took the action to resign that it would lie with her to attempt to rescind her resignation.
Correct.
And so I'm curious as what the process would be. If it's possible, then maybe the best action would be for you to find out what the process would be, so that if it's possible, then it would be up to her to decide whether she wanted to pursue that process. I mean, I can't see that there's anything that the board can do here, because it was her decision, and it might be her decision to be able to reverse this, given that it's been a short amount of time. If you want to take an action, it seems to me that might be an action to take.
Good, I'll take an action.
So, I'm also saying that it's not anything that we should be deciding. It's because it concerns primarily whether there's a process and whether she's willing to take the steps to reverse it.
Okay, so if somebody could refer me to a process if there is, and if not, I'd take that on to have a conversation with her and appropriately address it.
I think that I would be interested in knowing why you feel as though a member who has been non-compliant with training requirements despite monthly reminders and multiple attempts to correct the issue made and a lack of participation, why we would go through that hoop. I think I'm looking for some convincing here.
Oh, because I think that there's a lot of things that could be gained, especially if there's any issues or discrepancies as far as how the board has handled this process and newcomers onboarding with the committee or with the board, excuse me. And then also just looking at it, just basically gaining some sort of clarity as to what's going on. So not just for my own observation, but also just to kind of have an understanding of how this has come about. Because I understand that, but I wasn't there with the emails and the Starbucks meetings and stuff like that. So I'm trying to get some clarity and understanding of what that process looked like before somebody tendered a resignation. I would think that the board would vote on something like that before this person is being asked to resign. And I understand that you were right there at ground zero, probably doing a lot of things, but we vote on a lot of things. We didn't vote on this. All I knew is that I saw an email come across with resignations, just like I saw for member Armijo Pruitt, as well as member Olivas.
Well, I think that those are two different things. I hear what you're saying, but I think that they're two different things. And I don't know. I mean, we've never done it before, number one. So I think that if this is a step that we want to take, that the board as a whole should agree that that's a step that we want to take to do something different and justify why we want to do something different from the way that things have been handled in the past. When a board member resigns, they've resigned. It's, you know, the choice, the conversations that we've all been a part of were, you know, initially that no, there wasn't going to be a resignation tendered, and that conversation was going to take place at tonight's meeting. And then we received the resignation last night. So plans changed along the way, not due to any action of our own. So I don't know. I'm really uncomfortable getting into something that we've never done before. And I don't think that if we were going to do that, this is the case to do that with. But I don't know. Yeah, Member Crawford.
Yeah, I'm kind of two minds about this issue. I'm new to the board, obviously, so I don't have a lot of background in, you know, in the situation. I definitely had some discomfort about, you know, about it seeming like there was going to be an effort to remove Miss Ralph, and then about her ultimately resigning. And I guess in a way I was sort of looking forward to that attempt to remove her happening, because it seemed like it would present a good opportunity to sort of clear the air and try to figure out, you know, from her perspective, what had happened. And I regret that her resignation meant that we, or at least I didn't kind of get that opportunity to ask her questions. That said, the flip side is that I do kind of have a feeling that's hard to shake, that it's a little inappropriate to try to kind of chase down someone who resigned, and that's probably not something we want to like get in the habit of doing. Maybe I have a hard time articulating exactly why that is. It just seems like a bad pattern to me. Perhaps if there was something more formal in the way of like an exit interview or something, but it also feels like the things that have been leading people to resign are not generally things which are really under board control. So part of me also feels like we're almost not the people to do that, just because I don't know that we're the people that act on it. I think it's coming across that I don't have a super strong opinion here. I'm just maybe leaning a little bit against it.
I would like,
Member French.
Member Nixon, did you say you've talked to her and she said she would like, then I'm not sure why she resigned and why she didn't come tonight, but did you say you talked to her and she would like to present her side to the board?
Yeah, I did.
And did she say why she didn't attend and just resigned?
No, she did not. But I know that there was a lot of emotion and animosity kind of going through that, and being a board member as well. I need to understand that myself. So, I mean, you know, and just hearing her side of the story, I think that that's only fair.
I mean, I think that there's nothing that prohibits you from having that conversation with her if you would like to, and report back ways in which you think the process can improve. Certainly, she was a part of the process to develop the new onboarding techniques. And so her voice was mixed in with that, just as a member of the outreach committee. So I think that there's some, I think that her voice is at least somewhat represented. But if you feel like there's more to the story and that there's something that we can learn from, I think that that's certainly a conversation that you can have. I don't know that it's a board action though.
Yeah, it may not be a board action, Chantel. I think you're absolutely right. I agree with you. It may not be a board action, but I find it kind of interesting where you're sitting on a board and someone's going to resign and there's no exit interview. You know, when police officers resign, now finally AAPD has a policy for an exit interview, or their policy has been modified for that. That happened even when I was in the CPCs. So why wouldn't we want to get that information so we can get a understanding of what's going on with her? Now, if she tenders her resignation and wants to keep it that way, that's one thing. But if we discover some things of miscommunication or some things where it can be worked out, then we can go down that line if that's the case, and that can be proposed at a different date. But I'm curious, and you had mentioned that not all three cases are the same. You're absolutely right. The only thing that they have in common is they all three resigned within 48 hours, and where there's smoke, there's fire. So, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. I know it feels that way. Sorry, Diane. I know it comes across that way, but I think I don't know that I agree that it's all pointing to something. I think that I don't know that I agree with that. Just sitting in the conversations that I've participated in, and given the very, very, very clear resignation letters that we received from Eric and from Tara. But, you know, I think exit interviews, you've been on outreach with me, and so you know that before he passed, Member Mitchell was working on that. So I think that that's absolutely something that we should look into doing and implementing. And so I would encourage you to come to the next outreach meeting with some ideas on that particular issue. I think that would be helpful to restart that conversation, for sure. But Member Crawford.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that I'm not like super fired up about the idea of exit interviews right now is because I did feel like the other two members who resigned left kind of letters of resignation that were probably as exhaustive as an exit interview would be. I'm sort of struggling to remember Ms. Ralph's resignation letter because I've read a few too many lately. But I do remember it not being very long. So maybe if there's an action item here, it would be to, you know, maybe for you, Mr. Nixon, to let her know that the board would certainly be interested in receiving, I guess, maybe just more detailed information on why she made that decision.
Yeah.
You can go on with that.
I think
Member
Member Nixon is right. It doesn't have to be a board action, but I would like to hear her perspective also, because at the one meeting she said, "I'm not resigning," and then I think she said she did not resign. Did she say for personal reasons? I think it said so. No, that was another one. I forgot what her said. But anyway, I would like to hear it. I think if there's some way we can improve on the onboarding, the process, we definitely want to hear it. So I would like to see you take that task on, Member Nixon. I don't think it has to be a board issue. I think you can do it. Just
Yeah, I'll talk to Member Gianni.
okay.
Thank you. Anything else? You guys are troopers. No other business. I'm going to adjourn this meeting. It is 12:10 a.m. Record.
Do we need
Have a
motion
good evening,
for that?
everybody.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Yeah, we need to take a roll.
Oh, apologies. Okay. Member, Ms. Varela.
Did somebody motion to adjourn, Dr. Cass, and we got a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. French. Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you, Member French.
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Thank you, Member Dr. Cass.
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. Pass 5-0.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Be safe.
Hi, welcome to the Bugarium. My name is Jason Schaller, and I'm the curator of entomology here at the Albuquerque Biopark.
And my name's Diana, and I love learning about bugs.
So tell me, Diana, what do you think a bug is?
Ooh, when I think of bugs, I think about beautiful little creatures that scurry around, usually on land, but sometimes in the ocean. And they're usually called arthropods, right?
That's right, arthropods. So arthropods are a huge group of animals. In fact, most animal species are in this group. And it contains things like this millipede and this giant stick insect from Malaysia called the jungle nymph. So tune in next time. We're going to take you through the 4 main groups of arthropods and explain what they are and what makes them arthropods.
Awesome.
Hi, welcome back. So we're going to talk about our first group of arthropods right now, the insects. Insects dominate the land. There's over 1 million described species of insect out there, and there's probably a lot more to be discovered. So insects come in a lot of shapes and sizes and colors. This one here is one of our larger insects. This is the jungle nymph stick insect of Southeast Asia. She's the heaviest of all the stick insects, and she doesn't look very stick-like. She looks more like a leaf. Now this is just one of many types of stick insect. She eats leaves, hangs up in the canopies in the jungles. Another insect we have to show, just one of many, is our ferocious water bug. So this one can be found in waterways all around the Southwest. So this is a native one, and he's being very feisty. So ferocious water bugs are predators. They eat other insects in the water, and they don't like to be taken out on the land. They just want to kind of run and hide. And even though this one has a pretty painful venomous bite that it uses to subdue its prey, they rarely bite humans. And even picking it up like this wasn't enough to get him to bite. There are a lot of other insects here in the Bugarium, and we'll have different episodes talking about the different groups of them. And what's really closely related to the insects, more so than any other arthropods, are crustaceans. So right now we have an example of our land crustaceans here. You've probably seen these before. These are called woodlice, aka roly-polies or sow bugs. So they're not very big and exciting, and they're pretty common all around the northern hemisphere. But these are actually closer to crabs and lobsters and shrimp than they are to things like millipedes. And crustaceans as a whole are closer to insects than they are to millipedes or arachnids. Next time we'll talk about our other groups of arthropods.
And welcome back. So for this episode, we're going to be talking about myriapods.
Yeah, myriapods are an interesting group of arthropods that include things like millipedes and centipedes. And these have basically the same body form, a long segmented body with legs on each segment and a head end and a tail end. So there's one big difference between millipedes and centipedes. Do you know what that difference is?
I do know what that difference is. So one of them is poisonous and one of them is venomous. And basically what that means is that if you eat a millipede, it'll make you really sick. But if you get stung by a centipede, it'll hurt really bad.
Yep, that is correct. So yeah, centipedes, they're predators. So here we have a common desert centipede, also known as a tiger centipede. And these are right here around Albuquerque, pretty widespread in the western US. And these are predators. They hunt other arthropods, especially insects, things that are smaller than them, and they use their first pair of legs, like fangs, to inject venom into their prey, and then they chew it up. So they can sting you if you mishandle them, and it can be pretty painful.
Not
like
sure
a
if
bee,
you
but-
missed that, but they sting you with their front legs. We'll do a whole episode on these guys, so don't you worry.
Oh yeah. Hey, and if you want to take out this lovely creature, this is a Tanzanian pink-legged millipede from East Africa. And so this one is poisonous. She secretes cyanide-containing chemicals from her sides, from little pores, but she's otherwise completely harmless. She doesn't bite or anything, and she is a decomposer. She likes to eat rotting wood, rotting leaves, fungus, animal poop, carrion. She'll even eat fruit and plants, pretty much anything she can find.
Awesome, yeah. So basically just don't eat her and you'll be fine.
That's right. And we do have local millipedes that are very similar in brown. So if you see those, don't eat them either.
So in short, just don't eat her. Awesome. Well, come back next time as we finish out our series on arthropods when we go into the rock stars of the bug world, the arachnids.
Yep, spiders, scorpions, and the relatives. See you there. Welcome back, and we're going to talk about our final group of arthropods, the arachnids. So arachnids are things like spiders and scorpions, but this group also contains mites and ticks, whip scorpions, tailless whip scorpions, and daddy longlegs, which, believe it or not, are not spiders. A lot of people don't know that. Anyway, to represent our arachnid group, we have two of our most charismatic arachnids. One, we have a giant forest scorpion of Southeast Asia. So this is one of many types of scorpion that are big and black, and they are very big. Now people will often say, oh no, a scorpion, that's venomous, that can hurt you, right? And yes, it is venomous. Its venom is in the tail here, in the last segment called the telson, and they mostly use that venom to help subdue prey, but they will try to sting if something is trying to eat them. However, it takes a lot to get them to defend themselves, and when you're gently picking them up, they really don't respond in a defensive manner, which is why they're so chill.
Awesome. And who do we have here?
So that is a Chaco goldeny tarantula, one of over 800 different types of tarantula in the world. Tarantulas are mostly large, very hairy spiders. And just like the scorpion, she has venom, but she uses it to subdue her prey and rarely uses it in self-defense. So like many arachnids out there, she is quite handleable, even though we recommend not handling arachnids or other venomous insects just for your own safety and for their safety. Dropping a large spider like this or a large scorpion like that can actually lethally wound them. So we rarely take them out. We only do it for special occasions like demos like this.
Yeah, they're very, very delicate. So when you're catching those spiders at home to release them back outside, be really careful with them. They have delicate little bodies. Awesome. So that was our final category of arthropods. So for recap, we have 4 different categories. They are our insects, our crustaceans, our myriapods, and our arachnids.
That's right. Good job.
Awesome. So we'll be doing more episodes where we go in depth on each of these categories and have even cooler specimens that we'll handle and show you. So stay tuned.
Yep, we'll see you next time.
And we're back. I'm very excited for today's episode because we are focusing all on one of my favorite little creepy crawlies, spiders.
Yeah, spiders are a favorite amongst some and a least favorite amongst a lot. They're one of the most feared arthropods out there, but there's really no reason for this. Spiders are pretty much harmless. Even the ones we think of as the most dangerous really aren't that dangerous. So for today's spider episode, we're going to talk first about our large, showy, some might say cute spiders, tarantulas.
I love tarantulas. For me, the bigger the spider, the cuter they are. When we get into some of the smaller ones, that's when I start to get a little bit more scared. But who do we want to start with today?
Well, we'll start with this one. So this is one of my favorite tarantulas. This is the Brazilian black. So this is a ground-dwelling species from Brazil. Most of your ground-dwelling tarantulas live in burrows. They're often called terrestrial tarantulas. And this is one of many. There's about 850 known tarantula species on Earth. Most of them are ground-dwelling, and the ground-dwelling ones like to live in burrows. They'll usually spin just a little bit of webbing at the front and into the burrow to help them detect prey that comes by. They don't move a whole lot, especially the big females like this. They spend most of their life just laying low in the burrow, waiting for prey to come by.
She is so beautiful.
Oh yeah, she's on the move. So we have to be very careful with tarantulas because they're not designed to fall. If they drop on a hard surface, it can easily kill them. So we usually don't do any handling of tarantulas in the Bulgarium anymore. We save that for other insects.
And she's also extra special because she just molted, right? So she's got like her beautiful, shiny new body that she's still kind of learning how to navigate. That's why she's really feeling around with her little toes.
So let's take a look at her molt. So I have a collection of molts here. So these look just like tarantulas, but these are actually the skins from when they molt. So as we all know, arthropods molt to grow, and they look just like them. You can kind of see where all the legs were pulled out there. But yeah, this was hers from about a month ago.
So we have one more extra cute, dare I say cuter than the last one, tarantula to show you. So we have here a pink toe tarantula.
That's right.
And this one's very cute. I'm going to go ahead and let you get her out. She's adorable.
So she's just kind of curled up here on this wood. So pink toes are tree-dwelling or arboreal tarantulas. They stick a lot better. They tend to spin a lot more webs, usually kind of filling in crevices and bark. Sometimes they'll make a little hammock between a couple of small branches. Her web is all in here. It's kind of hidden. But yeah, I think she's one of the cutest ones. So these are pretty common as pets. They're a lot faster than the ground-dwelling tarantulas for the most part.
So I think she's absolutely adorable. She's got this like beautiful dark teal body with these bright, beautiful little like coral pink toes. So we've covered our cute spiders. So come back next week when we kind of get into the Let's Scare Diana zone of spiders.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for that.
We get to do some tiny ones. I'm just gonna hang out with my friend here. Till then, she's very cute. Aww.
See you next time.
See you next time. Encore, encore. I love spiders. Let's do some more.
All right, we'll end the session with spider feeding. So, as we all know, spiders are all predators. They inject venom into their prey to help digest it and to kill it more quickly, and then they slurp up its liquefied insides. So we're gonna watch that right now. So here we have a unfortunate dubia cockroach. It's one of the favorite foods of these larger tarantulas. And even though she's not moving or anything, these are ambush predators. They wait for things to come close to them, and then they snatch. Ooh. So she became a little defensive there. There we go.
That crunch sound.
So white knees are one of our more voracious species here. They almost always eat. A lot of other tarantulas, if they get nervous or disturbed, their appetite goes away. Not these. Appetite is always there. So as you can see, her fangs are very strong. Even without the venom, just the crushing power of them will kill most prey in itself, just that action. But to digest it properly, she needs to inject it with the right enzymes, and that's largely what the venom is for.
Cool. Well, let's let her make her smoothie and join us next week and we'll learn more about spiders.
Hi, welcome back. So we just looked at some of the big, cuddly, fun spiders. Now we're gonna look at some of the, what people will say are creepier, smaller, faster spiders.
Yeah, I think I just get like a little bit more scared because the small ones, they're just so fast. Some of them are just so fast.
Oh yeah, in fact, the one I'm about to show you is really fast. So this one is a pretty common, widespread true spider.
True spider.
So we call things like tarantulas and trapdoor spiders are a primitive branch of spiders. So everything else we call the true spider. It's kind of a silly term because they're all spiders. So this one here is a Carolina wolf spider, Hogna carolinensis, very common, widespread, also one of our larger wolf spider species. Most people see any kind of generic grayish spider with a similar pattern and think, oh, it's a wolf spider. And there's a lot, there's easily a few hundred species out there of spiders that look like wolf spiders that aren't. So it is one family like Cosidae that is the wolf spiders. I'm not sure how many species are in it, but this is your most large and striking one in our country anyway.
Yeah.
And as you can see, he is fast at first, but once he calms down, he's calm. He doesn't want to bite or anything.
Yeah, he's a lot less scary when you're holding him somehow.
Oh yeah, but he's pretty.
Yeah, not as scary. Okay, so what's in this next one? I mean, like I already know, but for the audience, big reveal.
Yep. So this is one of the most feared ones. People often misunderstand the spider a lot. This is our black widow.
Ooh, I actually really like black widows.
Me too. They're our most venomous local arthropod in terms of LD50 of the venom or the potency, but they almost never use it unless unless they are absolutely threatened and they have no other defense.
Yeah, they're pretty docile, right?
Oh yeah. So people get bitten by these when they put on a glove with one in it or a shoe, or they're working in a wood pile and they reach in and hit one where it's trapped and it can't move and its fangs are against the skin. But if you just gently pick them up like this, they just kind of want to move away. So I'd have to do a lot to get her to bite me, like hold her down against my skin.
Yeah, it's like you have to like basically press on them.
Yeah, I still wouldn't recommend this though. Best to avoid bites from these. They are nasty. They hurt really bad. They cause muscle cramping, spasms, fever, nausea. And, well, now she's calmed down. They'll often just kind of pull the legs in. And the hourglass shape is on the underside. Let's see, can I get her? I don't want to grab her. She's against my skin.
Yeah, let's not grab her.
But aside from black widows, the only other really venomous spider in the U.S. is the brown recluse. That one's also not too venomous. We've all seen the pictures of the gnarled, gangrenous hand from a brown recluse bite. That's a very, very, very rare situation. Most bites from brown recluses are, they do create a nasty ulcer that takes a while to heal. It's a strong cytotoxin, but most cases you're going to be fine. In fact, there's only one confirmed death from brown recluse bite, and to my knowledge, there's not any confirmed black widow deaths known.
Wow. Okay, well, we have one more, the fastest of the fast.
This one we're not going to touch, but I thought this would be cool to show. You can see he has two previous molts in there that he's sitting next to. And this is a tropical huntsman spider, and this is one of the ones we breed here. They're very prolific breeders. We'll just do that for now, because if I even breathe on him, he will dart. He is like the Flash. He will disappear, and we will never see him again. We don't want that. But they are very pretty.
So cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for teaching me about spiders. I definitely, for some reason, was really scared of this wolf spider at the beginning, but after seeing you handle him, I'm like, I feel a lot better about being close to him
glad
with
to hear.
the lid off.
Yeah, that's always the message here. None of the arthropods are really that scary once you get to know them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Join us
Thank you.
next week as we discover and learn more about new bugs.
not too bad. And we are joined by lots of amazing special people who have a story to tell and then some. And so we're going to hear a little bit about it today. I'm just going to give a brief overview and hand it over to the folks who really worked on this, who made it happen, and also who have generations of lived experience here in New Mexico. And so today we're here to honor the legacy of the first African-American families to homestead in New Mexico. And it's been a long time coming. I know as I look around this room, many of you have mentioned how can we share this story officially and appropriately in the state of New Mexico and the city of Albuquerque. And at least as Mr. Padrell and I were talking about this morning, at least this is a slice. We know there's much more, and we want to have much more. And I continue to be committed to having a full African-American culture and history museum. But we've got a really good slice that we're going to share with you today. And so it's getting us started, and it's this exhibit behind me. We're going to talk about how it works. But for us, this is part of acknowledging that Black history is also our history. It's part of New Mexico history, and it's part of Albuquerque history. And that so often has not been told. And this is the beginning of institutionalizing us telling that story going forward. And so we need to share the history with each other, and we need to share it now, and you can do that right here at Electric Playhouse. So this exhibit, which is mobile, it's going to be able to be moved from venue to venue, and I think that's really important so that it can show up in all sorts of places, whether it's an exhibit at the State Fair, whether it's in our museums, or whether it's in places where families go, like Electric Playhouse, so we can share this with everyday people as they're going about enjoying the city of Albuquerque. And the history of these families, it's a history of ingenuity, perseverance, and of course of family lineage. You are going to see here today and also learn about in the exhibit descendants of those original homesteaders who are still with us right here in the metro area. And so this is a sneak peek of a cutting-edge mobile installation created in partnership with the African American Museum and the Cultural Center and the Electric Playhouse. And it's the first step in what eventually I believe will be housed at an Albuquerque museum, whether it's the Albuquerque Museum itself in the meantime, or it's when we finally get a standalone facility to tell our broader history. Now, I want to introduce a woman who, from the minute I met her, she brought this up and never stopped. And so Rita Padrell, she's the executive director of the African American Museum and Cultural Center, and she's going to share the historical significance of this, of African American homesteading here. But, you know, Rita, I just want to thank you. I remember when we first sat down and I said, you know, we had a vision, and I said also, let's find a way to actually take a step forward together, a meaningful step forward, not just asking for funds or not just saying someday we'll have X, Y, or Z. And this is that step. This is a meaningful step to everything you've been working for so long. So Rita, come on up.
Thank you, Mayor. So, on behalf of the African American Museum and Cultural Center of New Mexico, we are really excited about this upcoming exhibit. It's called Facing the Rising Sun. It's about the journey of African American homesteaders in the state of New Mexico, and it's about their use of vision, belief, and sovereign ownership to achieve their goals. Under the Homestead Act, I don't know if you're familiar, but under the Homestead Act of 1862, from 1863 to 1976, citizens who had not, if you were 21 years of age, and if you hadn't taken up arms against the United States, you were able to homestead 160, 320, and eventually 640 acres of land for a minimal fee and for just staying on the land and improving it over a 5-year period of time. So Electric Playhouse collaborated with us and said we need to make this an interactive exhibit that can be touched, that will pull young people into this history, And as the mayor said, the city of Albuquerque and the Albuquerque Museum agreed to give us the space to make this history visible, which it so deserves. And African Americans were already coming west in the late 1800s. And you had the Buffalo Soldiers, but most African Americans were coming west resisting the oppression of Jim Crow and resisting the terror of the Ku Klux Klan and the red shirts. So homesteading and the vision of land ownership was the vision of having places of sanctuary, places of self-determination, self-definition, places where hard work and perseverance could mean that you were able to support a family, and places to continue resistance, where the legacy was not just the land, but to be forever vigilant, to know your worth, and to resist with all your heart and soul, diminishing your God-given right to equality and freedom from injustice. And homestead were part of the foundation of these thoughts of resistance. African American history gives a unique slant on the history of New Mexico. As Jim Crow laws became a part of the New Mexico landscape. So American homesteaders were at the forefront of the fight to end segregation in New Mexico schools, to end redlining by the banks and unequal access to capital, to establish fair housing laws, and to end real estate covenants. The ongoing fight for our history to be visible in our schools was another fight that we are still fighting, and to have a standing structure as a place of sanctuary for our history. The history of African American homesteading is a history with continual movement. It is Sankofa. It embraces the past, the present, and the future. Homesteaders are not dead. They continue. And it's my honor today to acquaint you with our griots, our storytellers. They are remarkable. They are the descendants of visionaries. They are to be honored as jewels of New Mexico. My husband calls it black turquoise. They, as James Weldon Johnson wrote, they sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. They sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. They face the rising sun as a continuation of resistors, revolutionaries who have held fast to the belief that all men are created equal and have refused to be defined by others as any less than that. So I'm going to introduce these three remarkable people, and they're going to each just give a short story of homesteading. So we have, sitting in the chair, Mr. Grover Pettis. He's a second-generation homesteader from Las Cruces who followed his father's visions to fulfillment and who still holds part of the family homestead, which is now into the 5th generation. We have Mrs. Bobby Boyer, who's from Vado, a 3rd-generation landowner, and she married a 3rd-generation homesteader, Mr. Roosevelt Boyer, who will give us a sense of community that arose through the power of ownership. And we have Mrs. Brenda Dabney Ballou. She's a 4th-generation homesteader from Albuquerque, New Mexico, whose mother brought a homestead vision to fulfillment at the age of 29. So I thank you all for being here, and I'm going to, it's my honor to start with Mr. Grover Pettis.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to say something about the homesteading of Las Cruces, New Mexico, in which my dad was somewhat of a visionary. And he, years prior to this thing happening, my dad had saw a vision of a piece of ground that that perhaps that he had never seen or never heard of before, but was taken out and shown some land that that was to be some homesteading land. And of course, my dad, the gentleman that took him out there and began to show them around, they had several people that went out there and they showed them this part and that part and all of the things there that they had. And my dad had had a dream about a piece of property, but he didn't know where it was or what it was. Nevertheless, when we got to this portion of land there, Section 11, it is named, for the first time he had seen it visually. And when we got to that piece of property, my dad said, "Oh, that's mine. That's my piece of property that I saw in a dream." And he says, "Yeah, that's the one that I saw. And that's the one I saw water that was running underneath the ground there. I know there's water there," he said, "because I saw it in a dream." So I'm going to kind of demonstrate just a little bit of something that I'm sorry I can't tell you the whole story because I can't say it all in a short period of time. But I'm going to just show you just a little bit of how we found the water and know that there was water underneath there. So my dad had a little bit of experience with peach limbs. And for instance, this be a peach limb and it's drawn like a Y if you want to look at it and say, yeah, that's a Y, you know. Nevertheless, he says, well, let's see if we can find some water here. So he grabbed it by the ends of one like that, and then he twisted it up like this, and he says, well, let's see. If there's water there, this thing is going to bend over like that, and I can't hold it. So he says, okay. As he was walking along across a piece of land, and all of a sudden, this thing started just going down by itself, and it was just very tight, very twisting in his hand. In other words, he could not hold it until it got down like that. And he says, well, there's water underneath there. I know there's water there. So he says, I'm going to go to the other side of it and see what happens. So as he went toward the other side, it started coming back the other way. As they were leaving the water. And there was no way he could hold it. So this is just a little bit of a demonstration of how my dad used to find water when he was out on this Section 11. And I wish I could tell you a whole lot more about it, but that's the place that Mom and Dad finally became homesteaders out there, and that's where we had to go out there and do a considerable lot of work, fencing and digging, perhaps water holes for animals, cows to drink water, because that was open land out there at one time. There was a lot of cattle, a lot of cowboys in that portion of the section out there. So there's a lot of things I could tell you about it. I wish I could tell you more about it, but my dad was a visionary, and that's where we got started. I wished I could tell you a lot more about it, but that particular piece of land at one time was sold, Pop sold 240 acres of that land and bought a piece of land over on Highway 70, going out to Alamogordo, toward Alamogordo, the mountain, and he bought 407 acres out there. And that's where things really start happening. In other words, that piece of land, Section 11, started something that he had no idea what it was going to be like or what it was going to be like, but he saw that one thing. He saw that river going down through this particular section, and that piece of property is part of it, would enable us to buy a piece of property on the Section 14, which is near Highway 70. And that's where I began to have a vision of what it looked like or what it could look like if we had water on that land. And I wandered around that place out there after working around town, I started at the base working for White Sand Improvement Ground. So nevertheless, I went to my dad and I said, Dad, I see something in this land, but I can't see it without water. I don't know how long I have to speak here, how long. So if I wished I could tell you the whole story, but since I cannot do it at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
And we are going to tell the whole story when the exhibit opens in January.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we're going to have Ms. Boyer come up. She's a resident of Vado. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I have a big voice, as you can see, and so I don't think you'll miss any words that I say. Okay, what I'm going to tell you about is Vado, New Mexico. It was predominantly a black town. You talking about a beautiful place to grow up in? I don't care what anybody says. It was beautiful. I enjoyed all of my years. And I would do you like I do the kids that I teach, but I won't go that route. I always say, guess how old I am? And they would come up with all these funny ages. Every once in a while, somebody would come up with 100. I said, wait, guys, Miss Boy isn't that old. She isn't 100 years old. So my part that I'm going to tell you about Vado, like I said, we had a very nice community. The people came from the South, because they wanted to come for better lives and everything. And does anybody know what Vado means? Okay, it means like a crossing in the river. So that's how Vado got its name. So if because a lot of people always ask me what it is, and that's what it means. I've researched and found that out. Okay, now my part of the speech today, I'm going to tell you about one thing that the black people in New Mexico, which a lot of people didn't realize, we celebrated Juneteenth. I can guarantee you that our celebrations were bigger than the ones that they did down south. Because the simple reason, there were black people in El Paso. They would come up on Juneteenth. There were black people in Las Cruces. They would come up on Juneteenth. Now, I want you all to know, no matter what you were doing that day, no matter what your job was that day, everybody took off. They told their little bosses or whatever, we're going to the Juneteenth celebration. And it was held at Dunbar, okay, I've lost the man's first name. Anyway, Dunbar Elementary School at the time. It was a school at the time. It's now a community, known as our community center in Vital, and I'm the vice president. Anyway, this is where we all gathered, and there was so much unity among the Black people in New Mexico, because it was nothing but happiness. And we had some good people who barbecued. Now, my cousin, his grandfather, he was excellent. And our sheriff, he was excellent, and he barbecued. And of course, the ladies, you know what they did. They brought their favorite dish. And so we would just eat, and we'd have games, and the kids would play, and we'd have so much fun. And this went on for years before they even started their celebration in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Everybody was down there with us. And it was a grand time. Every year we had a grand time. I hated to see it leave, but, you know, everything has to change. And Vado, just like Vado has changed. But I can truly say this much, that I have enjoyed it so much, living there. And my little schoolhouse, where I went, it is on the National Historical Record. Y'all ought to give me a hand. Now, I'm not up here to tell you all about Vado, because I could go on and on and on. But I told somebody the reason why Bobby Jean Fuller Boyer is up here is because my husband, Roosevelt Boyer Jr., he was very interested in all of this type of thing. And one of the cameramen, we're going to give him a yell out. 19 years ago, he came to our home and he did an interview with my husband. That's how long we have been interested in that, and I will be interested in that until my last days.
Okay. And our last storyteller is from Albuquerque and homesteading in this part of the state.
Good morning. And to our mayor and all distinguished guests here. There was a little girl whose mother dressed her up real pretty one day, dressed her in her Sunday best and her little brothers, because it was a special day. The East End edition, A Dream Realized, was going to have its grand opening in the northeast section of Albuquerque. There's a story behind that dream realized. A group of African-American businessmen had a dream for their community. Yes, Albuquerque was their community. About 1938, they had a land vision of developing a homestead plot into a real community of homes and schools and parks and hospitals and shopping centers and more. They plotted and they planned. A 16-year-old young African-American girl became their secretary. Their dream was embodied in her, and in years to come, she would be charged with seeing that dream become reality. The strength of that dream kept her looking for all avenues of financing, and many avenues. The local banks were closed to her. They were very unreceptive and uncooperative. The strength of that dream would eventually lead her to an African-American contractor, Mr. J.S. Jones out of Arizona. The strength of that dream would finally lead to homes being constructed, homes that would allow local African-Americans to have new and decent housing. The strength of that dream finally had its grand opening. That was the day that my mother dressed me up in all my finery for that special occasion. It was, even though it was out in the boonies and the roads to get there were were made of stone and dirt. It had started, the homes were ready to be looked at and to be shared with the community. She had competition from other land developers. She opened with 3 models and the first home, and when the first home was purchased, the East End Addition was on its way to becoming a thriving community. This was a dream realized. That young woman was my mother, Mrs. Virginia Ballou, and my grandfather, Henry Outley, was one of those African-American businessmen. That was the reason for all the celebration on that beautiful, sunshiny, little windy day. I remember the balloons flapping in the wind and the flags flapping and the music playing and all there was plenty of food. My mother had a barbecue business and there was barbecue being shared that day. It was a festivity day. So it was a dream that was finally realized. Thank you.
I can introduce you. All right, so thank you so much for those amazing stories. And of course, I have questions for each of you, and such a thirst after being teased by some of that to hear more. And also, of course, we'll get to learn more about it in the exhibit. But this is a very special occasion, and so we do have some other folks who help make this happen, and we want to allow them to share a few words. And next up, Electric Playhouse, for those of you who don't know, is a wonderful thing in our city. We are out in the west side of Albuquerque, and it's fun for all ages, but I think you will see it is quickly going to demonstrate how it can scale, whether it's in Albuquerque or whether it's all over the country, and provide a great community space for families and a place that can feature the connection between art, technology, and fun. And so with more on this, Brandon, I can't remember your last name.
Garrett?
Garrett, Brandon Garrett. Come on up. And you're the CEO?
Yeah.
CEO of Electric Playhouse.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thanks everyone for coming out. I'm CEO and one of the co-founders of Electric Playhouse. And if you may have been noticing a lot of dings and whistles in the back, so if you haven't been, as the mayor mentioned, it's an interactive space. We interact with the walls and floors into kind of gameable and art surfaces. And so what we like to do is take that technology and also bring it to museums, cultural clients, and businesses as well, just like in this example here. So this was a very special project. Just as you've heard the stories today, we have the pleasure of listening to these daily, in our weekly meetings. And Rita's a great storyteller, and we just love listening to her every time. And what was fun about this project was taking something from the past and the importance of what it means today and translating that into a physical piece. And so what we did was we took kind of what looks like a homestead here, but we filled it with that technology. So from a distance, you'd recognize that it's somewhat historical, but the magic is actually built into this. So you'll be able to explore all the different stories that have been kind of spoken, and it's actually designed to take on more stories because it's not all here. And so over time, this exhibit and what you experience within it is going to change and evolve. And so I had the pleasure to kind of work with the team early on to kind of conceptualize this. But I'd like to introduce Eric Yakeley. He's our Chief Technology Officer and also Project Manager on this. So he took this from concept to reality. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. So what can I tell you? So there's a documentary that you see on the outside of the screen, and then there's a touchscreen application on the inside that allows you to explore the different families that we're focused on in this exhibit. And then on the far side, we have what we're calling the time door. So the idea is that as you open the door, you're looking inside of the structure, and that changes through time. So there's displays there as you open that, and then you also look out on the lands. So as you're inside the homestead, you're looking out on the land, and the land changes too as you open that door. So you're coming up from the early 1900s up through present day. So very much still a work in progress. So we're looking to target opening in January, and really want to thank Rita. It's been an inspiration to work with you, and I knew basically nothing about homesteading in New Mexico, and that's one of my favorite things about working on projects is just the education that I get and that we get to help bring to the visitors that are going to be able to experience this exhibit. So I want to thank our team, especially
Early on, Teresa Kitt, Chris Steinmetz, Brandon Garrett, as I mentioned, and then our fabricator on this was Owen Schwab, and then I did the project management and also the software development on this, and then Jordan Tate, I don't know if Jordan was able to make it today, but he's our graphic designer, so really a fantastic team effort, and again, thank you, Rita, and thank you all the family historians that have, helped bring the story to life, and yeah, all right. Thank you.
Wonderful, and a great example of what Electric Playhouse brings to our community. And I just want to reference their work at the Blue Museum is also awesome, and you can just get a feel for sort of how their technology and what they're doing can apply to museums and education of all kinds. So we want to really wrap up with a little bit, just because the city played a wonderful role in this in partnership with everyone that you've heard. And I know that when I will tell you the story of kind of how this started. So Rita has a meeting with me and others, and we rehash the same request she's had for decades. And I walk out of there, and this was probably 3 years ago, maybe almost 4 years ago. And I really wanted to find a way to somehow tell this story appropriately and permanently. And so the logical next call for me is our arts and culture department. And so fortunately, with their leadership, our director, Shel Sanchez, and our deputy director, Hakeem Bellamy, and we went through the history of different museums and different attempts in different locations. And wonderfully, Hakeem, which he does a lot, kind of put some things together. Hey, why don't we use technology? What about things like Electric Playhouse? Why don't we try and start with a sliver of African American history like homesteading, that we can digest and actually get done. And so he really drove this project after I came in and said, we need a champion to actually get this done. And so it's a credit to his leadership. So Hakeem, come on up. Yeah.
We hear y'all. Thank you, Mayor. I'm lucky. Mayor Keller, Dr. Shel Sanchez over there, wave at him, Shel. I'm lucky to have supportive bosses, and I know that I've been in the community. This is my community. I've been living in Albuquerque for 16 years now. I've lived here. The only place I've lived longer is where I grew up in South Jersey, so the black community here is my community. And so when I heard Rita, like Mayor said, saying with this administration, and hearing her say with previous administrations that, our stories have to be told and we need a place to tell them, I sort of always also thought of it in a very brick and mortar kind of way. And though, as you heard the mayor say, that his administration is still committed to helping us find a home, we also knew that the stories can't wait. Like, we can't wait till we find a home to tell our story. We'll always be waiting. We'll always be waiting for some other thing for our story to be added to the canon of New Mexico history. So Shel, after we left that meeting with Mayor, Shel was like, we were thinking about buildings and community centers and locations and libraries. And then, it was really, Shel was like, you should take Rita to Electric Playhouse. And I was like, why? And this was the central location. And she's like, I think we just need to figure out a way to think out, no pun intended, but outside the box, like a building. And we went down there, and I knew what at the time what Electric Playhouse could do. Obviously, they've done so many great, big, huge, amazing things since, but hadn't thought how it would really, really tie in to what the story Rita was wanting to tell first. And we stood in that, if you've been there, it's the four walls and projections, and we were kind of standing in there, and I think Electric Playhouse had just done a video release party, and had shown like the mesa and its vastness, and it's something you can only kind of do in 4D. You can stand in the middle, you can look around and be like, oh wow, I feel like I'm standing in a mesa. And as we stood there, we were like, wouldn't it be cool if the young people could stand in the middle of a space like this and look out a window and feel like they were in the middle of a homestead? And Rita gave the numbers, 600 acres, 300 plus acres. I was like, I'm 42 and I don't even know what 1 acre feels like. So I was like, so imagine if we could actually translate that to these young people, and it would mean something different, like what these families, these stories we heard, what these ancestors to them had taken on. And maybe, maybe you pay more attention when you figure out how huge the mountain was that they had to climb. And so that was like the seed. And then, you know, we had more meetings with Electric Playhouse. We obviously had to come and present to the administration. Lawrence is in the back there. We presented to Lawrence and Mayor, and they were like, cool, when do we start and how much? And so they're the ones that kind of made the money happen. We made the meetings happen. Electric Playhouse came in with a whole lot of enthusiasm. And as you heard Eric say, just curiosity for this story. They were like, we know it's important and we don't even know why yet, but we're gonna help y'all tell this story. And so to see it standing here and to see what it could do to really transform our young people's sense of self and integrity and that they belong here, right? I mean, it's not our 40 acre and a mule that was promised by the federal government. It's not the land grants that have been promised to other communities here in the state, but it was what we had, and businesses were started and families were started, and those people, those descendants are here with us today and evidence of that today. So thankful to everybody that made it happen. I really want to say to the families that are here today, you know, you all are the resource, right? Mr. Padrell said black turquoise. You're the resource. You are the precious gem. But we can't get you in every single classroom, right? You have lives. You have other things to do. And we can't have you speaking on loop at the Albuquerque Museum. But this can be in the Albuquerque Museum for 3 months. And young people can come and go and get those stories. So we kind of capture them so that they can be accessible and on demand to our young people. And of course, the non-black youth who also need to know these stories and know that it is integral to their New Mexico history. So we want to thank you for being willing to share your stories with us. Oftentimes the government says we're here to help and people run the other way. Y'all ran towards us, so we appreciate that. And just thank you, Rita, for your leadership and persistence. I want to thank my team, the Department of Arts and Culture. It was really a team effort. It wasn't just Shell and I. Our Albuquerque Museum is represented by our curator of history, Leslie Kim, over there. Leslie was in these meetings, which also lends credibility that our story, like if it's in the Albuquerque Museum, formerly of Art and History, then we're part of New Mexico history. So thank you, Leslie, for taking the lead on that. To Cindy Garcia, who was at the museum and now we stole her way to City Hall, who's our administrator of museums, just helping to make sure that this project continues to move forward. Our museum director, Andrew Connors, can't be here because he's at a board of trustees meeting because we're all still on the clock in here. And thank you for Tanya for making today happen. She's our PIO, our marketing professional in our department. And to our GovTV team. Rita, give me Thomas's last name again. It's Williams. It's Thomas. Thomas right there. Thomas, I say Thomas. Thank you, Thomas Williams. The documentary is Thomas Williams. So let's say that. The documentary is Thomas Williams. And that was in the works long before we partnered to make this a possibility, but it was great because they had already kind of head start on gathering the story. So thank you, Thomas. And to our GovTV team, who's also here because they're always at press events, but also by providing support there. And yeah, it really was a team effort. Electric Playhouse, you always knock it out the box. Thank you, John Mark, Brandon, Eric, Teresa. And what else am I supposed to say? I'm supposed to say why partnerships work. This was Mayor's lead-in. He set him up and I didn't knock it down. But the idea is that we couldn't have done this alone. Like the city couldn't just do it, right? And then oftentimes people look to the city to fix it or make it happen. We can bring the people together who can make it happen, and this is a great example of that. We can instigate it, we can finance it, and then
So what let's do is let's connect with each other and also connect with our past. And we want to invite everyone to enjoy both Electric Playhouse and the exhibit. Thank you so much for coming. For our guests too, it's up to you. If you would like to be in the kind of behind us, that'd be awesome. It's okay if not. And certainly if you want to kind of help out the sign so the podium doesn't block it. Or maybe we can even put it, if you want to, well, we don't have anything to hang it on, so maybe just kind of stand. Okay, all right, so before we get started, I also just want to mention, last time we talked about this, we obviously had a very minor incident. And we're also going to sign some legislation which is on its way, because the actual pieces of paper, you actually have to sign the piece of paper. You can't fake it. So I just wanted to let you know in advance, when we're ready, we're going to pause, sign this into law, and then we'll sort of carry on. But we do want to go ahead and get started. And you'll just have to bear with the noise for us, because it's somewhat related, not always, but often it is, to what we're talking about today. So let's kind of actually start. So I want to begin by talking about how we got here. And at the end of the day, excessive speeding has been one of the biggest threats to pedestrians and cyclists and drivers in our city. And we all agree enough is enough. And we are grateful that Erica Chavez and her family, they have been fighting for all things pedestrian safety for a long time. And this is just one piece. But I want to begin by thanking them for standing with us and sharing Erica's story and not giving up on the notion that our city can be safer for pedestrians. So thank you so much. Now, we're also tired of seeing our loved ones in the headlines and on signs like the one to my right. And we know that at the end of the day, we have to do more when it comes to this. No one runs for office and says, I want to support mobile speed enforcement, right? This is not something that we're doing because it's popular or it's poll tested, although we know the community is with us on this one. But it's something that basically, one, we have to do in the name of safety. And number two, because of trying to have something that's actually meaningful that doesn't tie up our officers. And so we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But I want to mention really where this came from originally. We've been working on something called Vision Zero at the city. And that's a national movement to try and make cities safer for pedestrians. And one of the outcomes of our work in Vision Zero, which is in step with a bunch of different community groups, was that we should look at mobile speed enforcement. And we need to look no further than Rio Rancho or than Santa Fe, even in our own state, where people are doing mobile speed enforcement and where it has had success. And so for us, one of the outcomes from Vision Zero was that it's time our city look at this. We want to acknowledge, I remember 20 years ago with red light cameras. I didn't like them either. I remember that. But I also remember, one, our city is unfortunately in a worse place, and we can't let what happened 20 years ago get in the way of a better way of doing speed enforcement now. The technology is better, and we're implementing it in a much, much different way. And also I want to say it clearly, this is not red light cameras. This is mobile speed enforcement. There is a huge difference technologically, equitably in the way it's enforced, and also, frankly, effectiveness. So we're going to talk about those details here today. So I'm going to mention just a little bit more. Then we're going to hear from our counselors and from our acting commander for our traffic unit. And so let me mention that Council wonderfully voted 8-1 to sign this legislation, because I think they recognize the same thing that I just articulated. And I want to thank them for their support on this. And I also want to mention that there are some things that some clear messages we want to say today. Number one is we're putting speeders on notice. You cannot continue to endanger others without consequences. And the amazing thing about these mobile speed enforcement technologies is that it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're the mayor. I'm going to get one too. It doesn't matter if you're a truck driver. It doesn't matter if you're in a hurry, right? These are totally motive blind. They are going to cite you for speeding, and it's time that we do it. And we've been testing this, and we have now documented people going over 100 miles an hour on Gibson and Montgomery. There is no reason anyone should ever be going 100 miles an hour. That is exactly what kills people, and that's exactly what we're not going to tolerate anymore. Now, I also want to mention that our goal here is not to rack up citations. It is to prevent speeding from happening in the first place. If you're concerned about getting cited, don't speed. That's our message. If you don't like this, don't speed. We are doing this no matter what. That's what we're signing today. Now, we're also going to commit to listening, and we're going to do this in step with the community. We're going to make sure that we phase this in. We're going to make sure that there's ways to take this to court if you do feel like you were unfairly cited. And we are not going to have the same situation with the vendors that got the city in trouble 20 years ago with red light cameras. This is the only way that has been proven to slow traffic down, not only on the streets that it's on, but in surrounding areas and eventually all over cities all across our country. And so rather than having our officers spend thousands of hours sitting on a street corner with a radar gun, we need them answering violent crime calls. And so I want to be loud and clear. APD supports this 100%. In fact, when I brought it up, I was concerned that there might be issues, and all they said was, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to go fight crime in neighborhoods and not stand out on street corners giving speeding tickets. And so that is the good thing about technology. This works for a lot of folks. So with that, what we're going to do is hear from some other folks on this, including a study that we did just to show you how bad the preliminary data is on everyday speeding in our city. So in no particular order, especially because they were all helpful in this, I'm just going to start with Councillor Ike Benton. Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks everyone for being here. Thanks to the Chavez family for helping us honor your lost family member. I've always been a supporter of this kind of technology. Even in the last iteration, it had its problems, as the mayor said, and I think we have checked off the list of a lot of the complaints that existed at that time. But everyone, I think, recognizes an increase in kind of aggressive speeding and aggressive driving on our streets. And it's unsafe, and it's also really harming our quality of life. Just the sense of fear and of just that surprise when somebody blows past you at high speed. So I'm hopeful as well that this is going to take the load off of APD's traffic unit. I want to commend the chief. They have been issuing many more speeding tickets than in the recent past, and also illegal muffler tickets, and we need to focus on that as well. That's a different matter, also a quality of life matter, however. So yeah, I'm hopeful that it will take the load off our traffic units so that they can continue to do their work on apprehending these violators and minimizing and lessening that aggressive atmosphere out on our streets. So thank you.
Okay, and let's actually do a couple of things. We'd love to hear next from Councillor Senna, and also Maury, if you want, why don't you come over here? I just want to make sure that people know the name that's okay, and go ahead, Councillor. Yeah.
Thank you again, and thank you, Mayor. Really, when we first put forward this legislation, and even before that, Councillor Pena, who I know is on her way, got councillors together to really address this, especially after the passing of Erica Chavez. When we see deaths like Erica Chavez that could have been avoided had someone just followed our speed limit, it's really impacting all of us. And so all of the councillors got together because speeding has impacted each and every one of us in every single district throughout the city. And we had this conversation and put forward this legislation, and through community input sessions, we made amendments to really hear out our community's concerns. So we put in a flat fee for the contractor that would take on the mobile speed enforcement. We put in community ways to actually, if they couldn't afford their tickets or their citations, to do community service. So that was through and as a result of community input, and we will continue to hear community's input for the rules-making process. But for us, overall, what we have heard throughout the city is that we have to do something, that this is just another tool in our toolbox to mitigate speeding, that we will continue to enforce our traffic and support our officers when it comes to excessive speeding, like the speeds that killed Erica Chavez, going over 125 miles per hour. So again, this is a tool, and this is one step forward to really making our streets safer. So thank you.
And also with us today, you know, City Hall, believe it or not, is nonpartisan. But I just want to mention that this was, again, an 8-to-1 vote. And it showed folks from all parties, all parts of the city agreeing. And that's a great thing. And I want to also bring up our next counselor, who is a part of just standing up for pragmatic law enforcement, Counselor Bassan.
Good morning. I'm so excited that we are moving forward with mobile speed enforcement here, and that council passed this, and that the mayor's office and we have all collaborated together so that we can work together to make Albuquerque safer. Some of the top concerns that my office hears about, and I'm willing to bet all these offices of council and the administration, is that crime is out of control in Albuquerque. Excessive speeding is out of control in Albuquerque, and we need to do whatever we can to reduce those. So until we get more officers, which everyone is working very hard to do, the Albuquerque Police Department is doing what they can to keep us safe every day and every night in our city. But we have to be able to come up with creative ways to make sure that we can enforce crimes that are not so violent. And I think this is going to be one very active and motivational way that we can get the message out to our city that excessive speeding is not going to be tolerated, and that we need to drive more responsibly so that good families and residents in our city are not the ones that are suffering the consequences by someone's poor and reckless decisions. I'm very grateful to be here for this signing, and I can't wait to be able to get these mobile speed enforcement devices on our streets in Albuquerque. Thank you.
And now to walk through some of the details around what the preliminary data has looked like, which certainly validates what we're doing, is our acting commander of our traffic and motors units, Lieutenant Wheeler.
Thank you, everyone. So as the mayor and councilors have mentioned, speeding is a problem throughout the city of Albuquerque. With their support and their diligent work on bringing the speed enforcement back to mobile speed enforcement cameras, and as the mayor said, APD is 100% supportive of this because it's going to be a force multiplier for us. So currently in the traffic division, including my motor officers and the DWI officers, we have 37 people issuing citations for speeding, modified exhaust, also responding to crashes and other various calls for service. So these will help us be where officers are not at that location. When this talks about the mobile speed enforcement first began, a company called Novoa Global reached out to the city, expressed that they have the technology that we're talking about, and they allowed us to use their equipment to gain preliminary data and to show that these cameras actually do work and they collect a lot of information. So on the 1st of October, we placed 2 cameras in the city. There's one right now that's about the 9700 block of Montgomery, and it's for westbound traffic. And on Gibson, we have an eastbound and westbound traffic camera about the 4700 block. I'm going to give you some of the information that's been collected from the 1st of October through the 10th of October. So in both areas, a total of 331,974 vehicles passed in front of those cameras. For eastbound Gibson, 115,255 vehicles have passed both directions. The fastest speed was a westbound vehicle at 111 miles an hour. The posted speed limit on Gibson is 40 miles an hour. 60,270 vehicles were doing between 50 and 64 miles an hour. That's 53% of the vehicles passing that direction are speeding. 4.4% of those vehicles are doing over 64 miles an hour in that posted 40 mile an hour zone. These speeds kill, and I hope drivers understand that. The westbound cameras from those dates were 131,727 vehicles captured on camera. 44,000 of them were doing between 50 and 64 miles an hour, and 1,800 were doing 64 plus miles an hour. The fastest on westbound Gibson was 94 miles an hour in a 40 mile an hour zone. For our Montgomery corridor, 84,992 vehicles were captured on camera. 12,000 of those were doing 50 to 64 over the speed limit, and our fastest was 106 miles an hour on Montgomery. As you guys are aware, both of those corridors are heavily traveled with pedestrians and vehicular traffic. People need to understand that if they're going to be late, speed does not help them get there much faster. So people need to prepare to leave earlier and just slow down. Just think about your family and how you would feel if someone speeding to get somewhere 2 seconds earlier kills them because they're going so fast. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to me.
Thank you so much for that, Lieutenant, and we'll be sharing all those numbers, of course. We'll put them in writing when we send out the details on this. But you know, if you didn't hear that, basically 1 out of every 3 cars is going over 10 miles the speed limit. And this has never been about 2 miles over the speed limit or 5 miles over. And you saw as much as 5, almost 10% in some situations, going 15 miles over. So I think what Lieutenant ended with is a tremendous transition to Maury Sanchez. He said to think about our families. And it's important to remember that speeding does have a name. And now way too many of our families know that that name is somebody in their family. And so with the story of Erica Chavez, Maury Sanchez, come on up.
We are truly grateful to the elected city officials and the city of Albuquerque for their great support that they have provided for our family and hope to keep your family safe. Speeding has been an issue throughout our neighborhoods and different parts of the city. We hope that these speeding cameras will help keep our city safe and keep those breaking the speed limits accountable. We, the family of Erica Chavez, are grateful the speed cameras have passed. If it saves one life, it's doing its job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much again for continuing to share that story. And with that, we have to keep sharing it. But at least, hopefully this will help do exactly what she said, which is save at least one other life. So I know that I think Councilor Pena, I just want to mention, is very supportive of this. She couldn't make it today, or maybe is running a little bit late. So just want to acknowledge her help with this from day one and in her community. And I know she's very encouraged that at least some justice is coming. Okay, with that, let's sign this. And if folks are interested in taking one of these, you're welcome to. And if you guys maybe want to scoot up, if you don't mind, we'll just kind of do it more together. And what's today's date?
14th.
Thank you.
15th.
It's a quick one. All right. So, give me that pen right. Of course. Yeah, I'll do a few of them. Okay, thank you everyone. So now we'll get to work on getting these out. Our expectation is sometime late winter. We hope to have this up and running. Thank you.
You
Want another one? All right. You got it.
Thank you so much.
You guys for your patience. We're all ready to start, so go ahead and hand it over to Mayor Keller. Thanks.
All right, so welcome everyone to Cibola Loop. If you don't know where that is, it's right there. And we're here out on the Northwest Mesa, and we're going to talk about a tremendous project. Let me just let folks know that this is such a big project. We have a lot of wonderful folks joining us today, so we'll acknowledge them and of course call them up when it's time to speak, but also want to let people know we don't have a microphone, so you know, if you are speaking, try and kind of project a little bit for us. And so you know, when I first came into office, Councilor Borrego and I, she told me about the ideas behind Cibola Loop. And I knew that this area of town has been in need for a long time of some classic sort of city service amenities. Community center, multi-gen center, even things like a library, and some senior housing. And with Councilor Borrego's leadership and our wonderful DMD department, Parks department, Senior Affairs department, and everyone in between, we've truly had a one Albuquerque approach to developing this property. And so we've began by purchasing the land, those early steps, but today what we're announcing is we have a very clear path forward. We've got some money, we got some more money coming, and we have some amazing designs that we can start sharing with the community so that we can look forward to a new vision for this piece of land behind me. So we're announcing the first piece of the Cibola Loop complex, the West Side Multi-Gen Center, serving the northwest quadrant of Albuquerque.
This is a little pocket basically between Rio Rancho and more sort of central west side that has no multi-gen center and also a lack of things, even like a library and so forth. So there's lots we're trying to put in here, but we've got the space, we've got the plan, and we've got enough money to start. So that's very exciting. So we're recognizing the need for these kinds of amenities in this part of town. And in Albuquerque, we are really also committed to connecting our families together through our community centers. That's what our multi-gen centers are all about. As a reminder, whether it's the Manzano Mesa one or Domingo Baca, they're like a senior center and a community center put together. And that really reflects pretty much what our families look like, which is multi-generational families all together being part of our community. So for us, it's high time we get one in the Northwest. And so this facility is going to be about 30,000 square feet. It's a 2-level complex, and we're excited about sort of that jogging track around the top, which has been very popular out at Domingo Baca. And the buildings will have a wide range of services, including sports facilities, meeting rooms, learning centers, food programs, very important for our senior community and for our kids, and social and recreational opportunities for all ages. Phase 1 of this project is going to be about $14 million, which includes design and construction. And we've got $6 million on the ballot that you can vote on this November in just 3 weeks. And so we also know that the Albuquerque Journal came out in favor of that bond initiative. So this is a good example of why it's so important. We also know we've had a lot of help from our legislators. We're going to hear from one of them shortly, but Senator Katie Duhigg, Representative Damon Ely, Representative Karen Bash have all either been supportive or are on tap to try and get us some additional funding in the upcoming legislative session. And with representatives here, Senator Ben Ray Lujan and Senator Martin Heinrich, they actually put in money into the federal stimulus bill. And so that's even better. And so hopefully that'll get voted on someday, but it's up to DC. But we appreciate our senators for really committing to this area. And that's a big chunk of that infrastructure stimulus funding that we're excited to hopefully get soon. So this project is going to be managed by, of course, our Municipal Development Department and our architect. Also behind me is FBT Architects. So we're going to hear from a couple of folks, including community members on this. But let me just begin with a few words from the state senator in this area who's kind of helped coordinate some of the legislative efforts, Harold Pope. Senator?
Thank you, everyone, on this beautiful afternoon here on the west side. You know, it's a great day. It's a great day here in Albuquerque. And I just want to thank everyone that's been involved. You know, before I even thought about running for state senate, having a center like this, a multi-generational center, has always been a need of the community out here. Having access to meeting rooms, having access to broadband, having access to a gym, having an access to just where the community, everyone has a place to meet. And that's what this is going to provide here on the west side. And this is also an example of us working together at the state level. You know, the mayor, city council, the legislature, even our federal elected officials. And that's what we need to do. So once again, thank you for being here. I'm not going to, you know, take credit for this myself. This was a team effort. And I just want to give a shout out to Councilor Cynthia Borrego, because when she came in, this was one of her priorities to get this done. And now it's happening. So I'm very appreciative. And I just want to thank everyone for really listening to the community. That's how we get things done, and that's what's really making this happen. So I appreciate everyone. I appreciate everyone that's given their time, their effort, and their work. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And Senator gave a great overview of, I think, what it took to get this done. It also takes a city councilor who is just committed to this from day one. And she's our chairwoman of council also, of course. But, you know, from the first time we started talking about when our terms began, Cynthia Borrego basically said two things. Traffic, which she has been doggedly working on, whether it is up at Paseo as it sort of goes out to the west, or it's finishing up West Side Boulevard, or everything in between. And the second thing she mentioned was Cibola Loop.
And so she continues to deliver on that. And this is a real stake in the ground that we're going to get this done thanks to her leadership. So our council president and city councilor for this area, Cynthia Borrego.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and just what a glorious day to be in District 5. I have to tell you that this project started with a master plan. It really started with a vision from the community. There were community meetings, and people gave their input as to what they would like to see on this 25-acre parcel. In that, it was noted that west of I guess north of I-25, I guess it's I-40, there were no multi-generational centers or big centers like we have with North Domingo Baca or places like that. Genoviva Chavez and Santa Fe, they have a community center, multi-generational center. There were, lacking services in District 5 for seniors and for our youth. And right across the street is Cibola High School. And, we talked to some of the APS folks and they said, oh, we would really like to see a swimming pool. We would like to see a track where people can exercise. We would like to see services for the seniors, for our youth. And meeting with some of the neighborhoods, the adjacent neighborhoods, they noticed the lack as well. And so really what today brings is some renderings from our wonderful architects that funding became an issue, and I had a lot of support from people like the mayor, from our senators and our representatives at the state level, from our federal delegation who were asking for funding for, but putting all this money together, ensuring that we had all the properties available has brought us to this day. And this day is the day that we're basically telling the community, here are the renderings for the first phase of the multi-generational center, a library to come and a swimming pool to come. So it's an exciting day. There's a lot of funding, and I'm happy to share that with the press. But there was a lot of funding from the city, there was funding from our GO bonds, there was funding from state capital outlay, and we're still requesting funding from the federal government to help us, from our senators and our congresspeople. So with that, I think it's important to note that this is going to be an activity center. It's going to create a sense of place for the community, and it's going to give all of us sort of that pathway to making that vision come true. That is really something to be said. And it's an exciting day for District 5, and I hope that many people use this in the future. I know that they will. I know I'll be one of them first, probably walking that path. I just had somebody today, Ms. Garcia, said, hey, we'll be walking that path together, and we will. But from this day forward, the next phase, once now that the design is done, we will be looking for construction, and we will be looking for turning that shovel in the very near future with all of these individuals who have contributed. And with that, I want to also welcome some of our residents that are with us here today. Mayor, would you like to announce them?
Yeah, why don't you announce them and I'll hold the board here.
Okay, well, I would like to have Nena Perkins come up from 7 Bar neighborhood, and also Dubra Carnes, Padilla. And if you'd like to say something.
I would like to say that we are just so excited for this multicultural center. I think it has a lot of potential. It's going to bring generations together. I'm very excited about the pool, and I'm hoping that maybe we can get our young kids in the area involved in maybe a swim club. And I'm a little familiar with community centers because my father, who is 93, used to go to several of the community centers here, and and I'm really hoping to be able to bring him to this one as well. Thank you.
I also am a resident of a neighborhood that's adjacent to here, and I serve on the Department of Senior Affairs Advisory Council and the Age-Friendly Committee. And this is an age-friendly project, and Albuquerque is designated an age-friendly city. And so this is going to lead us further into how to make our cities, through the continuum of life, age-friendly, walkable, and livable. So I'm very happy to see this project. It's not only going to benefit my neighborhood, but all of the children that are around here, the elders that we have in our community, the working families. So thank you so much for everyone who's been involved in this, and I can't wait to see it.
Switch back here for one more speaker. Thank you so much. And so this piece of property in the whole complex, we mentioned some of the components to it, whether it's senior housing or whether it's possibly a library. TBD, we're going to start with the Multi-Gen Center. That's the key. That's really the anchor that is the most used across all demographics, and that's why we're starting with that. And that also means that operations of this are going to fall under Director of Senior Affairs, Anna Sanchez. Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Department of Senior Affairs is very excited to be the first to provide city services in this northwest quadrant of the community. The Cibola Loop Multi-Generational Center will complement well our department's two other multi-generational centers, North Domingo Baca and Manzano Mesa. The concept of a multi-generational center is that it has ongoing activities and programs that appeal to all ages, and you've heard of some of those activities that are going to be taking place earlier. Projects like this help us continue to build an age-friendly community that provides support to those that span generations. I'm very grateful to have the mayor's continued support for bringing community spaces like this to fruition, and for Councilor Borrego's tireless efforts to get this project moving in response to the community's needs. This really demonstrates the importance of the state and city government leadership working together to help Albuquerque's aging population, as well as engaging younger generations in preparing for longer lives. We're excited to anchor this facility and look forward to serving many generations of Burqueños in the future. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I think if there's questions, you can pull aside whoever you're interested in, and Denise can kind of organize us. So with that, thanks everyone for coming out. And good to see our federal delegation representatives here. And we will be excited, you know, hopefully after the session and after the winter break with Congress, you know, we're aiming in the spring to really get going on this. So it's not that far away, and we'll see you next time. Thanks. Thanks for help.
Hello, thank you for joining us for Daytime Dancing with Senior Affairs. My name is Janie Macias, and I am the program coordinator at Highlands Senior Center. And this is my co-host, America Bencomo, a program coordinator at North Valley Senior Center.
Currently, all of our senior, multi-generational, and sports and fitness centers are open to the public and offering in-person activities and events. You can pick up your most recent activities catalog at any of our senior sites to look for the return of your favorite programs.
Our popular live music dancing has also returned to our senior centers. But if you are not ready to put on your dancing shoes just yet, we want to bring you some great live local music you can still enjoy from home.
If you have any questions about our current status of service and programs, please call Senior Information line at 505-764-6400. We hope to see you soon, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Let's chase each other around the room tonight. Play the games we played on our wedding night. You left and locked the door is only right. Let's chase each other around the room tonight. Seems like lately people love to play with fire. The other games they play are just as bad. I'd rather sit at home and feel your burn little lips out. Play the games that make each other glad. I'll play a little bit, Bill. Let's don't chase each other, make each other weary. Let's leave everything like jealousy behind. And let's chase each other around the room tonight. And play the games we played on our wedding night. All right. Let's chase each other around the room tonight. Play the games we played on our wedding night. You bolt and lock the door is only right. So let's chase each other around the room tonight. Chase each other around the room.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I hope you all having a good time tonight. You're listening to the sounds of Desert Spring, and we'll be here for about 3 hours or so. Hopefully we'll get the filming going. Here's a little cumbia for you. La Mucaranji. La mujer está en el suelo y mamá no puedo con ella. Ella lleva en la cabeza y mamá no puedo con ella. La mujer está en el suelo y mamá no puedo con ella. Ella lleva en la cabeza y mamá no puedo con ella. Es que no puedo con ella. Mamá no puedo con ella. Es que no puedo con ella. Mamá no puedo con ella. All right. Ay, nena, que tú no puedes con esa mujer de agua. Llámate ya al Pedro porque te ayude a cagarla. Ay, nena, que tú no puedes con esa mujer de agua. Llámate ya al Pedro porque te ayude a cagarla. Es que no puedo con ella. Mamá, no puedo con ella. Es que no puedo con ella. Mamá, no puedo con ella. Ay, nena, ¿quién te quebró? Mucuriza de barro. Pues Pedro me lo quebró porque no quiso cagar. Ay, nena, ¿quién te quebró? Mucuriza de barro. Pues Pedro me lo quebró porque no quiso pagarlo. Es que no puedo con ella. Mamá, no puedo con ella. Es que no puedo con ella. Mamá, no puedo con ella. Oh, take it home. Yeah, a little cumbia for you all out there. Anything special you'd like to hear, if we know it, we would love to do it for you. We're gonna do a little waltz for you right now. I know y'all like waltzes out there. Waltz around Texas. Starts in B, goes to C. When we dance together, the world's in disguise. It's a storybook tale that's gone. And when you look at me with the stars in your eyes, I can walk across Texas with you. walked across Texas with you by my side. Walked across Texas with you, like a storybook ending. I'm lost in your charm. I can walk across Texas with you. Sepa mis penas, problemas, a ver que llegar. Tú eres la dueña de mi corazón. Hijecito, Benito, juntito los dos, por todo Texas yo te bailaré. Por todo Texas bailando, juntitos los dos, por todo Texas yo te bailaré. Y querida, bonita, juntitos los dos, por todo Texas yo te bailaré. Pelo, bebé. All my troubles and worries just all disappear the minute you come into view. And with your hand in mine, we can dance all night long, and we'll waltz across Texas with you. Waltz across Texas with you by my side. Walked across Texas with you, like a storybook ending. I'm lost in your charm. I can waltz across Texas with you. Across Texas with you by my side. Waltz across Texas with you, like a storybook ending. I'm lost in your charm. I can waltz across Texas with you, and I can waltz across Texas with you. I can waltz across Texas with. All right. All right, here's a little line dance for you.
Out in the country, past the city limits high, there's a honky-tonk on the county line. The joint starts blinking and the lamp the sun goes down. They got whiskey, women and smoke. That's where the cowboys go. Now that's boots, good boogie. I got a good job, I work hard for my money. When spring time, I hit the dirt running. I fire up my pickup truck and let the horses run. I go flying down that highway to that hideaway, stuck out in the woods down at the Boots Good Boogie. Oh, you do, come on, baby, let's go boots good. Oh, Cadillac, blackjack, baby, meet me down, we're gonna boogie. Oh, get down, turn around, I'll go to town, my boots good and boogie. Oh, come on, fellas. Oh, the bartender asked me, son, what will it be? I want a shot of that red and yonder looking at me. The dance floors are hopping and it's hotter than the 4th of July. I see outlaws, in-laws, crooks and straights, all making a shake down at the Boots Good and Boogie. Oh, here, do, come on, baby, let's go, Boots Good. Oh, Cadillac, blackjack, baby, meet me down, we're gonna boogie. Oh, get down, turn around, or go to town, my boots good and boogie. Whoa, one time, fellas. Oh, the bartender asked me, son, what will it be? I want a shot of that red and yonder looking at me. The dance floors are humping and it's hotter than the 4th of July. I see outlaws, in-laws, crooks and straights, all making me shake down at the Boots Good and Boogie. Oh, here, do, come on, baby, let's go, Boots Good. Come on, y'all. Oh, Cadillac, blackjack, baby, meet me down, we're gonna boogie. Oh, get down, turn around, and go to town, my boots good and boogie. Oh, get down, turn around, and go to town, my boots good and boogie. Oh, get down, turn around, go to town, my boots good and boogie.
All right, that'll get your blood flowing real quick.
Get that cholesterol down a little bit.
Here's a little George Strait song for you. Little tune entitled Dance With You. I don't want to be the kind that hesitates, be too shy, or way too late. I don't care what they say other lovers do, I just wanna dance with you. I got a feeling that you have a heart like mine. Let it show, let it shine. If we have a chance to make one heart two, I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you. Twirl you all around the floor. That's what they intended dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you. Hold you in my arms once more. That's what they invented dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I caught you looking at me when I looked at you. Yes, I did. Now ain't that true? You won't be embarrassed by the things I do. I just wanna dance with you. Well, the boys are playing softly and the girls are too. So am I, so are you. If this was a movie, we'd be right on cue. I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you. Twirl you all around the floor. That's what they intended dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you, hold you in my arms once more. That's what they intended dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you, curl you all around the floor. That's what they intended dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you, hold you in my arms once more. That's what they invented dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you, hold you in my arms once more. That's what they intended dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you, twirl you all around the floor. That's what they intended dancing for. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you.
Yeah, see. Yep. Way down on the border, always on a Friday night, cowboys and cowgirls dance till the morning early light. Way down on the border, always on a Friday night, cowboys and cowgirls dance till the morning early light. One step, two steps, three steps, four. Come on, everybody, get on the floor. Dance, you haul to the cowboy cumbia. One step, two step, three step, four. Come on, everybody, get on the floor. Dance, you haul to the cowboy cumbia. Ride, 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 and giddy up, yeah. Ride, 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 and giddy up. Ride, 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 and giddy up, yeah. Ride, 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 and giddy up. Cowboy, 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 cumbia, giddy up. allá en el llano salen todos a bailar, los cowboys y las cowgirls bailan hasta la madrugada. Allá en el llano salen todos a bailar, los cowboys con las cowgirls bailan hasta la madrugada. Un paso, dos pasos, tres pasos, sale todo el mundo bailando. Baile la cowboy cumbia. Un paso, dos pasos, tres pasos, sale todo el mundo bailando. Baile la cowboy cumbia. Arre, ay, giddy up, yeah. Arre, ay, giddy up. Arre, ay, giddy up, yeah. Arre, ay, giddy up. Cowboy, 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 cumbia. Giddy up, 2, 3, 4.
All right. Here's a little Billy Swan song, man. Little tune entitled I Can Help. If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you it is. I can help. I got 2 strong arms, I can help. I can sure do me good. To do you good, let me help. In fact, if people get lonely, ain't nothing new. A woman like you, baby, should never have the blues. Let me help. Child needs a daddy, I can help. It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help. When you go to sleep at night, you're always a part of my dream. Holding me tight, telling me everything. It's gonna be. Don't forget me, babe. All you gotta do is call. You know how I feel about you. You do anything at all, let me help. I got 2 strong arms, let me help. It would sure do me good to do you good, let me help. When I go to sleep at night, you're always a part of my dreams. Holding me tight, telling me everything is gonna be. Don't forget me, babe. All you gotta do is it sure do me good. To do you good, let me help. All right. Esa rancherita by request, la media,
De la noche.
the socks of the night.
Or the midnight hour. A medias de la noche te soñaba, abrazándote conmigo, soñaba abrazándote conmigo, pero ay, qué sueño tan profundo es el amor. Despierta, mamazota, y ya no duerma. Despierta de ese sueño seductor. Tomaremos copas llenas de licor. Pero ay, qué sueño tan profundo es el amor. Come on, fellas. A medias de la noche te soñaba abrazándote conmigo, te soñaba abrazándote conmigo, pero ay, qué sueño tan profundo es el amor. Despierta, mamazota, y ya no duerma. Despierta de ese sueño seductor. Tomaremos copas llenas de licor. Pero ay, qué sueño tan profundo es el amor. Rancherita for you.
Here's a polquita for you. It's D, then A. Okay, yeah. Ready?
Ain't got no home. G. G. C.
All right. Don't forget, it's the sounds of Desert Spring. I hope you're enjoying the music. Any special you'd like to hear, we know we'd like to do it for you.
Here we go with a Frogman Hendry tune. 65, I think. Goes like this. Ooh, ain't got no home, no place to roam. I ain't got no home, no place to roam. I'm a lonely boy, I ain't got no home. I had a voice, I loved to sing. I sang like a girl, and I sang like a frog. I'm a lonely boy, I ain't got no home. Ooh, 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 ooh. 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 Ooh, ooh, ooh. I ain't got a mother, I ain't got a father, I ain't got a sister, and not even a brother. I'm a lonely boy, I ain't got no home. But what you say to me, please say to me. But what you say to me, please say to me. I'm a lonely boy, I ain't got no home. Dream! One more time. Please say to me, oh, what you say to me, please say to me. I'm a lonely boy, I ain't got no home. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
All right, ain't got no home. Here's another cumbia little tune entitled Hijas de Don Simón.
Ready?
Yo quiero conocer la del vestido negro, la del vestido rojo y la del vestido azul. Yo quiero conocer la del vestido negro, la del vestido rojo y la del vestido azul. Ay, qué bonito bailan las chicas de Don Simón. Ay, qué bonito bailan las chicas de Don Simón. All right. Esas tres muchachas me están apasionando, me están volviendo loco con su modo de bailar. Esas tres muchachas como me fascinan, me están volviendo loco con su modo de bailar. Ay, qué bonito bailar las hijas de Don Simón. Ay, qué bonito bailar las chicas de Don Simón. All right. Yo quiero conocer la del vestido rojo, la del vestido negro y la del vestido azul. Yo quiero conocer la del vestido rojo, la del vestido negro y la del vestido azul. Ay, qué bonito bailar las chicas de Don Simón. Ay, qué bonito bailar las chicas de Don Simón. Ay, qué bonito bailar las chicas de Don Simón. Oh, take it home. Yeah, las hijas de Don Simón. Y'all looking good out there, man. I'm glad y'all still around and dancing, man. It is so nice. All right, we're going to have Carlos do one. What's that one we did? Cruz de Madera. Cruz de Madera in F.
Yeah.
All right. Don't forget, if you like the way the band sounds, give us a call. We can do gigs. We're available for that. If you have any special things coming up, weddings, divorces, sometimes that's the time to celebrate, isn't it? Are you ready?
Yeah. Una cruz de madera de la más corriente. Eso es lo que pido cuando yo me muera. Yo no quiero lujos que valgan millones. Lo único que quiero es que canten canciones, que se haga una fiesta la muerte de un pobre. Y yo no quiero llantos, yo no quiero penas, no quiero tristezas, yo no quiero nada. Lo único que quiero es allá en mi velorio una serenata por la madrugada. Cuando ya mi cuerpo esté junto a la tumba, lo único que pido como despedida, en las cuatro esquinas de mi sepultura, con agua bendita que riega en tequila. Y yo no quiero llantos, yo no quiero penas, no quiero tristezas, yo no quiero nada. Lo único que quiero es allá en mi velorio una serenata por la madrugada.
Minutes. Here's an oldie for you, The Wanderer. Well, I'm the kind of guy that likes to roam around. I'm never in one place. I roam from town to town, and when I find myself, well, a fall for some girl, I hop right into that car of mine. I drive around the world. I'm the wanderer, yeah, the wanderer. I roam around, 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 around. Well, there's no one on my left, and then there's Danny on my right, and Carver is a girl, well, that I'll be with tonight. And when she asks me which one I let her best, I tear open my shirt with the rosy on my chest. 'Cause I'm the yeah, the wanderer. I roam around, 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 around. Well, I roam from town to town, go through life without a care. I'm as happy as a clown with my two-fisted vines, but I'm going nowhere. I'm the kind of guy that like to run around. I'm never in one place. I roam from town to town. When I find myself falling for some girl, hop right into that car of mine. I drive around the world. I'm the wanderer, yeah, the wanderer. I roam around, 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 around. Oh. That likes to roam around. I'm never in one place. Roam from town to town. When I find myself at a fall for some girl, hop right into that car of mine. I drive around the world. I'm the wanderer, yeah, the wanderer. I roam around, around. I'll play, Bill.